the main table for facilitated discussion. This is a fisherman meeting, and we want today to most productive possible. If anybody sees somebody sitting down behind us or arriving later, please let me know. Invite them to sit down at the table with us. At 9:30, yes, already started. And roll call starting to my left. Yeah.
Buenos días, Yael Rivera, Council Staff.
Graciela García Molina, Council Staff.
Carl Pacheco, Council Member.
Bill Gonzalez.
Buenos días, Joel González, pescador comercial de Guanajuato. Buenos días, Edwin, pescador comercial. Pueden referirse como Pauco. Luego un tercio de mi vida en la pesca comercial. Me inicié como pescador buceando la costa y carrucho, pero tengo que decirlo, con el atenimiento de los mallorquín me sacaron de buzo e incursioné en la pesca de los barcos Unidad 1 y 2. Y estoy aquí a la orden de todos ustedes.
Stacy Williams from the Institute for Socioecological Research and EDFM TAP member.
Good morning, everyone. Nelson Crespo, DAP Chair, Puerto Rico.
Good morning, everyone. Michael Samuel, CFMC Chair, Charter Operator from Puerto Rico, and want to remind everyone that we have a translation available. If you have any question, you can text us or email hi or Graciela for more information.
Billy McGrath, DAP Chair, St. Thomas, St. John, Commercial Fisher.
Darrell Ryan, DAP St. Thomas. Winston Ledley, Commercial Trout Fisherman, St. Thomas.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Elena Arroyo, me dedico a la pesca de palgo de profundidad.
Buen día, José Char, del Rincón Pescador Comercial. Buen día, René García, consultor de Biología Marina, miembro del NCC.
Yo creo que puede pasar la silla para acá o si más cerca de ti, si llega alguien. We're going to keep going.
Yeah. Good morning. This is Santiago, Puerto Rico, there's some fish.
Thank you, Miguel. And Miguel, go ahead.
We have online a number of people. Can we read through the list of people on the line?
Go ahead.
Okay. Back in Zoom. Iris Rivera. Águila Ortiz. Ari Delgado, Eduardo Augusto, Edward Schuster, Isabel Jesús Fernández, José Joseph, Kate Overly, Nico Rio, María López Merced, Patricia Scott, Ricardo López. That is all in the list.
Good morning, Edward Schuster. Before you guys start, the audio is very bad here.
How you're not hearing or your distortion? What you're?
It sounds like everybody's very far from the mic.
And you remind the others will be ones and listen.
Eddie, can you confirm if the audio improved now? Somebody?
I am listening you, Marcos.
Someone has the speakers on. So please, everyone, mute yourself before you speak. Maria, can you confirm that you're listening to us, or Kate, or Jocelyn?
Hi, this is Maria. We can hear you. It just sounds a little far away. So, I mean, it's better than before, but still keep in mind that some of you may not be very clear. We couldn't hear Marcos very well.
Okay, I'm speaking very close to the mic. Let's make sure that everybody do the same.
That's better.
Thank you very
Well,
much.
I'll send you a text if there's anything. If it does, we cannot hear very well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maria. Miguel?
Okay.
No? The microphone.
Okay, this is a meeting from the council. You want to talk. Special meeting was called for to discuss this.
No se escucha.
No se escucha.
Miguel debe pegarse más al micrófono.
Gracias, señora. No, pero allá no se oye. Okay, anyway, this meeting is different from the other meetings that you're going to see.
Good morning. Hello, good morning. This is Patricia Scow signing in. I find that there's a lot of back talking and very hard to understand everybody. So just that's what's coming across to me.
Okay, so people, if you're not talking on the phone, please be quiet or go outside, because the people in the Zoom cannot hear you. This is a special meeting that was an idea by Julia McGrath. The idea today is to discuss the possibilities, the legalities of fishing for deep water snapper. Some of you are interested in probably embarking that new fishery. Others have the experience. That's what we call it. And they're fishing here from Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, and St. Croix that are interested in this type of fishing. At 12 o'clock, we will have lunch across the hall here. And so please, Marcos, you know that 12 o'clock sharp, we cut for lunch.
working again. Thank you for waiting. And
Ahora escucho de nuevo.
thank you. And we're gonna proceed with the agenda. The next part of the agenda is adoption of the agenda. Everybody in agreement? Anything else that we should include for discussion today? Go ahead, Ms.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to add another business about the issue of the legal special permit for the works now. Illegal, yeah.
Yes, I took note of that, and the first presentation we're gonna have, but before we keep going, anybody have any comment about the agenda? Hearing now, here in the room, we're gonna proceed with the first item on the agenda, which is federal and local regulation of deep water snapper grouper fishing by Graciano.
So good morning, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me online. I am speaking very close to the microphone. So we are going to give you a very brief presentation on all of the regulations, both in the federal and state or territorial waters. They are not, and this is a disclaimer, you would have to go to the Code of Federal Regulations to find the actual citation, but we do have Jocelyn online. So this is just a very brief presentation that we've gone through, and we've already talked about it in the compatibility issues that we have, etc. So next slide, please. We are going to be talking about all of the EEZs because the island-based fishery management plans for each of the islands have gone through the proposed rule stage. And Maria is online and she can tell us if there is anything that needs to be addressed, but the final rule should be coming out shortly. So this takes us from species-specific management into island-based management. So each Puerto Rico, St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix has their own management plan. It's been approved by the secretary, but the regulations are still not implemented, which makes a very big difference. However, we are going to proceed when we talk about annual catch limits as if the island-based FMPs have been approved, okay? Because there are a number of things that we need to talk about. So the three EEZs and the hatch lines are the So the hatch lines are the state waters, the Virgin Islands have 8 nautical miles, and Puerto Rico has 9 nautical miles. We cambia también. So can I have the next one, please? Okay, so we'll be talking primarily about the queen snapper, Carpucho, or Eteris oculatus. And we had been talking before about the way that the fishing is done. So there are some regulations regarding gear. This is a picture from the Oceanus Explorer. So one of the questions that we have regarding, and the reason why I'm talking about some of the biology is because you have to know that in order to make sure that your management strategies are working. So one has to go in hand with the other. And we still don't know what the deepest depth of the queen snapper where it can be found. Can I have the next one, please? Okay, so we've been looking through the information that you've provided, the commercial and recreational fishers at the different meetings, and we're trying to figure out exactly what the definition of deep water snappers and groupers was, because it actually changes between the islands, or among the islands rather, and I think that probably as we move along in finding more information about these species, it might change our definition. So there is the mid depth between to 150 meters, and there is the deep beyond the 150 meters. So this is an exercise that at some point we would have to do. We would have to come to talk to you about what's the average depth where you fish for using the vertical long line, the cala, or what's the deepest or the average depth that you use the traps at. And that has a lot to do with our requirement to deal with essential fish habitat. Okay, the footprint of the trap is different from the footprint of that vertical long line. And we need to talk about those things when we talk about management. So these are some of the information that we've collected from the testimony Okay, this is meetings that we've held with you, things that you've talked to us at the meetings, etc. So these are the things that we have to talk about, and we have to figure out which ones of the groupers are really part of that deep water group. Because in most of the exploration, the Mystic grouper is the one that shows up, but it doesn't really show up in the other research that's being done. So these are the things that we have to come to terms and have to make definitions for these groups so that we can figure out what would be the best strategy for management. Can I have the next one, please? So what are the regulations in place? Next one. There we go. Let's see. Let me turn on the light. Okay, so the most essential and the most basic information that we get is from the fishing licenses and the permits. Okay, so what we've done is that we've collected information on what commercial fishing license is required and where it's not. So in this case, for Puerto Rico, for St. Thomas, St. Thomas, St. John, and St. Croix, you are required a commercial fishing license, something that is actually changing as of 2021, 2022, because there was a press release in terms of opening up the acquisition of commercial fishing licenses. So this is the information that we find in the website from the U.S. Virgin Islands. There is no actual requirement for a recreational fishing license in the EEZ, but they probably have to, both in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, have to register with NIMS for a recreational fishing license. Now, the information is acquired through the websites, and we have no permits whatsoever for the queen or the deeper water snapper fishery management units in either St. Thomas, St. John, or St. Croix, or in the EC. Next one, please. So the same information for Puerto Rico, but in this case, you do have a commercial fishing permit that is required to fish for a queen snapper, snapper unit 2, and cardinal in the state waters of Puerto Rico. Now, you do have additional restrictions on the number of trips, that's 120 trips per commercial fisher, and you have to use a registered vessel in Puerto Rico to go fish for the deep water snappers. Now, yesterday we contacted the DNER and we've been trying to figure out how many deep water snapper fishers there are, because it gives you an idea of how many people are involved in the fishery. And as of yesterday, there were 101 permits. Now, they recognize that these have been late in coming to the fishers, and that we are trying to figure out how many of those are actually fishing, because you sometimes can have, and this happens, a license for a permit that you keep when you're not using. So then effort will mean something completely different. If you have many people fishing, but very few pounds, that can lead to the wrong conclusion if you don't know what proportion of those fishers are actually fishing. Okay, this is why the most basic information has to do with commercial fishing licenses and permits. It really describes the effort in the fishery in terms of manpower. And the reason for all these regulations is that we also need to know how to account for the variability in the land mix that we all know we see. Some years are really, really good, some years are really, really bad, and that really needs to be put in the perspective of how many people are involved in the fishery, what their effort in the fishery is. Okay, can I have the next one, please? So, I just did a very basic search in the internet, and in most cases, we can very easily find out if there is any kind of permitting required for the areas. Next one, please. Okay, so let's start with the easiest ones. And there are some restrictions in the deepwater snapper grouper fisheries, specifically for the recreational sector, and it's still in place. And specifically, You have snappers, groupers, and parrotfish that you have a maximum. I have a table here, and then the same thing, it's spelled out in words. And the reason for that is because these tables are directly copied from the island-based FMPs. Okay, so any information that you require, I recommend that you go and find especially chapter 5 in those documents that will have most of the information that we'll be talking about. So recreational limits only in the exclusive economic zone, and this is for all three areas, for Puerto Rico, for St. Thomas and John, and for St. Croix. And it gives you that maximum number of 15 per boat for any one trip that you take. And it's written up as snappers and groupers because we do have quite a number of species that are included in those. So these will be 5 queen snappers, 5 silks, 5 lane snappers. So it really doesn't matter if the bag limit just says for all snappers, you can only harvest a total of 5 if you're not harvesting any groupers or parrotfish. Okay, so recreationals do have a bag limit. Next one, please. Now, the other thing that we have is the annual catch limits, and that we've heard because sometimes when you have an annual catch limit and there is an overage, if it goes over that amount that it's allowed, the EEC will close the fishery for those species that go over that limit from September 30th forward, or backward rather. So, for example, the Spiny Lobster is closed in the EEC around Puerto Rico as of July 12th, and it won't reopen until September 30th. So annual catch limits trigger an accountability measure. You're responsible for keeping that limit, and if we go fishing over that limit, we need to be responsible for that. And the way that it's, the measure it's established is that you will close the fishery for that period of time that will cover for that coverage. Okay? If anyone has any questions, please let me know. I think that we all know this pretty much. Okay. So Marcos.
Go ahead.
Julian.
Garcia, I have a question. When you talk about the 101 permits, you're talking about the people that report or people with permits?
I'm specifically talking about people with permits.
Permit.
So we are trying to figure out, this is recent contact. And the reason we're exploring all this information is because the DNR, the Department of Natural Resources, requires a permit. So we need to know how many permits are out there and what's the actual accounting for that. How many people of those are actually reporting? That's the next step. And that's what we requested to know from the DNR. So they are responding, it's just that it's taking a little bit of time because apparently there was another staff change at the department that deals with the permits.
That's confused me a little bit because in the past meeting we have with Punta de Pesca, we are talking about 63, 68 permits, and it was 1 month ago.
Okay.
So
let's do the following, because this is a communication from the department yesterday. One thing that might be happening is that there might be, because of the delay in providing fishers with their permits and licenses that we all know about, there might be delays in taking away from the total number of people with permits, those that don't have permits, that have died, that have are not requesting a permit anymore. So we are trying to look at all the possibilities. And the reason why that is important, because it's not the same thing to have 50 people fishing 1 year and 70 the next and 100 the next. So we really need to know how that has changed over time since 2013 when the permit was implemented. Okay? So we are working with the department on that. Julian.
Julian McGrath for the record. So I had a similar question to what Nelson had, looking at the 101 permits that were given, but in comparison, do we have numbers to see how many recreational fishers are actually targeting this same species, even though there's a bag limit? how much is being landed by the recreational sector. And then to go along with that, I know with the island-based fishery management plans that are going to be effective very soon, I know we have identified certain species that we will be collecting the information on what's actually harvested, so the new ACLs can be set. Because looking at the St. Thomas number, or St. Thomas, St. John, we have it being reported still as snappers. So I know we have identified the species through the SSC process of collecting data for certain snapper units and certain species. So that's just where I stand trying to figure out where we at for those numbers. Because I recently got some numbers sent to me over the last 8 years of what's been landed, but I'm not seeing like the breakdown of like the snappers and the groupers and stuff like that. So that's just my concern. But you know, Puerto Rico, where we at with the recreational and the commercial? Thank you.
Okay, so first to address the recreational fisheries. The Marine Recreation Information Program has been talking to the local governments in terms of implementing some type of data collection, because right now it stopped in Puerto Rico in 2017, so there is no actual data collection from the recreational sector right now. But that it's taking time, but it's meetings are happening and governance, which have to do with how the local governments are going to deal with implementing the program. It's being talked about. The USBI has that website where you can actually go and register as a recreational fishery. They've done quite a bit of improvement in terms of getting your license. Now the data collection, that's another story. And yes, we need to know, because it's as you can see from the slide, in Puerto Rico, there is a bit of harvest of the deep water snappers from the recreational sector. Okay, it was up to 30% when the island-based FMPs were being written. So that's for the recreational sector. So we have the latest information. Anything after 2017 only comes from tournaments and that type of thing. There is no specific program in either Puerto Rico or the US Virgin Islands to collect recreational data right now. In terms of the species specific for the US Virgin Islands, you can see that the numbers are much lower than we probably were expecting, but we are starting to get that definition for the unit. You can actually get the species specific information, but at least we are getting the Snapper Unit 1 and the Snapper Unit 2 data coming in. Now remember that part of the separating all the species and being able to get that specific information has to do with changes in the data collection formats. And it specifies in the island-based FMP that whenever you have very low numbers, like that 568 for St. Thomas St. Croix for the Queens, that has to be reviewed in terms of new people coming into the fishery, new data forms that are being available for people to fill in. So all those things, the Science Center, the regional office, the council will discuss to make sure that whenever that number is coming up, the fishery doesn't shut down immediately, because it might just be better data being collected or more data coming in.
So that's exactly why I raised that question, because I remember when we were identifying the species that we were told that there would be no penalties because we have changed the format of reporting. So I'm glad that was made clear here that we're going to be revisiting those numbers. And I know that eventually an ACL for those species must be set. So I'm glad that we're still looking at it that way. And I know the SSC should be revisiting all of those species now, since I think we have collected information for at least 3 years. I don't know how many years that it needed to collect it for before setting an ACL for that. For now that we have gone to species specific collections, So I'm glad to see that the option is still there, that it's gonna be revisited and no penalties will go in place.
But let's make something very clear. I cannot predict that no penalties will happen because, for example, one of the issues that we have is that we need information on the life history of the species that we're managing. And that might be coming in and it might be telling us that, yes, you're fishing really small fish and you're going to have a problem in terms of the reproduction. This is just an example, it's not real. But this goes hand in hand with not only the data that is being collected from the commercial fishers, but the biostatistical data that needs to be collected. So whenever the port agents go to sample your catch, it means that they're getting us information on the length, the weight, we're collecting otoliths and the gonads, etc., to see when the reproduction activity is happening. So all that information needs to be brought in. The Science Center it's actively working with the New Caribbean branch on producing a matrix of information. What information do we need for all the species that we managed? Okay. The main problem with the deep water snappers and groupers is that they come from very deep. So basically, bringing them to the surface and sending them back is not an alternative. It's not an option. So that's why we have to be very careful with the type of management that we have. So these are the ACOs that will come in shortly. Can I have the next one, please? And this is the reason why I had put in the species of groupers, because look at the numbers. These are all very low numbers, but they can be very significant in terms of the number of groupers that are being harvested, because the bigger they are, the less of those, but the more reproductively active they might be. So biology and size limits go hand in hand, as well as with the annual capturing. Next one. So seasonal closures, they do impact specifically the deep water snappers, and you do have the seasonal closure for the snapper unit 1 in St. Thomas. Only St. Croix doesn't have the seasonal closure for the snapper unit 1, and St. Thomas and St. Croix both have the seasonal closure for the grouper unit 4. So next one. In Puerto Rico, it's a different story because it only applies for the groupers. The only seasonal closure is for the yellowfin, and the only species that are part of the seasonal closure are the blackfin and the silk snappers. So that difference in regulations probably makes a significant contribution to the uncertainty of the information that we are getting. Next one, please. Okay, so this is just another way of looking at it. It's a summary. It's a very straightforward. I don't think we have no restrictions in the EEC whatsoever for the snapper unit 2, the queen and the cardinal. However, the problem is that whenever you're fishing for queens in the EEC, you have to transit through the state waters to land the fish. So that incompatibility makes it for wasted yield, or for example, opening the fishery for modern fishers. So there are other options that can be talked about when we have this kind of incompatibility. Next one, please. So the specific area closures, you have the MCB, and the MCB, the hind bank in St. Thomas, includes all the deeper water also, where you might be able to find the deeper water snappers. And the same thing for Iguana, that specifically deals with the yellowfin. So the next one, I think we know this pretty well by hand. The same thing for St. Croix. The land bank includes all of that deeper water of the shelf and the motto snapper area also. So the reason why I'm mentioning this is because if there are any of the snapper unit 1 or snapper unit 2s that are within those areas at the time when they're fishing, they are being protected. So let's say that juvenile blackfins are within these areas. I have the west coast of Puerto Rico where they've been seen at 50 meters, I believe, in Turmalin, if I'm not mistaken. So during that period of time, when that closure is in place, all of those will be protected. Okay? And the next one. Okay, so there is a difference in the time period of the Bajo de Cinco and the other two areas in the west coast. Next one. And one issue that we were discussing has to do with the gears that are allowed, and Jocelyn will be talking about trucks, which was the main concern of this meeting. So basically, long line, hook and line, and there is specific definitions for those. It also allows for the use of traps and hooks and spear for the reef fish in general. Next one. So this is where we took Pauco, this is part of the issues that you have brought to the council before regarding the differences in what allowed in the AEC and the echo gear that's being used for the deep water snappers and groupers. So the council has been discussing the options to deal with the changes to the way that gear is described in the federal regulations. Next one. Okay. So I urge you to go look at the island-based FMPs because they are very comprehensive, etc. And one final note, can I have the next one? So one of the other issues that we have with the deep water snappers is that we already have, I have 2 here, but there are already 3 species that have been discovered, new species to the biodiversity of the deep water area. The one on the right-hand side, it's in the grunt family and named after Pauco. So the one on the left is a family of the groupers, but not the ones that you eat, but the very pretty ones. And then you have that mix of deep water snappers and groupers, and we are pretty sure there's another family of the groupers in the Serranus genus that's also been discovered from the deep water. So the other aspect of this is that probably is that grunt edible? Have you tasted it, Pauco? Is it edible? So you have another, it's comestible, right? So you have another fishery associated with the deep water snappers. Okay, so we have to be very careful not to close, fisheries when you have a second or a third fishery being developed alongside that. So that's what I have for the summary. Jocelyn will deal specifically with the traps and other. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anyone, any other question? Benny?
¿Puedo hablar en español?
Sí.
Graciela, una de las cosas que a mí me preocupa, volviendo a los permisos de cartucho, es el hecho de que si un pescador comercial que no tiene el permiso específico de pescar cartucho, ponle que está pescando chillo, está pescando besugo, pesca cartucho, él está motivado o preocupado por reportar ese pez sabiendo que puede estar incurriendo en una ilegalidad o básicamente lo mejor que hace es no reportar esa pesca y entonces se pierde la estadística.
Well, I'm going to let Mr. Chair, if I can, Damaris Delgado is online, the guy who is online from the DNR, so I would much rather have them answer that request.
Ricardo, Damaris, if you want to answer the question or give a follow-up to us for later on.
We go on her and she just appears.
Thank you for attending the meeting. You want to take a seat at the table? Damaris just mentioned that Ricardo have the more updated information. It would be nice if he can give an answer or give some guidance to the group. Ricardo?
Okay. Good morning. Buenos días a todos. Can you hear me well?
Yes, thank you, Ricardo. Good morning.
Okay, about the question, what to do if I am a fisherman looking for deep water snappers and I don't have the permit, but I do catch one of those cartuchos or muniama de afuera. What should I do? That's the question, I guess.
Yes.
Okay. It is important to report everything that you catch. Until now, I don't know of any example or any experience in which DNR have processed a person because that fisherman report an illegal fish. Okay, so for me, it's important that that should be reported. But also, it is important to follow the law. If the fisherman knows that he is fishing in a place where the probabilities of catching a cartucho or munyama is very high, I guess the fisherman need to make the better approach in order to follow the rules and the laws of DNR and NOAA. Does that answer the question?
Thank you for your participation, Ricardo. Benny, do you want to follow up? Or...
No, o sea, se queda ambiguo la contestación porque realmente, o sea, los pescadores quieren saber, o sea, si ellos están susceptibles o vulnerables a ser multados, si están capturando cartuchos, porque como sabemos aquí y vamos a discutir ampliamente, o sea, el ámbito, el alcance de profundidades de estos peces varía bastante. O sea, y si, digamos, no hay una restricción en la pesca de, digamos, de chillo o de besugo o de negrita, y el cartucho, por una u otra razón de comida, de corrientes, de lo que sea, sube al ámbito donde se están pescando esas otras especies y se pesca, pues entonces entra en un conflicto, el pescador no sabe verdaderamente qué hacer, si reportar esa pesca o no.
Reni, tu pregunta a mí me encanta desde un comienzo, porque trae precisamente una de las mayores problemáticas acerca del permiso. Okay, no una pregunta nueva, y es una pregunta muy importante y muy difícil de contestar. Para propósitos del Laboratorio de Investigaciones Pesqueras, a nosotros nos interesa mucho ese reporte. Y nosotros no tenemos manera de procesar a un pescador porque nos reporte esa pesca. Y tampoco realmente el trabajo del Laboratorio de Investigaciones Pesqueras, que más allá de investigación, no necesariamente se tiene que meter en la parte de enforzar la ley. Ya ese es trabajo del vigilante. Si el vigilante coge a un pescador comercial o un pescador haciendo algo ilegal, pues sí, definitivamente va a ser procesado por el vigilante. Pero en términos del Laboratorio de Investigaciones Pesqueras, nosotros no tenemos mucho que ver con eso.
Gracias, Ricardo. Short follow-up from Nelson, and the rest we keep moving because I don't want to get behind the same part.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ricardo, yo entiendo que aquí a donde quiere llevar Reni esto es, y esta pregunta me la han hecho a mí día a día prácticamente, y Reni tiene toda la razón, porque es como dicen, admisión de culpa, relevo de prueba. Si tú confiesas que cometiste un delito, como reportaste una captura, puede llegar el momento en que si el departamento revisa esas capturas, pues puede llegar al punto de que se le puedan dar multas, al igual cuando un pescador no hace reporta sus estadísticas o deja de reportar un mes, entonces puede recibir una multa. Pero yo creo que este tema tiene que ir mucho más allá y debemos discutirlo en la Junta de Pesca para llegar a un consenso y hacer unas recomendaciones al departamento y con la esperanza de que ellos tomen en cuenta nuestras recomendaciones y las implementen, porque Reni tiene toda la razón y eso es un tema que básicamente a diario se discute en el field con los pescadores de aguas profundas.
Estoy totalmente de acuerdo contigo y con Reni en todo lo que has dicho. Yo mencioné lo que es la práctica, lo que es la teoría debería de ir más a la par con la práctica, como tú dices y como dice Reni, y creo como tú que se debe discutir en la Junta Asesora de Pesca y tomar esto muy en serio a la hora de estar trabajando una orden administrativa o algún tipo de permiso para cartucho y munyama.
Voy a pasar la palabra a Damaris, que ha pedido la oportunidad de hablar. Recuerdo, I'm sorry, I'm not going into because I have people.
Tengo un comentario también acá.
We are revising, we just end a meeting to make a recommendation to the DNR about Cartucho Munyama special permit, and it was guided by scientists, and was a very serious discussion that we had. This is what we are discussing now. That's for sure something that can be added to the discussion for a better, very strong recommendation that we hope, we really hope that the DNR can listen to the stakeholders, to the people, the professionals that are there donating their time. Damaris?
Good morning, Damaris Delgado for the record. So I agree with everything that has been discussed here. I also like Rennie's question, and it has been challenging to deal with that. We have to confess, and I support what Ricardo just said, and also next. So, but my recommendations and my 2 cents would be, we are scientists at the Fisheries Research Lab, and now we encourage anybody that would catch by accident, one of these species, even without having a permit, I would say report it in the statistics, because that will help us learn what's going on. So it would be good for science. And the statistics are not submitted to the rangers. Scientists deal with that data. So in that sense, I would recommend myself, and I'm not speaking for the secretary, but I would say report it if you catch it by accident.
Thank you, Damaris. That's good to hear. And we have Jocelyn online virtually.
You have Justin and Ricardo.
This is Jocelyn. Did you want Ricardo to speak first, or?
No, go ahead, Jocelyn.
Okay. Thank you. So it's Jocelyn D'Ambrosio, NOAA GC. I wanted to say I might not have followed entirely all of the conversation. I was having a little bit of trouble with some of the translation, but I did want to just state my understanding of some of the issues that we've discussed. So I know that, or I believe that we were talking about what happens if you catch a fish in federal waters and it's open in federal waters. So that's legal in federal waters, but then you have to transit through state waters, and perhaps there's a closed season for that species, and then you land the species. So what happens in that process? So from the federal perspective, if it was legally caught in federal waters, you're fine. But then you're transiting through those state waters, and enforcement might find you and ask where you caught the fish. And that would kind of be a question of establishing the fact and the enforcement discretion that the state has to see what the appropriate result would be there. But there's some risk that they might think that the fish was caught in those state waters, and that could be perceived as a violation. So that's kind of a question of how the state would want to handle those facts. And I'm not familiar with the state laws, but I know Ricardo and Damaris have been speaking a little bit to that. And then when you land the species, again, I'm not sure of the landing requirements under state law. There aren't any under the federal laws because we don't yet have a permit program, but you should, as Damaris just said, comply with all of those landing requirements, and you could note where you caught the species, and then that information would be processed. And again, as Damaris was saying, there's some of the information goes to the scientists to understand the landings, and then there's a separate question if they would see if there's any potential violations and enforce anything. And there's a lot of discretion that folks have to figure out, well, what actually is happening. So we don't actually know how this would be treated, but it could be seen as confusing, at least, about whether it was unlawful when you're in those state waters and then at that landing stage. But if it was open in federal waters and you caught it in federal waters and that's what you write down, you should do that. You should report accurately where you're catching the fish, because it's important to have those accurate landings. And then any of these kind of disconnects between the federal laws and the state laws, it makes the process a little bit messy. There's, opportunity to try to see if we should make them compatible. And I know we're talking about that a lot, but it's important to be aware of the different laws in state waters, the different laws in federal waters, and to comply with all of those, especially the reporting requirements.
Thank you, Jocelyn. And we have somebody else virtual, then we have Paulo.
Can I go now?
Ricardo, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good morning. This is Ricardo Lugo for the record. I'm from Boca Raton here. I missed some of the slide because the system for some reason kicked me out. But a few years back, we went through a similar evaluation in Maya West. And I personally submit written comments, probably I talked about 5 years ago, regarding this species in federal water because they are not permitted. And at that time, Tanya Vasquez took the action to review what we can do to transfer these species to state water and the fishermen prevent the fishermen to get penalized. But I guess there is water under the bridge because I don't think that anything happened. And again, the longliner issues have been used as an example that they don't have permit in Puerto Rico and they catch fish in federal water and they transmit the fish through the Puerto Rican water and discharge them in San Juan and nobody inspect them, at least from the local authority. At the same time, the fishermen proposed to create a grace time so everybody for a period of time, and I had to assume that that had to be created by Ricardo in the lab, a grace time so the fishermen will report all the statistics without confusion of the species or reporting on their different species or no reporting, all the above. So we could create a statistics on the species that are being caught and where they are caught. And that is something that was proposed, and I don't think that we ever get any response to that proposed from the fishermen, so data could be created. So I think that is still open in the air, and the attitude of the fishermen is, yes, we want to report, we want to make sure data is correct, but however, okay, the group said, if the fisherman report a particular species that he don't carry a permit, etc., that is data that could at the end come back and haunt them. So we need to take a look at that, how we can improve and create the data that we need before we do anything else.
Thank you, Ricardo. And if you still have your written comments at that time, 5 years ago, and you can send to Graciela, to Nelson, or to me, it would be nice to have on hand.
You asking me to send the information to Graciela now?
If you can, just and we can distribute around, would be nice because your feedback is very appreciated.
Of course, I will look for that and send information to Graciela.
Before I pass the mic to Paulo and request the mic, we also need to, in this process of compatible regulation, we need to request the local and federal agencies to sit down on the table and to explore the tools available between them to make possible this improvement on data for deep water snapper, because there's a lot of things in there that the agency itself can fix it. The fisherman can recommend, but in the end of the run, we need to know what each state and federal agencies are able or are interested to share or to do it. You know, then we know which way you're going to fix the problem. Otherwise, you're going to keep spinning around and around and around. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you.
Realmente esto es una situación que hay que darle mucho pensamiento y es bastante confusa, porque el permiso dice poseer y autoriza a poseer. Eso quiere decir que indiferentemente que el agua estatal o federales constituye una falta. ¿Por qué poseer? Y poseer es tenerlo a bordo de la embarcación. Eso es un punto importante. Quiero recalcar que aquí se habló de una penalidad. Es mi opinión que el pescador comercial que posee el permiso compulsoriamente tiene que cooperar con la ciencia en la recolección de los datos, porque el artículo 11 del reglamento lo establece que tiene que poseer, tiene que brindar información. Pero ¿qué pasa? La idiosincrasia del pescador es lo contrario, es no dar información. Y esa información es sumamente valiosa para saber dónde estamos parados. Por tal, yo en mi carácter individual recomiendo que todo pescador que posea el permiso compulsoriamente tenga que brindar información de su captura, porque yo puedo decir que la pesquería está saludable, pero ¿qué pasa si la mitad de ellos no han desovado ni siquiera una sola vez? Un dato sumamente importante y se desconoce. Sabemos demasiado poco. Yo opino, los pescadores somos locos, nos damos 2 o 3 cervezas y empezamos a emitir miles de opiniones. Los científicos pues emiten unas opiniones más sofisticadas que son hipótesis, porque pueden ser, como quien dice, corroboradas. Pero estamos más o menos en el mismo barco. Y yo pues digo que los manejadores más o menos están en lo mismo. Sabemos muy poco y hay que aprender más. Sí, no se aplica la norma y la ley. Y los pescadores que poseen y que vienen a la playa con cartucho y moniama se contabilizan. El permiso de cartucho y moniama va a ser académico. Porque entonces, ¿para qué? ¿Para qué van a tener el permiso si pueden llegar a la playa y no hay consecuencias y no hay penalidad? Pues tiene que haber un control. Yo pongo el ejemplo. La policía estuvo 2 años orientando de que se usara el cinturón de seguridad. No pasaba nada. Tan pronto hubo penalidad, todo el mundo empezó a usar los cinturones. Eso mismo pasa con el pescador. Hay que establecer una norma, hay que establecer penalidades porque el pescador tiene que cooperar con la ciencia para saber dónde estamos. Porque esto es un legado que yo particularmente quiero dejar. Yo quiero que mis hijos, mis nietos, que ven un montón de pescado que yo capturo, va a llegar un momento en que no lo van a ver, me va a decir, abuelo, ¿qué tú hiciste por esto? ¿Qué tú hiciste por esto? Ahora yo no los veo. Hay una responsabilidad, nosotros como pescadores necesitamos acogernos a la realidad y brindar la información. Tenemos que evitar y sacarnos de la mente que los científicos lo que hacen es sacarnos de la pesca. Esa no es la realidad. Me voy a detener en estos comentarios porque creo que el tiempo amerita. Posteriormente ahondaré. Gracias.
Gracias, Paulo, como siempre. Muchas gracias. Luciana.
Thank you, Paulo, for bringing that last point to the table, because there are 2 projects ongoing. We have Kate Overley online, who's been working on the habitat where the probability of finding queens is high, so that's a fishery independent survey, and it has very strict protocol, etc. But we also have another project with Dr. Lenny Garcia, going out with the fishers to look at the water column oceanography, the water quality, what's the temperature, the salinity at depth, to get information on the fishery, the biology of the fishery, and likely transfer that knowledge that you have into science so that we can all speak the same language. So the same thing about the definition of the species that make up the deep water group. The same thing about getting just basic information on these very deep water species. So he's willing and able to go on board with people that have the permit to actually observe the way that fishing is done and to collect information on what Nelson and others have brought to the table regarding dramatic changes in temperature and depth. So these water masses where the fish inhabit. So I call out to anyone who's willing to go out and to collaborate with the research. Thank you.
Thank you, Graciela. And
Mr. Chair, you have raised hands from Ricardo, Jocelyn, and Maria Lopez Daro.
Ricardo Lugo Lopez.
Lugo.
Ricardo Lugo, please help me out calling people in order. Ricardo Lugo now.
Yes, Ricardo Lugo first, then.
I am here, but I cannot hear you well. Sorry.
Again, Ricardo. You cannot hear us? Can you hear me?
Barely.
Let's move to Jocelyn. Let's test the audio with the Jocelyn participation. Jocelyn?
Hello, this is Jocelyn. Is it all right? The audio okay?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So one of the things I wanted to clarify, about the comment that I had made was I'm not really familiar exactly what the prohibition is in state law. So let's say again, a species is open in federal waters and closed in the state. If the state law says that there's no possession of that species in the state waters, then even if it was lawful to catch it in federal waters, just having it in the state waters would be a violation. And I'm not sure how the state would treat that, but that would be a violation if it's a prohibition on possession. And that's the case in federal waters. So if the opposite is true, let's say something is closed in federal waters. So right now, for example, there's a spiny lobster closure off Puerto Rico. There's no fishing for or possessing spiny lobster in federal waters. If you caught a spiny lobster in state waters, which are open, but then transited into federal waters, that possession is a violation. And that could be enforced because we don't know where it was caught. So if the flip is true, then possessing in the state waters would be a violation. But again, I'm not quite sure what the state law says or how the state would handle it, but I agree that enforcement is important in the fisheries context, as the other person noted. And then with regard to compatibility, for example, we have federal closures to protect spawning, or we have, so if the fish are spawning throughout state and federal waters, perhaps it makes sense to protect the species to have closures at the same time. Here, when the state is closed and federal waters might be open, we might want to look at why the state waters are closed and if that reason would apply to federal waters. And so the compatibility might be to consider closing all of the waters. So those are things that we might look at, and that would make it clearer, but it doesn't necessarily mean that fishing would be allowed or that violations would be allowed to occur. Again, I agree, if there's a reason that there should be a closure, then we need to think about that and think about the best way to manage the fishery. So thank you.
Thank you, Joseph. And hi, next one, virtual.
Next one is Maria Lopez.
Maria Lopez.
Buenos días, Maria Lopez, Nova Fisheries. I'm going to speak in Spanish real quick, and then I'm going to translate it to English. So, lo que dijo Jocelyn era precisamente lo que yo iba a decir. Me gustaría, y yo creo que sería para beneficio de las personas que estamos escuchando y de los que, ¿verdad?, de los manejadores, que se haga una clarificación sobre cuál es el texto que está incluido en el permiso, cuál es la prohibición, pues como dice, porque como Pauco mencionó, él mencionó el término posesión, y como Jocelyn bien indicó, eso tiene otras connotaciones, más allá de decir pescado o poseído, son dos cosas diferentes. Sería bueno que el Departamento de Recursos Naturales, si es posible, clarificara cuál es el texto que está incluido dentro de ese permiso para poder saber entonces cómo atendemos esta situación. Y obviamente estas son conversaciones que se tienen que dar, y una de las cosas que vamos a discutir durante la próxima reunión del Consejo es precisamente retomar la discusión sobre permisos federales, y uno de los intereses que siempre ha tenido, ¿verdad?, los miembros del Consejo y de otros grupos asesores es precisamente una cierta compatibilidad de algún modo con este permiso de los pargos. Claro, esto tiene que ser discutido ampliamente, y esta oportunidad que estamos teniendo ahora para entender mejor la pesquería nos puede dar la información para eso. So I just mentioned that I just want to clarification from the DNR on what the permit means in terms of possession or possession versus fishing, because as Jocelyn said, they're two different things and they have two different connotations in terms of what would constitute a violation. And those are things that we need to look look at, and also keeping in mind that a lot of the deep water snapper fishing occurs in federal waters. So this is something that is very important to clarify. Thank you.
Maria, just to follow up on your request, what I will request to Damaris, to Ricardo, or to Wilson, whoever have the language available to send to Graciela or Leahari, and to put on the screen just for everybody to have a chance to read and to be on the same page. I think that would be the most effective way to do that. And behind, anybody else?
No, there's no one else. Ricardo Lugo still has his hand up. I don't know if he wanted to speak.
Ricardo, before I pass
Ricardo Lugo.
before I pass the word to Bauco, Ricardo Lugo, still available to talk?
I am here, but I can barely hear you guys. So if you have a question, you can get close to the microphone. For me, I would appreciate that. But honestly, there is
Ricardo, I'm diving on the mic now. I cannot get closer.
Okay, go ahead. Where's your question?
And I'm sorry about that. I'm gonna talk to the technicians here to see if they have any advice. And yeah.
I am hearing well.
Okay, perfect. Paulo?
Nuevamente, el asunto de la compatibilidad hay que darle un poco de pensamiento, porque a veces la línea es tan fina de lo que es estatal y lo que es federal que presenta una dificultad. Y se me viene a la mente, el único stock assessment que se ha hecho aquí es de la langosta. Sin embargo, no se tomó en consideración la pesca que hacen el mallorquín. Por tal, yo le pongo un signo de interrogación a ese stock assessment, humildemente lo digo. Un abogado me dijo a mí, mira, Pauco, la mayoría de los muchachos se cuelgan en la reválida porque usan la lógica. ¿Y qué pasa? Esa prohibición es en aguas federales. ¿Dónde es la mayor captura de la langosta? En aguas estatales. Entonces, ¿qué es esto? ¿Tú sabes? ¿La mente se nos fundió o dónde vamos? Porque no puedo entender eso. ¿Ah? No lo puedo entender. Un stock assessment, una prohibición de la langosta en aguas federales. Y el 90% se cogen aguas estatales. Dicen, señores y señores, yo no puedo entender eso. Ustedes me expliquen qué mentalidad se utilizó para eso. Y ahí los voy a dejar. Gracias.
Gracias, Paulo. A pesar de que el punto es súper válido e importante y está relacionado al Deepwater Snapper, voy a tratar de mantener la discusión con Deepwater Snapper. Damaris?
Yes, I just wanted to clarify that with my initial expressions, if it was any confusion about the illegality of capturing these protected species, I didn't mean to say that people can't just bypass the laws. So it is important to emphasize that if you don't have a permit to capture these species, you can't capture them. And I was talking about like bycatch. If the fisher wants to go and fish the chillos, and by accident maybe capture 2 or 3 of the other ones with the protected species, by accident, then I would say to report that, but by no means recommending to violate the laws. You can't just go fishing a protected species where you need to have a permit. And I wanted to emphasize that. And also, with regards to the content of the permit, I just wrote the auxiliary secretary for permits in the NER to ask him about the details of the content of the permit, and I will share that with you as I get the information. I get an example of a permit here, and that example doesn't have any information about the possession. The information that I got is that what is illegal is to come to the shore with that species. It doesn't say anything about transportation, but of desembarcar in the coast with the species if you don't have the permit. So at least up to now, that's the information that I have, but I will corroborate the information later on.
Thank you, and this is exactly the point, actually, the point that we emphasize now, I think we got the point before, right? Thank you for making sure that the information and your message come across correctly. And this is an example of the need for coordination between federal and state agencies and to clarify those points. Julian, then Joel.
Joe McGrath for the record. Can Kate Overly tell us about the Deepwater Snapper survey that was mentioned? How can fishers collaborate? Thank you.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Great. Hey, I'm Kate Overly. Thanks for the question, Julian. So I'll try to summarize fairly quickly. This is an extensive survey. So we actually started with some collaborators who originally created the Fishery Independent Survey out of University of Miami prior to 2017. And they actually worked with the fishers to develop standardized methods, particularly for hook and line fishing, that we could integrate into a fisheries independent survey design. And once that had kind of run its course and they had come up with a sampling scheme, NOAA kind of took over a little bit, and we decided to not only utilize that hook and line method that was standardized with the fishers, but also to integrate deep water video sampling. So where we're at currently, in the past couple of years, we've basically developed deep water camera systems. So far, our maximum depth with sampling with those is 650 meters. The point of that was essentially to try and get at how deep fish such as queen snapper actually are. We have integrated different color wavelengths of light, like red, orange, and amber instead of white light, which we found was biasing our video data. Queen snapper shockingly do not like light, so being that deep water fish. So we've been working since 2018 to develop these videos in addition to the hook and line. The video itself not only generates, we can get species ID, we can get fish counts, but we also have stereo video, which means that we can generate length data from our videos, which is particularly important for fish that maybe are present, but for whatever reason aren't being caught on hook and line, or the hook size is off or something to that effect. So we're able to generate that length composition data for fish in the deepwater snapper grouper complex. And so in the past couple of years, we sampled originally on the West Coast, the Northeast, and the Southeast. And that was essentially due to availability of mapping data. That's how we have selected our sites in the past. We are working to basically move the survey to be island-wide in the coming years. So previously we had two amazing fishers that were helping with the survey, and we also are collaborating with HJR Reefscaping. But we are absolutely looking to include other fishers around the island to do this sort of study. So if anyone's interested, we're absolutely willing to give more information or have different calls to discuss that and how people can get involved, how fishers can get involved. But that's kind of a little summary. So, we generate data on a lot of the species in the snapper grouper complex. My thesis was on age growth and mortality estimates for queen snappers. We have a lot of data that has been provided to us through the fishers that have gone into that study. And that is out now. It was, I think, in May, 1st of May. So the thesis is. So if anyone's interested in that information as well, that, part of that came from this survey as well, we can provide that. hopefully that is helpful.
That's super helpful. Thank you very much, Kate. And if you don't mind to send to Graciela and Leahai the proper contact to make whatever is we can make available to the fishermen to contact you guys in terms of being available to help out in the future. I think this is something that we need to make the bridge between the fishermen connecting to the science and vice versa. That will be super helpful. And anybody else, Joel?
Buenos días, para récord de hoy, pescador comerciales de Aguada. Una de las cosas que he estado escuchando por las diferentes posiciones que se han dado, hay algo porque creo que es esencial porque hoy día pues podamos tocar, y es que estamos en un cambio generacional prácticamente de pescadores. Yo creo que eso es una de las cosas que es bien importante en cuanto a la data y las licencias. Ya prácticamente muchas de las generaciones pues, pasadas o la generación pasada ya pues, su licencia pues ya pues prácticamente no la usa porque ya no están pescando, en parte. Yo creo que pues hay una inquietud grande y debería ser pues para mí pues en estos últimos 2 años hemos estado trabajando con tratar de integrar a la mayoría de los pescadores, en especial en el área oeste, pues Aguada, Rincón y Aguadilla, hemos estado tratando pues de que todos los pescadores se integren y comiencen a hacer, a cumplir pues, con su obligación, como decía Raúl ahorita, de rendir pues lo que son las estadísticas pesqueras. Yo reconozco, y pues ha sido mi experiencia, pues la mayoría de los pescadores en nuestra área no la están reportando, eso es una realidad. Y ese ha sido el trabajo en estos últimos 2 años que hemos estado realizando, de que todo el mundo se integre, se ponga al día, para entonces pues, poder cumplir tanto con el gobierno, cumplir con la data, pero también pues que los pescadores puedan comenzar a repuntar, porque pues reconozco que en nuestra zona pues hay muchos pescadores porque la dificultad pues, económica es bien fuerte. En cuanto a escuchando pues una de las ideas, yo creo que es cierto lo que decía pues un compañero de Cabo Rojo, en cuanto a que se deba de crear pues, una especie de tiempo a lo que se transiciona, de que todo el mundo pues, pueda reportar, se determina un periodo de tiempo para que todo el mundo pues, pueda reportar sin ninguna pues, tipo de multa ni nada por el estilo, pero considerando pues, que se dé ese periodo de tiempo para entonces gestionar lo que dice pues, nuestro compañero Paul, si de qué vale que haya una ley, si por el contrario pues, se está desembarcando con el mismo pescado que se está diciendo pues, que se está dando un permiso especial para que se pesque y pues, que los demás pues, no puedan pescar porque pues, se quiere tener un orden y no se quiere pues, una sobrepesca. Creo pues, que debemos de tratar de integrar la mayoría de los pescadores. Yo creo que ha habido una desconexión total con la mayoría de las agencias gubernamentales entre pescadores y las agencias, que esto es descomunal. Vamos a hablar claro. No ha habido ningún tipo de acercamiento de las agencias e incluso, pues, me perdonan porque quiero, pues estoy tocando pues, lo del consejo. La mayoría de los pescadores no saben qué es el consejo de pesca. Vamos a ver claro, el informe no sabe lo que es el consejo de pesca. Pues estoy hablando pues una realidad. Lo que ellos saben es que hay una persona que están multando, hay una persona que están diciendo pues, que prohibiéndole unos tipos de pesca, y los pescadores pues lo que hacen es pues, que se crepan, como se dice allá, y pues no, se pone de así. si nosotros nos acercamos y se habla con ellos, se habla, pues, debe de haber una exigencia gubernamental, digo yo, de exigirle a los pescadores, vamos a sentarnos a la mesa. Va a haber unas regulaciones, vamos a dar un periodo de tiempo de gracia para que todo el mundo se ponga al día, se van a conceder tantas licencias, pues como en el caso pues, que ya sabemos que hay una cantidad de licencias otorgadas para la pesca pero vamos a ver cuáles están vigentes, cuáles no, y vamos a darle oportunidad a esta nueva generación, a la nueva generación que se está levantando. Pero entonces, el que no cumpla, pues ya no se le va a dar más tiempo de gracia. El que no cumpla, pues se le va a multar, porque no se puede seguir con esto. Al igual pues que todo el mundo tiene que rendir, y yo creo que aquí no es solamente el pescador comercial, tiene que rendir todo aquel que tenga una licencia de pesca en Puerto Rico, porque muchas veces se le hace más que al pescador comercial la obligación, pero todo aquel que quiera una sea recreativa, sea lo que sea, debe de rendir una estadística pesquera. Esa es mi opinión y disculpen si.
No se disculpe, todo lo que ha dicho tiene mucho peso y mucha validez y gran parte estoy completamente de acuerdo con él. Tengo a Wilson, lo único que quiero es utilizar la oportunidad por la participación de Paulo, suya, Joel, y de lo que escuchando históricamente, hablé con Nelson acá, poner en la mesa de que el permiso de cartucho en Muniama, revisado, mejorado hacia el futuro, de mi punto de vista, debe incluir no solamente reportar lo que coge en términos de captura, la índice total, pero algún tipo de parámetro biológico asociado a eso, como tu responsabilidad como pescador, para ayudar a tener una información, sea talla de los pescados, cantidad de individuos en la captura, que dé algún tipo de lectura de la salud de la pesquería, y que nos ayude hacia el futuro el stock assessment y a arreglar todas las otras cosas que necesitamos arreglar. Esa responsabilidad de exigir un permiso tiene que venir acompañada del deseo de brindar un poquito más de información que nos va a poner en una posición mejor de tomar mejores decisiones.
Exacto. Y ahorita hablaba de que hay un abismo entre el chillo y el cartucho enorme, y eso no es cierto. Porque nosotros hemos cogido chillos cartuchos en 100 brazas con el chillo y hasta 80 brazas. No creo que haya una, sí, de que la mayoría del cartucho solamente está en 180, 200 brazas, sí es cierto, pero el cartucho y el chillo están juntos.
Yo estoy completamente de acuerdo y también aclaro que es importante de que las excepciones a la regla uno tome con pinza, ¿verdad? En cuando toma una decisión o hace una recomendación, a pesar de que esa es una realidad. Me acuerdo hace más de 10 años atrás en la Junta de Pesca se hicieron un montón de recomendaciones para atender los reclamos de los pescadores que nunca se hicieron nada con ellas. Así que seguimos trabajando y en algún momento se hará lo que se tiene que hacer. Wilson.
Sí, que nada, darle para el récord, Joel. Como mencionaste ahorita que en el área de Iguana, esa área no conocen lo que es el consejo y la agencia. Hace 2 meses les dimos el programa de educación. Bueno, intenté todos los pescadores, bueno, la mayoría de los pescadores saben que el consejo y la agencia manejadora, todo para el récord.
Yo rápidamente, después yo paso a
Sí, entiendo, pues como digo, ahora sí, pero en lo que me refiero, pues varios años, pues, hemos estado reorganizándolo, como digo, hace 2 años, pero prácticamente la mayoría no conocía, no lo conocían, lo desconocían totalmente. Gracias al compañero Wilson y a mismo, pues, quiero reconocerlo así, que ha sido la persona pues, que se nos ha acercado y que ha estado continuamente con nosotros trabajando pues, en estos últimos, en este periodo de tiempo, pero pues la gente desconocía.
Tu reclamo lo entendemos de la siguiente manera. Ha habido un gran problema, ese problema se viene solucionando hacia un efecto y otras cosas, pero no deja de ser algo que tenemos que mantener en alto alerta, de mantener la integración entre los prestadores y las agencias.
Ese es el mensaje que cogí de los Nelson.
Gracias. Mira, tengo unos comentarios de Roberto Silva que está escuchando la reunión, pero no se puede comunicar. En cuanto a la sugerencia de Joel de organizar a los pescadores en cuanto a los permisos y la forma en que se reportan, debe ser empezar a reorganizarlos sin mínimo de captura y abierto a todos los pescadores. También tienen que probar que está apto para hacer la pesca con los equipos y materiales en la embarcación, y el proyecto debe venir acompañado de un presupuesto para monitorizar las capturas.
Básicamente está alineado con los reclamos y las sugerencias.
Sí, en relación a lo que estaba diciendo Joel, yo creo que él está sugiriendo, en otras palabras, que el departamento debe hacer una revisión de esas licencias de los 100 y pico de pescadores, que a ver cuál es el estatus, porque definitivamente no es la primera vez que yo oigo de un pescador el comentario de que ha habido un cambio generacional desde que se emitieron esos permisos originales, que hay una nueva cepa de pescadores que está ávida a entrar a la pesca de baños de agua profunda. Sin embargo, los permisos están siendo ocupados por pescadores que ya no están tan activos como antes, o que tienen una actividad limitada por diferentes condiciones, incluyendo la edad, y que se debiera hacer una revisión para darle espacio a estas nuevas personas, a esta nueva generación de pescadores de agua profunda que están interesados en entrar a la pesquería. Y entonces, la pregunta que se cae del palo es: ¿esta pesquería, estos permisos, es una cuota cerrada de pescadores o está abierta para cualquier pescador que quiera solicitar el permiso? ¿Y cuáles entonces serían los requisitos? Y aquí pues me estoy tomando la libertad de abusar aquí de la oportunidad que tengo de dejar a María aquí al lado para que nos comente sobre eso. Gracias.
Voy ahora, ¿quieres hacer un comentario ahora o paso para Hugo?
Marco, antes de que sigan, se están desviando de la reunión y están hablando de cosas que es con el gobierno de Puerto Rico exclusivamente. Y estamos una hora atrasados en la agenda. Si quieren pueden seguirlo, pero estamos en cosas que no. Yo creo que la recomendación del grupo debe ser que los recursos naturales se reúna la mayor brevedad posible con pescadores y no científicos, dediquen a buscar una solución a este problema. A Hugo dijo una cosa bien importante, que si usted tiene una licencia de pesca, tiene la responsabilidad de reportar lo que usted pesca. Los científicos del mundo naturaleza pueden tener una idea mejor de cuánto aguanta el ciclo. Si una pesca sin saber cuánto hay, es irresponsable. De administración. Yo recomiendo que un comentario más y sigan con la agenda, porque hay varias cosas aquí. En términos de tiempo, ustedes necesitan oír lo que es la ley que se explique para el tipo de nace. Es una cosa que yo creo por la tarde hay una discusión que podemos retomar a partir de los 3 de la mañana y los apuntan, entonces podemos seguir discutiendo.
Yo voy a coger la recomendación de Miguel y dejar en hold con la participación tengo el artículo pendiente de Damaris, para entonces seguir con la próxima presentación y con la gente. Damaris, brevemente.
Sí, de nuevo, pues como Marcos mencionó, este tema de Cayucho y Moriama ha sido ampliamente discutido con la Junta Asesora de Pesca. Hace meses atrás, el departamento preparó un borrador de orden administrativa para trabajar una solución para los retos que tenemos con Cayucho y Moriama. Eso se le presentó a la Junta para su consideración. La Junta estableció un subcomité para trabajar, un subcomité técnico científico para trabajar el tema, y se realizaron múltiples reuniones. La Junta llegó a un consenso con respecto a sus recomendaciones. Esto está en el proceso de evaluación interna ahora en el departamento. La secretaria recibió las recomendaciones, esta servidora. Estamos en el proceso de discutir las recomendaciones de la Junta con la secretaria. para entonces tomar una postura sobre eso. Así que, pues, con relación a las áreas de oportunidad, estamos conscientes que tenemos unas áreas de oportunidad y las estamos trabajando. Los requisitos para el permiso de cartucho están establecidos claramente en el reglamento. Entonces, pues hay unas cosas, ¿verdad?, que ya se han logrado. Me comentan una compañera que debo recordar que si hay un enforcement, sí se han hecho intervenciones de los vigilantes con personas que han capturado cartuchos moneados de forma ilegal. O sea, que eso es importante recordarlo y que en efecto el departamento ha estado activamente a través de Wilson como Fishery Liaison del Consejo llevando el mensaje educativo a los pescadores. Y gracias a Dios que el taller de pesco ha sido bien acogido entre todos los pescadores. Se han dado muchísimos talleres y a pescadores se han vuelto a dar pescos de nuevo como refreshers. Y vamos a seguirlo haciendo para continuar educando a los pescadores sobre la reglamentación, el rol del departamento y atender cualquier duda que tengan los pescadores con respecto a la ley y reglamento. Y para concluir, estamos en un proceso de revisión de la ley de pesca. Nosotros habíamos iniciado también ese proceso con la Junta Asesora de Pesca, le habíamos presentado un borrador de documento a la Junta se expresó, también se reunió y nos dio un feedback. Ahora tenemos que conciliar lo que el departamento había sometido versus lo que la Junta ha sometido. Eso es un proceso complejo, no es una cosa que se determine de un día para otro, pero estamos en ese proceso y nuestro deseo en el departamento es culminar ese proceso de revisión de la ley y una vez se revise la ley, revisar el reglamento. Así que pues les exhorto a los pescadores que vayan, ¿verdad?, tomando nota de todas las cosas que ustedes entienden que se pueden mejorar en términos de la ley y del reglamento y vamos a estar ávidos y decidiendo con agrado las recomendaciones de los pescadores, aparte de las recomendaciones que hemos estado recibiendo de la Junta Asesora de Pesca.
Gracias. Vamos al próximo ítem de la agenda, applicable trap and other fishing gear, federal regulation. Jocelyn, María del Mar.
Buenos días, Jocelyn de Ambrosio, quien va a dar la presentación.
Thank you, Maria, and everyone. I sent in some slides, so when those are up, I will begin. Okay, thank you for that. I'm just going to go over some of the regulations that govern the use of traps and pots in like federal waters in the U.S. Caribbean. And if you go to the next slide, sort of an overview of what I'll talk about. So we have some tables that show the gears that are authorized in particular areas. We know that there's gear restrictions in other areas. We also have some marking and construction requirements, and then there's some control dates, which we'll discuss what those mean for certain of the trap fisheries. So this is just going to be just a brief overview of the regulations. And then one thing to note is, as you all know, we're in the process of putting together the rule that implements the island-based FMPs. So I've cited the regulations that were proposed to implement the island-based FMPs. We're working on the final rule package, and so those regulations will likely be finalized as they were proposed, but that will be as described when we get that final rule out. And for all of these regulations, there weren't any changes between for the most part, there weren't any changes between the current law under this species-specific plan, so the reef fish, the spiny lobster. Just some clarifications. We added a definition of spiny lobster trap and clarified some of the gears that were allowed in the fishery. So for the most part, this is pretty much the same. And this presentation looks at what the law will be going forward. Okay, so the next slide, please. Okay, so again, this is as listed under the island-based FMPs. So we have a table in the regulations where we note all of the gears that are authorized for those fisheries. And so under the current regulations, we have them, for the reef fish fishery, as under the island-based FMPs, we're going to separate it so that it says for the Puerto Rico fishery, and then each of the different components of the Puerto Rico fishery. Same thing for St. Croix, we'll have the St. Croix fishery, each of the components of the St. Croix fishery, and for the St. Thomas and St. John fishery, and then the different components there. So looking at it that way, traps and pots are authorized for the commercial and recreational fisheries when fishing for Puerto Rico reef fish, St. Croix reef fish, and St. Thomas and St. John reef fish. And the island-based FMPs define what those reef fish are. So we have a list of in the regulations, all of the species that are managed as reef fish, and that changed a little bit, across island, and that changed a little bit from the reef fish FMP, which species are being managed. But for those managed reef fish, the traps and pots are allowed in the different islands. And then for spiny lobster, traps and pots are allowed in the commercial and recreational fisheries across all islands. And so if you go to the next slide, please. The other way, please, slide 4. Thank you. So what the gear table does is it says basically that, and I have the quote here, that the use of any gear or participation in any fishery that's not on that list is prohibited. So we will have the pelagic fishery, for example, and it doesn't say trap and pot, which means you can't use trap and pot gear to catch the pelagics, to fish for the pelagics. But there's a process that says individual fishers can notify the council that they intend to use a particular gear that's not listed. And so then after that notification, the individual can use the gear unless there's some action taken to prohibit it. So it gives the fisher an opportunity to say, I'd like to use this gear that's not listed in my fishery. And then it gives the council and the National Marine Fisheries Service the opportunity to evaluate, why was that gear not listed? Was it just not understood as a gear in the fishery? Is there potential harm to the environment? Is there potential for bycatch? So they look at those factors and others and decide whether or not to allow the gear. And then there's additional procedures in the regulations. So basically what I want you to take away is that there's a table. It's in the proposed rule for the island-based FMPs. It'll also be in the Federal Register. It lists the fisheries, and then it lists the gears that are authorized in those fisheries. And if you're participating in a fishery and you don't see the gear, so you don't see traps or pots, you can petition to use them, and then there would be a decision made about whether that was appropriate. But for the managed reef fish and for spiny lobster, traps and pots are allowed for commercial and recreational fishers. And that's pretty much what is said under the current regulations. Again, it's just there's a difference between which reef fish are managed now. And then there's also, we clarified the use of traps in the recreational fisheries. Okay, so the next slide, please. So Graciela mentioned this in her presentation as well. We have certain areas that are protected. And so in those areas, the regulations specifically say that fishing with traps and pots and some other gears are prohibited year-round. So off Puerto Rico, those include the Tourmaline Bank, Rear La Sierra Bank, Bajo de Seco. Off St. Croix, the regulations refer to it as a mutton snapper spawning aggregation area. And then there's a red hind spawning aggregation area east of St. Croix, and then off St. Thomas and St. John, the Gotosomatic Bank. And those areas, again, there's seasonal prohibitions in some of those areas for different fishing, but there's also year-round prohibition on fishing with gears, certain gears that might damage the bottom, and that includes traps and pots. So in those areas, you cannot use traps and pots. On the next slide, the other thing I wanted to note is that where areas are closed to fishing, so for example, federal waters in Hind Bank, that's south of St. Thomas, that's closed to fishing for any species year-round. That means if you can't fish there, you can't fish with traps and pots there. So that's another area where fishing is prohibited, and therefore using those gears would be prohibited. And on the next slide, we have shown the different areas. So you can see them. I know we've seen this slide a lot, but that's the location of these areas where there are restrictions on the use of gears, including traps and pots year round. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so this, these are again the regulations that are proposed, and we're working on getting out a final rule. So under the island-based FMPs, there are definitions of fish trap and spiny lobster trap, and we updated the definition of fish trap, and it's basically saying it's a trap that's capable of taking finfish. Now, my understanding is that if you have a trap that's intended to catch spiny lobster, finfish can go in it. So if it's capable of taking finfish, that would include spiny lobster traps. So what we've done here is we've said, okay, a fish trap is this trap, including the lines and buoys, that's used for or capable of taking the finfish, but that doesn't include the spiny lobster trap. So then we define the spiny lobster trap, and we can continue refining this. We would have to amend the FMPs, but we're right now what we have in the proposed regulations is that it's the traps that it's used for capable of taking spiny lobster, and it meets the various construction requirements, which we're going to look at shortly. And then I have the citation that's in the proposed regulation. So where the definition of the spiny lobster trap will be in Puerto Rico regulations, St. Croix regulations, and the St. Thomas, St. John regulations. Okay, next slide, please. So these are the various requirements for construction and marking of the traps. And I've just included the citation and the language from the proposed Puerto Rico regulation. Again, these ones are the same as under the regulations for reef fish, and they'll be the same in the other areas. So the St. Croix regulations will include the same information, and the St. Thomas, St. John regulations will include the same information. So this is basically showing the construction specifications for a trap that would be used to fish for reef fish. And we have requirements for minimum mesh size, and then also the requirements, basically depending on whether it's a bare wire fish trap and then the shape of the mesh. So you can see a bare wire trap that has hexagonal mesh has this minimum mesh size of 1.5 inches. If it's not hexagonal mesh, or if the trap's not bare wire, so if it's coated wire or plastic, then there's a different minimum mesh size, which is 2 inches. So that's one of the requirements for the traps. If you go to the next slide, we have requirements for the traps. These are again for reef fish to have escape mechanisms, and then how that is described. So it talks about the panel being on one side of the trap, and it can't be the top, bottom, or the side containing the entrance. Then the size of it, the mesh size for the escape panel, how it's attached, and then whether the access door can serve as the escape panel. And basically, these are just trying to make sure that the panel will work and that it will, for example, if we'll let the species out, or I guess if the traps are lost, that some of this material will degrade, and so there's not going to be that ghost fishing. So that's the escape mechanisms, and those are for the reef fish traps. Then on the next slide, we just added this for completeness. This is tending restrictions, so the requirement that who can pull the trap, and basically you kind of need permission if you're not the let's see, only by the person that has the consent of the owner if you're not on the vessel, or if the owner's on board and you can verify number and code. So these are the requirements for tending it. And then the next one, we'll go over the spiny lobster construction specification. So again, there's also a requirement to have an escape mechanism. And then some requirements for the sizing, no smaller than the diameter of the throat or entrance of the trap, and then how it must be attached to the trap. So again, with some degradable materials, because we want them to degrade if the trap is down there for a while to prevent ghost fishing. And then on the next page, we just sort of repeat the same tending requirements. So if it's someone who's not the owner of the vessel, then there needs to be that consent of the trap owner. So then on the next page, we have gear identification. So these are the marking requirements for the traps and the buoys. And they're supposed to be marked, so the traps with the number specified for the vessel by Puerto Rico or the USVI. And then we also have requirements for buoys if you have a single trap or if their traps are tied together in a line. So if it's fished individually, one buoy attached. If it's fished in a line, one buoy that floats at each end of the trap line. And then the buoys themselves also have to display the number and color code assigned to the vessel by Puerto Rico or the USVI. And then spiny lobster has similar marking requirements. So the traps have to display the official number specified for the vessel. And then the same requirements for buoys, whether they're fished individually or fished in a line. So again, must have one buoy that floats to the surface if it's fished individually. If they're in a line, then one buoy attached at each end of the trap line. And then again, the buoys have to be marked with the official number and color code assigned to the vessel by Puerto Rico or the USVI. So those are some of the requirements for the marking and the tending and the construction. And then we also have the control dates. So the council has established various control dates for access to the fishery in the future. So if we establish a permit program, if the council chooses to establish a permit program, then these dates might limit when persons could have access to the fishery. It doesn't commit the council or NIMS to limit entry in any way. These control dates can be revised, and certainly if we're discussing any permit program, we would discuss the appropriate control dates again. But just so we know what we've done in the past, we had in 2013 and then again in 2019 discussions about establishing control dates, and these were published. So the February 2011 control date, it's the commercial trap sector of the reef fish fishery, or the commercial trap sector of the spiny lobster fishery, only in Puerto Rico. So for February 11th, for the reef fish fishery, it's all waters in the US Caribbean. For the spiny lobster fishery, it's just off Puerto Rico. And that's because there was a different control date established for the spiny lobster trap fishery in federal waters off St. Thomas and St. John and St. Croix. And that was September 1st, 2017. So I provided some of the citations if you want to look at the Federal Register notices. And that's why there's a different date for spiny lobster in federal waters off Puerto Rico versus federal waters in the USVI. This is just an updated discussion of that. So that's basically the requirements that I'd noted for discussion. But if you have any questions, please let me know.
Thank you very much. Clear McGrath for the record. Can we go back to the first slide? All right, so I'm looking for the slide where we talked about, next one. This one right here. So I'm seeing there are there are no regulations on recreational fishers having traps in the EEZ. So with all the requirements that are already in place with commercial guys, how does a recreational fisher get their traps inspected in order to fish in the EEZ when the commercial fishers are required to have all the specifications and tags and IDs, buoy colors, buoys, etc.? Who does this for the commercial fisheries?
So I don't, in the federal requirements, there's no inspection requirements for the traps, and there's no permit program. So I don't know if maybe in state waters there's some inspection, but for everything that I went over in terms of the marking requirements and the construction requirements, those apply to the traps themselves. So that would apply to commercial fishers using traps, recreational fishers using traps. So the mesh size requirements that we talked about, the escape mechanisms, and then the marking requirements, those marking requirements are displaying the official number specified for the vessel. So my understanding is that there's vessels need registration and they get a number. So you mark the trap with the vessel number. And then the buoy numbers, the buoys are also marked with the number and color code assigned to the vessel. So there might be, if you're in state waters, and again, I'm not really sure what state waters say, but there might be additional color codes for persons using traps in state waters associated with the permit. But in federal waters, the marking is for the numbers for the vessel. Now, I don't know, we might have a problem kind of like we were discussing earlier today about open and closed seasons. So if in state waters, traps aren't allowed by recreational fisheries, well then you kind of have that transit problem. So you might be out in federal waters with a trap, that could be okay. Then you transit through state waters. Let's say trap fishing is not allowed by recreational fishers and it says you can't possess a trap. Or let's say that the trap, for example, needs to be marked with a permit number and they don't have a permit number. Well, then that gear might be considered unlawful. Again, I don't know under state law how that would be treated, but it would be the same sort of issue. So it might be that recreational fishers choose not to take out traps to the EEZ because there's this potential liability when they're in those state waters. And again, I don't know about any landing requirements either, but you know, for spiny lobster, I believe there's a recreational bag limit. So it might not even make sense for the recreational fishers to want to go out to federal waters to catch the bag limit with a trap. So I don't really know if recreational fishers are using this or how it interacts with state law, but at least from the federal perspective, all of the gear identification requirements, all of the marking requirements, all of the construction requirements, those apply to the traps regardless of who would be fishing them.
Okay, just a follow-up. So I see a great disconnect. I even know that we might have a recreational bag limit. And I think this was brought up a few meetings ago at the council level. And I think it needs to be revisited about the recreational fishers and commercial fishers fishing traps in the EEZ. You know, we did a whole trap reduction program in the USVI to try and control our fishery and our annual catch limits. And the interpretation of this here opens up the whole fishery to anyone, even though you might have a bag limit or the transit issue and everything. You know, I see a major problem with this, and I think we need to address this once again at a council level and see what we can implement in the federal waters, since you know, this is the road that we go to set our annual catch limits. You know, if we're going to close the loop and protect the fishery, and put such hardships as we do on the commercial guys, we need to ensure that the recreational guys also are being held accountable. So, just putting it out there that we need to bring this back to the council once again. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. And I want to make a comment. Everything I hear from the recreationals being allowed to use traps is our position about it. But personally, I don't think it's correct for recreationals to have to use traps. And we for sure we have to decide what to do with that in the council in the future. I just want to state that and see Carlos. Want to say something?
Sure. The St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee has already developed recommendations for compatible regulations with the EEZ and state waters. And in those recommendations, we have to prohibit the use of fish traps by recreational fishers. However, that's not gonna get us anywhere until that discussion comes up. But we've already submitted all our compatibility recommendations to the Division of Fish and Wildlife. And we're waiting for them to review what we submitted. But while I still have a mic here, I noticed that the control date for Spiny lobster trapped. The St. Croix Fisheries Advisory Committee also has a draft spiny lobster management plan, because without the definition of what a lobster trap is, I'm not sure how that's going to be controlled, because right now fish traps are used to catch lobster. Some of them are differentiated by the type of ramp or throat entrance, but there's no actual definition of what a spiny lobster trap is, other than the escape panel and the mesh size. And that's one of the discussions that we're stuck with in our draft spiny lobster management plan. Another part that we're stuck on and we're working on that is the allocation, how many traps are going to be allocated to each fisher, the fish with spiny lobster.
Thank you, Carlos. And I want to make some changes on the order of what we're going to be covering. If there is any other question for the presenters, is the time to do it now. Otherwise, we're going to. Joel, I'm sorry.
Tengo entendido que la pesca de NASA se supone que tenga licencia, tenga registro de la embarcación, tenga las NASA marcadas para poderse pescar. Y creo pues que si no es comercial, no creo que ningún recreativo aplique. Bueno, hasta donde yo entiendo, no sé.
En agua, sí.
En agua de Puerto Rico.
Tu entendimiento de lo que está es correcto. La razón por la cual la presentación se dio es para dar un marco legal, que todo el mundo sepa a nivel federal cuáles son los requisitos, para entonces luego cuando discutamos el issue de la pesca de deep water snapper, ustedes sepan cuáles son las consideraciones de la pesca de trampa como tal, ¿verdad? Y esa es la razón de ser de esa presentación como tal. Me corrige María del Mar o Jocelyn si estoy correcto, por favor.
Yeah, this is Maria Lopez. Yeah, that's correct. The purpose of this presentation was to, give the background information on what are the current regulations and trap and pods that apply to federal waters, so that the council can continue this discussion if they want to at a future meeting. The use of traps by the recreational sector. It has been allowed. It's not something new. It's something that has never been changed from the regulations. However, there hasn't been, that we know of, use by the traps hasn't really been used by the recreational sector. If there are any changes on this, the council can also always request to evaluate making changes to these regulations and, you know, citing different rationales. So this has been discussed in the past in the council, and if there's the interest from the DAPs to make any recommendations to the council on this topic, they're certainly more very welcome to do that as part of the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I just want to put the picture to everybody very clear. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jocelyn, for the presentation. And I have many participants here on the table requesting me to make adjustment on the order of the agenda, because the Fanny Garcia presentation is 1 hour. I know they're going to have a lot of questions to it. And we have Nelson Crespo, Edward Schuster, and Julian McGrath reports. I would like to start with the DAP chair's report now, a little bit earlier, and to leave the Fanny Garcia presentation after lunch. Go ahead. Let's start with Julian, because Nelson says that his presentation is longer, and probably due to the time, it will be better to start with Julian.
Larry McGrath, well, I really don't have a report. I just have a couple comments that as it pertains to the deep water snappers and what we would like to see. You know, we have a lot of studies that are being taking place here in Puerto Rico, and we also been collecting a lot of information on the deep water snappers. And what we would like to see is that the studies also spills over to the U.S. Virgin Islands, all sectors of the U.S. Virgin Islands, so we can get a complete picture of what's taking place in the U.S. Caribbean under the Caribbean Fishery Management Council. And, you know, with that said, you know, we have a pretty virgin fishery in the St. Thomas, St. John sector, because there are very few guys that actually do this for a living. They just do it when the weather is good, compared to St. Croix and Puerto Rico, where there are a set of guys that do it on a regular basis as their main fishing activity. But that doesn't mean that our fishery can't be developed. And all the work that Kate Overly, Virginia Chevette, Renee Garcia, and everybody has been doing, we would like to see the same thing continue to take place over in the USVI. So that way we can have a good idea and the size of the fish and whatever information we can collect off of them, which is very, very important, especially when we're setting ACLs and we are looking at stock assessments and everything. So that's really what I have to say from the St. Thomas, St. John sector. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Eddie, are you available to make your report now? Can you hear us, Eddie? Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. During this morning, I'm going to give a resume of my life with the deep water snapper since I jumped to it when I was a kid. And at the end, I'm going to make some recommendations that I think are appropriate. Deep water snapper fishing is not easy, as many people think, but especially queen and cardinal snapper fishing is one that, if you don't spend the time to learn it, can lead to many frustration and disappointments in fishing. Today, I would like, based on my experience, to make a brief summary of this fishing which I have been doing for more than 40 years. The vast majority of deepwater snapper fishing in Puerto Rico in the 70s and 80s was carried out off the platform, the 200 miles outside of what we know now, the EEC. There was no GPS, and fishing at anchor for days in flatter waters at 80 to 100 fathoms. In other countries, from Bahamas to Colombia. In the late 80s, in the Bahamas, many Puerto Rico boats, around 8, were arrested for fishing illegally in other countries. Fishing collapsed, not because there was no fish in Puerto Rico. The fish was not from here at the beginning. It was reported as from here, but it was fishing outside. The same thing that happened with the lobster right now. That fishing ended for fear of being arrested. At the beginning, it was not easy for me to understand the dynamic of this fishery. Being a mate, I don't pay much attention at first because the responsibility fell on captain. This was when I had my first boat that I understood the complexity of this fishery. By the 70s, I got into the deep water snapper fishing, and it was the beginning to develop into the way we fish today. We use wooden boats from 15 to 18 feet that everyone knows as Yola Guadillana, with engines from 15 to 40 horsepower. Our fishing equipment consists of monofilament line from 150 to 200 pounds, rolled up in gallons of oil that we use as spools. For weight, we use construction rod, as is currently used today, soaked with sand or anything else that would weigh enough between 6 to 12 pounds to take the line to the bottom. We fished in depth from 19 to 160 fathoms, and this line were raised by hand. Nevertheless, said to say, it was not easy to pull the lines. Our rigs are made of nylon, and we use curvy hooks. Later, we start using the circle hooks, which is the same one we use today, which turned out to be stronger and more effective. From the beginning, we tried using different kinds of gear, single, double rigs, and many other ways. As buoys for the cala, we use gallons of oil that we collect in restaurants. We easily lost them if the current increased, but it was the only thing we have at that time. When we went fishing, we used the technique of triangulation to reach our fishing spot. If fog or Sahara dust reach our region, the fishing day ends because there's no way to find the area where we drop, because we can be able to triangulate and the risk of losing the fishing gear increase. It wasn't easy, but we got the job done. Over the time, the bandit reel arrived, and after the Gulf War, the GPS came to the game and work became easier for us. At that time, we began to modernize, and we acquired better boats and engines, and we had the ability to go further and explore new fishing areas. Then came the bottom lines and the crystal fishing reels that many anglers use today. With the arrival of the braided line, our work changed drastically, because from using a thick monofilament line, we began to use a super fine line that the current did not dominate as much as we could, and we could stay more time fishing. Consequently, our catches increased. We finally start using monofilament rig that doesn't absorb water and weighs much less than the nylon, and turn out to be very effective. But let me tell you that despite having better equipment and technology, this fishing is not easy. It takes a lot of time, dedication, and sacrifice to learn it the right way. You can ask Shahar and Javier Arroyo, who are some of the newest in this fishery, if these are true or not. The sea currents, phases of the moon, weather conditions, fishing area, seabed, and even the time of the year are factors, among others, that must be taken into consideration to know when and where you are going to go fishing. If not, you can have losses on your fishing day, and that could reach hundreds of dollars. talking about catches, I can say that before a good day, catch could be around 70 to 100 pounds. More than that, it was an excellent day. At the present, after a fisherman has mastered this art, 100 to 150 pounds catch is a normal day, but frequently we are seeing catches of 200 pounds plus, although many of them are not reported. That's why we need to bring back to the field the port samplers. But let me tell you something interesting that maybe you don't realize yet. In 2018, the Oceanics Explorer changed and expanded this fishery. The Etelis oculatus is reported and documented in 289 fathoms. Fishermen, obviously, takes note, and that increased the fishing area exponentially. They begin to fish deeper, achieving excellent catches. And let me tell you, I know fishermen right now that are fishing for queens for up to 320 fathoms. This is what makes this fishery attractive to many people. At the present, according to what I see day by day, more Unit 2 samplers are being caught than before, and we are only allowed to fish a maximum of 120 days a year. In my opinion, from what I have seen over the years, I can say that this fishery is very healthy, and although I'm in favor to bring more fishermen the opportunity to enter to the game, I understand that it is necessary to take some measures to ensure not exceed the ACL and protect the good health of this fishermen. First, I recommend that the special local permit be adopted in federal water as a preventive measure in the protection of these species. Second, it's very important, and I understand that it's time to reassess the ACL for this fishery to determine if it's feasible to grant more permits. And third, it's necessary that this council take the decision to develop a stock assessment for this fishery in order to scientifically evaluate the condition of the resource. But it must develop with strict collaboration of fishermen who have the knowledge in this fishery. And I want to know, and I'm gonna leave that question over the table, maybe in the next council meeting, Kevin, or if somebody can answer this to me, today is gonna be excellent. I want to know, in order to develop a stock assessment, what data do we have already? And what data do we not have? Maybe Kevin or somebody here can give me that answer, definitely. The industry wants to generate this data, and I would like to know where funds can be found to speed up this process. Thank you very much for your attention, and I want to the Puerto Rican guys, if they want to add something more about what I bring here, they are very welcome.
Thank you, Nelson. And that can be a great startup for a description of the fishery, like a book or something. In collaboration with Pauco and all the others. Pauco.
Realmente Nelson ha hecho un recuento histórico bastante certero. No obstante, trae unas preocupaciones que yo las voy a señalar. Tengo entendido que el número de salidas de los barcos de los pescadores que poseen el permiso de cartucho en Goniama son alrededor de 60 o 70 en el año. Eso nos dice que realmente no hay mucho esfuerzo porque existe sobre esta pesquería unas vedas naturales que él le explicó: viento, corriente, mareada, la luna, la temperatura, la presión barométrica, todo eso incide sobre este tipo de pesca. Por tal, pues no hay mucho esfuerzo sobre esta pescadería porque no se puede salir con tanta frecuencia. Con los permisos, y creo que Reni, perdona que te mencione de esta forma, mencionaste la razón de los permisos. Existe, y yo, el hecho de que ya me estoy acercando a los 80, de que tengo un menudo en el bolsillo y que amo esto, lo que estoy haciendo, me da permiso a mí para decir lo que quizás algunos no se atreven a decir. Pero existe una realidad y que esta realidad se está extendiendo y es que se están expidiendo unos permisos de cartucho y moniama ilegalmente. ¿Cómo ocurre esto? Yo no lo sé. Pero es importante que se investigue porque pues existe como una correlación directa entre el pescador y darse su cervecita. Y cuando esto ocurre, como que se desinhiben y empiezan a hacer comentarios en el aire, y esos comentarios en el aire sale esta información. Y eso, pues hay que ponerle un freno, realmente, porque hay pescadores con mucha verticalidad, con mucha decencia, que están luchando por conseguir estos permisos y no se les brinda la oportunidad. Existiendo una orden administrativa, que ya yo no quiero darle más fuego a la candela, de que está vigente y no se le aplica a los pescadores. Mire, señoras y señores, yo fui uno de los que inicialmente pertenecía al subcomité de cartucho y moniama, conjuntamente con el señor Nelson Crespo y con otro pescador que apodaba un picú. Ahí nosotros hicimos en la marcha unas recomendaciones de cómo se podía pulir, cómo se podía establecer unos nuevos requisitos, pero esos nuevos requisitos nunca se oficializaron, nunca se oficializaron. Y sin embargo, se lo están aplicando a los pescadores que quieren optar por este permiso. Yo no sé si está tan saludable la pesquería para otorgarle 20, 30 o 40 permisos más. Debe hacerse escalonadamente. Claro que sí, porque si no vamos a sobrepasar el ACL. Eso es correcto. Pero es necesario sobre esto tomar un tipo de acción. Esta es una pescadería sumamente importante. El cartucho y la moniama tienen un valor en el mercado que ya está fluctuando en los $11. O sea, estamos hablando de dinero, estamos hablando de que el pescador quiere incursionarlo, estamos hablando de que quieren, como se señaló, jóvenes que quieren incursionar, pero está tan saludable, no sabemos si está tan saludable. Esto es un límite de entry o no un límite de entry. Yo no entiendo, porque si es un límite de entry, no se sabe cuál es el tope. Entonces, ¿cuánto más vamos a otorgarle el permiso? Si entonces no se sabe cuál es el tope, no se sabe qué tan saludable está la pesquería para otorgarlo. Pues entonces, mire, si usted no sabe algo, usted pregunta. Si no le dan contestación, usted busca referencia y se pone a leer. No le encuentra, usted tiene que investigar. Pues entonces, hay que estudiar un poco más para saber dónde estamos parados y poder otorgar más permiso a todos esos jóvenes que quieren incursionar en la pesca de los palmos de profundidad. Pero si no existe un conocimiento, pues estamos dando palos a ciegas. ¿Ah? Lo mismo pasa con la dichosa recolección de datos. Llevamos 35 años y a veces es tan como vi anteriormente. ¿Cuál es lo federal y cuál es lo estatal? Utilizando unos datos. El perro, el gato, el caballo, todo el mundo sabe que estos datos están viciados. Lo sabe el recurso, lo sabe la NOAA, lo sabe todo el mundo y no pasa nada. Es la mejor data disponible, pero la mejor data disponible no sirve. Se va a hacer un ACL y se va a utilizar unos datos a sabiendas de que esos datos están bien viciados. Pues mira, vamos a recolectar unos datos que realmente sirvan con unos estudios que sean validados, que descarten, que sean variables, que uniformes. Y entonces, una vez que sabemos dónde estamos parados, vamos a hacer un stock assessment que nos diga cuál puede ser el ACL. Porque eso de coger un ACL basado en los test cruising en los pasados 3 años, eso como que no me convence mucho. O sea, yo soy un pescador de convicción y soy un pescador de educación porque me gusta leer un poco, porque yo le pregunto, ¿cuántos pescadores han leído el reglamento de pesca? Yo miro para los lados y como que no veo mucho, ¿verdad? Pues entonces, pues, hermano, si usted no se educa sobre lo que usted está haciendo, sobre lo que usted se gana la vida, pues estamos mal. Y es necesario, pues, cambiar la mentalidad, como tú acabas de decir. Pero, si no sabemos mucho de lo que hay, vamos a investigarlo. Y sobre eso, vamos a tomar decisiones sabias. Vamos a investigar, mi hermano, vamos a investigar a esa gente de dónde salen esos permisos, porque no salen moviendo un palo de mango. De algún sitio salen esos permisos ilegales. Y después, si se usa, si hay 60 o 65 permisos de cartucho y moniama y se recolectan datos de 101, obviamente hay 30 y pico que están pescando ilegalmente y no pasa nada con ellos. O sea, no hay consecuencia. ¿Qué es esto? ¿Dónde vamos? Como que no vamos por buen camino. ¿Sabe? Tenemos que realmente ponernos en fila y tratar de enderezar la curva. Nada más por el momento, y gracias.
Joel, recuerden que tenemos que parar la reunión a las 12 por el tema del almuerzo. Joel.
De acuerdo con pero esto es un asunto pues, bien importante y es lo que se le discutido ahorita. Si no sabemos quiénes están pescando, quiénes se han retirado, no sabemos pues, cuántos permisos hay, porque los permisos son legales. Yo quiero hablar algo. Ahorita salió una data de 120 y eso es legal, porque ¿quién lo efectúa? ¿Qué agencia? 101, pues. Pero que está en el término de 100, pero no así. Alguien lo efectuó. Lo que no llegaron con gente de magia. Entonces, si se está diciendo pues, que hay ya pues, si esa cantidad, vuelvo y repito, pues los pescadores, pues muchos se han retirado. Hay una nueva generación que quiere entrar. Yo creo que debemos pues, también analizar de cómo se van a pedir, de cuánto, ya eso es otro asunto, pero por donde se debe de comenzar es cuáles están vigentes y quiénes están trabajando. Porque la mayoría, pues, y entiendo, esto es como el electricista que se retira, pues ya por su edad, pues, o por enfermedad. A veces no quiere soltar la licencia simplemente pues, porque algún día, pues en su mente pretende de que algún día podrá volver. Aunque el cuerpo no lo quiera, pero pretende que algún día va a volver. ¿Y qué es lo que sucede? Pues le limita a otros a entrar. Y no tan solo limita a otros a entrar, sino que comienza entonces a dar una falsa, porque eso es lo que está sucediendo y yo sobrevivo de esta forma. Llena una estadística falsa diciendo por lo que está pescando y ingresando pues una cantidad al año, porque si no le quitan el permiso. Y la cantidad al año son 1,000 libras. ¿Cómo son?
Para el récord, la persona que acaba de hablar es Joel González de Aguada. Alida, aclarado el punto. Lo que quiero traer, ya estamos cerca del almuerzo, faltan 5 minutos, traer a la mesa es que todos los pescadores de Deepwater Snapper aquí, yo no he visto a nadie que está en contra con lo que se ha discutido de manera general, están reclamando participar de la investigación y de proveer los datos para arreglar y hacer con que el sistema funcione. Lo que se necesita es que tanto las agencias escuchen y utilicen el recurso y la experiencia de los pescadores para agilizar eso. Eso es número uno. Y número dos, hacer con que los científicos que están trabajando con temas de Deepwater Snapper abran realmente sus brazos, sus puertas a esa colaboración, porque quizás no sea fácil tener que explicar cosas básicas de ciencia, pero eso debe ser la función de un científico, ¿verdad? Llevar ese conocimiento más allá de la puerta de su oficina o de su salón de clase, llevarlo a la comunidad, porque eso es lo que va a hacer la diferencia en el manejo de la pesquería. Así que el reclamo que yo cojo de esta mañana de discusión es que la palabra clave aquí es colaboración, y que todos los científicos van a ver muchos especialistas de una cosa y de la otra, en vez de luchar por quién hace una cosa o quién hace la otra, empiecen a colaborar un poco más mirando hacia el futuro, porque todos pueden aportar a que el entuerto que tenemos ahora mismo se resuelva. ¿Alguien más quiere hacer algún comentario antes de ir al almuerzo? Schuster, we have to leave for lunch. 12. I'm gonna leave you after lunch.
Yeah, no problem. I apologize. I had to take an important call, so that's why I missed my cue.
Okay, no problem. And
Thank you.
anybody else wants to make a comment? No? Hearing nobody, we're gonna cut for lunch, and we'll be back sharp. That's Miguel, Diana. Can come back at 1 in 1 hour is okay. We're gonna come back at 1 o'clock.
Marcos, I'm gonna need a little bit more time than that because I set up my schedule for the 12 to 1:30 p.m. According to the agenda here, it says 12 to 1:30.
I understand, but we are short on time because we have.
Okay, no problem. That's fine.
¿Cuánto tiempo toma tu presentación? How long it take your presentation? Eddie,
what's that, Marcos?
How long it take your presentation?
It's hard for me to say. Don't worry about it. I'll adjust. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Let's go for lunch. I'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Ready, be ready.
Sí, I'm ready.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're gonna start with the presentation. But we. Can I keep going? Okay, we're waiting for interpretation. Give me a few minutes. We'll be back. Eddie tiene que decir algo de lo que aporte del DAP de
¿Perdón?
Eddie va a hablar algo de
sí, claro, sí, dale. Mire, Carlos también va a hablar.
Okay. All right. Yes, he will, right?
¿No te puedes conectar?
Hi, Marcos, are you ready for me?
In a moment, we were just waiting for the translation system to be on. I'll let you know.
Ya está asignado, voy a chequear, pero él ya está asignado. Está, la interpretación está prendida y me dice que el intérprete 1 no se ha unido, pero yo veo a Bill conectado. Perdón.
Conecta y se vuelve a conectar. Ajá, que se vuelva a
Ya admití a Bill.
Let's test the audio with the interpreter.
Sí, aparece Bill como intérprete.
Bill, everything's okay? Okay, thank you for the okay. Eddie, your short report from DAP Sunbright, go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. Edward Schuster for the record. I'm going to talk a little bit here about St. Croix fishery with the deep water fishing for snappers. This method has modernized throughout the years and phased from multiple fishermen in St. Croix. When this fishery was first started here in St. Croix, as Nelson, and it's going to be repetitive, something to what Nelson said, it first started out with 200 and 300 pound test monofilaments on homemade reels with buoys. From there on, it went on to the hand cranking winches with yo-yos and the same buoys that they had multiple sets and so forth. From there on, it went on to, I guess, with knowledge and doing some sort of research, the fishers then use lines. And when I say lines, vertical lines with light, a deep water light on it as that. As the younger fishermen came into the fishery, they started to use braided line with crystal rigs that you could feel a direct strike on the fish from anywhere from 600 feet to 12 or even deeper, that these fishers had done this. When the gill net ban was implemented in 2000, the fishers that did the gill net had phased into going into deep water fishing. As the fishers learned, it was a very tricky fishery. As everybody know, the topography of St. Croix, it's a sea mountain. We're surrounded by very deep water, so you could go to the shelf edge at a real short time. When this happened, the fishers that phased into this type of fishery learned that this was a hit and miss. The weather could be bad, currents are good. Weather is perfect, currents are bad. They had to study the lunar phases of this fishery and also learn to track the fish in different months where they would come into shallower grounds or deeper or vice versa. So as this came along, a fisher that migrated through here in the Caribbean, he was of Cuban nationality, he introduced the deep water trap fishing, where the fishers now saw him fishing in these same grounds, and he is the one that actually started or introduced the deep water fishing with overnight soaks or 4-hour soak time of these traps, heavily baited and caught in like 2-3 days, over 800 pounds of fish. What this has caused, or what did it cause? It caused fishers that did it traditionally with fishing by hook and line, they became angry at each other because now he lost traps, and they lost expensive gear by hooking up on these traps. What also happened after that is now when the Cuban left the area, and I'm calling him a Cuban, not to offend anybody, because this is where we found out he was from, but he wasn't a registered fisher in the Virgin Islands. Then now the fishers that went on into fishing this deep water species of fish that came out of the gill net fishery, they started to make traps. And they also started to utilize the traps by anchoring in the shallow and having 2 or 3 traps tied on, using one trap as an anchor and 2 or 3 other traps onto the deep edge. I don't know for sure if they went down to 1,200 feet, but the furthest they have gone down to was about 600 feet. And when this was mentioned, we did the research to it. Well, I did several calls, not research, but they made several calls to some of the fishers that did it both hook and line and also with traps. And I want to say something. I think outreach and education needs to get a little bit involved into this portion of it, because what happens is these guys don't attend the meetings. We're supposed to pass the information on, but the minute that we come towards them with asking them certain questions about their livelihood or their industry that they fish into, they become suspicious. And when they become suspicious, they lock up, they don't say anything, they don't want to divulge any information or their trade secrets. So I'm saying this is that it's going to take outreach and education to interact with some of these fishers, maybe by phone interview, if they decide to talk to whoever does it, because I got some success, but not all, and didn't get a chance to speak to all the fishermen. Because whenever they feel like they're being infringed upon with their trade secrets and their livelihood, they're not going to divulge the information that's needed to do this. And they always fall short of the end of the pole, meaning that they're the ones that are heavily regulated, and then everything else is taken away from them. So with that said, you're going to have to get the fishers that do it by trap and by line in a room, maybe on a one-on-one, or maybe a special meeting for St. Croix, do it by the sector, and see if they can come in there and understand, before this meeting is set up with outreach and education to explain what we're trying to do here and go forward. In addition to that, I would like to say I respect everybody's time. I respect everybody's presentation, but in the future, I would appreciate it if we stick to these agendas, because everybody's time is valuable, including mine. And also to say this is that we have strayed totally off at the beginning of this meeting here, talking about other things that could have been put on the agenda for the up and coming council meeting. And I'd appreciate it if this would happen in the further future. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie. Thank you very much for your presentation and for the suggestions and support on this. And we are gonna go now with Manny Garcia. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, there is a raised hand from Maria.
Okay, let's go then to Carlos Farchetti, then Ali, please.
Okay. So I conducted some interviews regarding a deep water fishery. So the following commercial fishers who I interviewed are presently involved in deep water fishing with traps and or buoy gear. These persons are Hotel Pedro Sanchez, Albert Joaquin, Tom Daly, Gerson Martinez, Juan Serrano. I didn't get a chance to talk to two other guys that use traps in the deep water, which is Homer Kelly and Norris Benjamin. And also I didn't have a chance to talk to Yen Scow, who did do deep water buoy gear fishing for Queen and Silver. The fishers, the following recommendations are generalized from the guy that I interviewed. So I'm not going to speak about any particular person saying any particular suggestions, just in general. They recommended allowing deep water trap fishery for queen and Winchman snappers only if they take the traps back home after a day's fishing. They suggested that fishers should bait the trap, set them at depth, and drift off and go fishing, line fishing, about a mile or so away. And after a few hours, they can come back, haul their traps, take them home with them. Back in the 90s, it was this gentleman in Ferguson that I remember when I worked in enforcement, that he used to get out with 5 traps. Take them heavily, take them to the deep, fish them, and then bring them back home. Fishers also said that traps in any fishery should be inspected by DPNR before they're allowed to deploy them, paying particular attention to the required escape panel. Fishers also suggested that all traps should be constructed with one side made with a net material that would disintegrate with time or be torn by a shark if the trap is lost at depth and cannot be retrieved or cannot be found. This way the trap does not keep fishing for months on end. Some also suggested not allowing the heavy 12-gauge wire, coated wire, to be used for deep water trap fishing. They can go back to the hexagonal, 2-inch hexagonal wire, which is a tin material. Some fishers agreed that having an allowable gear regulation in place would be ideal. They agreed that only buoy gear with a maximum 25 hooks be the only gear allowed for harvesting queen and Winchman snappers. And like the chair, Mr. Schuster, just said, St. Croix does not have much of a flat bottom to either trap traps. So they do have to be use anchor traps to keep the others in mountain from getting lost or going over the edge. Some fishermen recommended that fishers in the deep water fishery should only allow a 24-hour soak time. Any longer and the trap can shift and go over the edge. They explained that this type of fishing is very expensive, with hundreds of feet of line, and they believe that this type of fishing is, this type of fishery is actually dwindling on St. Croix. Fishermen also suggested only allowing buoy gear with a maximum of 25 hooks of fishing for any species below 400 feet. They have expressed concern that the fishers who set deep water trap have lost track because they either are not sure how to set an anchor trap at 150 to 200 feet, which holds the rest of the string of traps. And if they're set too close to the dropout, it goes over if you don't have an anchor trap. It's the same thing that Chairman Schuster was referring to. Some fishers have also stated that restricting gear is an open door to prohibit other gear in the future, causing economic hardship to the fishermen already impacted by a limited entry program. Under the IBFMP for St. Croix, they want to continue using traps for fishing deep water and also considering a limited entry program. Presently on St. Croix, there are only about 4 fishers that use traps in deep water that's past 300 foot depth. And we also received a July 13 FAC meeting. We received data from Sinai Hapkins, Fish and Wildlife staff. And presently, St. Croix has 333 traps in the fishery. Not the deep water fishery, in the fishery total, shallow to deep. This number of 333 is the outcome of the fish trap reduction plan, where fishers were allocated 10% less of what they normally used to fish, historically used to fish. I also received data from Fish and Wildlife that the queen snapper harvest with trap at 32 trips equals 40 pounds in 2017. In 2022, there were 50 trips, recording 61 pounds of queen snapper. With still snapper with traps, there were 73 trips, equaling 6,724 pounds. And this number was consistent for 5 years, where there was a decline in 2013 compared to 2013. Blackfin snapper with traps, 194 trips, for a total of 5,830 pounds in 2021, which was down from 237 trips with 13,585 pounds in 2020, which showed that was consistent with what one of the fishers was saying, that the fishery was, this type of deep water fishery was declining when it came to trout fishery, because it's very expensive to maintain that fishery. Data also showed that silk and blackfin snapper using traps, the poundage was a higher producer than hook and line for each year. Hook and line being the buoy year. That's my
Thank you, Carlos. And if you can share the report with Graciela, because those numbers will be very important to start our conversations on the future for anything we discuss, and recommendations that come out from this meeting will be really nice.
Yeah, on that note, when this information was being relayed at the fishery advisory committee, I was writing really fast, trying to keep up with tonight. So I would recommend that Graciela gives tonight a call to make sure the numbers I gave you are correct. But they're pretty well pretty much the same. I think he has more information. So I did 90% of this with the same grade report.
Yeah, one thing that I want to highlight that this one, that's gonna get the number from Sinai, because the number of trips versus the boundaries, there's a few things that highlight on my mind very quick. That in terms of effort, we need to make the analysis, right? To really know if there's a tendency for decline or going up or going down tendency, because it's hard to compare the way the numbers are being expressed. But Sinai for sure can help. And we have somebody else on the line, then we go to Red.
Yes, we have Alida next.
Alida, please.
Hi, everyone. Hola, Edward. Good to hear you. I just want to let you know that next Wednesday, we have an outreach and education advisory panel meeting, and it would be great if you can give that information to Gerson, who's the person that participates in the meeting from St. Croix, and he's going to be in person at the meeting, and also to the liaison, Mabel Maldonado, so that we can see what kind of material we can produce on the issues that you are discussing today, and then we can have that meeting with that information before. And we definitely want the vocabulary, the strategy, the style, so easy and so understandable that everyone can understand what is written in the island-based fishery management plan and in all the regulations. So please, if you can make Nelson give us some information, we will make everything possible to get that outreach and education reach as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alida.
Okay, I will.
Reni Garcia and Stacy Williams going to present next up. I want to request the group, in order for the product of this meeting to get loud and clear after their presentations and when we get to the discussions, for us to wrap it up, before we wrap it up, to have some recommendations of things for the council to analyze as recommended by this group later on. Just keep that in mind to highlight those close points later. Ready? Go ahead.
Pues buenas tardes a todos. Una vez más, gracias por la oportunidad de dejarme expresar mis conocimientos y mis observaciones sobre este trabajo a ustedes y a los invitados que hay aquí hoy. Este estudio inicialmente nace de un interés de los pescadores expresado en diferentes reuniones como esta, parte del staff del Caribbean Council sobre las características de las áreas de pesca de estos pescadores, o sea, el trasfondo oceanográfico de las áreas de pesca de pargo y meros de agua profunda, puedo decir de peces de agua profunda, porque realmente la pesca va mucho más allá de meros y pargo. Así que empezamos este proyecto con unos objetivos que básicamente debieran beneficiar tanto al pobre conocimiento que tenemos en la parte científica sobre estas poblaciones de peces, como nosotros darle a ustedes también un trasfondo de los fundamentos oceanográficos de las áreas donde ustedes están pescando. Así que los objetivos principales del proyecto, pues esencialmente, por favor, ¿yo la puedo pasar aquí o no? Básicamente lo que queríamos era hacer primero documentar la pesquería de peces de agua profunda desde la perspectiva mía de los viajes con los pescadores. La próxima. Hacer una caracterización de las condiciones oceanográficas y de los hábitats bénticos usando nuestros instrumentos oceanográficos, pero particularmente en las áreas de pesca y Y esto yo lo quiero enfatizar porque, o sea, estas características oceanográficas muchas veces salen de expediciones oceanográficas en barcos que tiran estos instrumentos a grandes profundidades, sin contar el efecto que puede tener la batimetría, las áreas, los fenómenos batimétricos como montañas submarinas y otro tipo de formaciones en estas medidas oceanográficas. Lo vamos a ver más adelante y se lo voy a demostrar. Próxima. Posiblemente lo principal es poder compartir estos conocimientos y estos resultados del estudio con pescadores basados en las observaciones en sus propias marcas de pesca, con énfasis en dos especies, el cartucho, que es el que se conoce como Eteris oculatus, y Pisciformoides macrophthalmus, que es la muniama la muniama de afuera. La próxima. También nosotros queremos hacer un inventario no tan solo de la pesquería de estas especies, sino de todas las especies que están asociadas a esta pesquería, particularmente la pesquería que ocurre entre los 200 y los 400 metros, que incluyen especies que no son de importancia comercial. ¿Por qué? Porque queremos, al final de todo esto, lo que queremos es poder contribuir a un modelo conceptual de lo que es la pesca de peces de agua profunda, como lo hemos hecho para muchas otras cosas, y de esta forma asistir en el proceso de manejo de estas pesquerías para, de alguna forma, tener una información adicional a la captura y a todo la problemática que tenemos con la variabilidad y la inseguridad en lo que son posiblemente nuestra estadística más importante, que es la captura, los annual landings, o la captura anual, que sabemos que está afectada por diversas condiciones, diferentes inseguridades, por así decirlo. La próxima. Queremos describir la distribución tanto espacial como con profundidad de estas especies, de las diferentes especies que se obtienen en esta pesca, por una serie de razones, ¿no? O sea, porque nosotros tenemos una gran variabilidad en términos de los fondos y de la distribución de los fondos donde se pescan estas especies. En la costa oeste tenemos unas plataformas intensas horizontales, en la costa norte tenemos unas pendientes y unos taludes, en la costa sur básicamente tenemos otras anomalías, cañones submarinos, pendientes drásticas, en el sur de Vieques, en el área oeste pues tenemos otras formaciones. Así que queríamos tener una idea de cuál es la variedad a estas diferentes áreas geográficas. La próxima. También hay un proyecto de una estudiante de ciencias marinas que estamos trabajando para ver cuál es la posible conectividad de estas poblaciones a través de escalas horizontales, particularmente viendo a ver si, como un comienzo de esta pregunta, si hay una conectividad reproductiva entre las poblaciones de Islas Vírgenes y las poblaciones de Puerto Rico. La próxima. Para hacer esto, nosotros pues, principalmente lo que estamos es saliendo con los pescadores a sus áreas de pesca y nosotros llevando nuestros instrumentos oceanográficos para tener datos en tiempo real de las condiciones cuando ellos están pescando. De esta forma obtener datos en el sitio de captura por unidad de esfuerzo y de otra información incluyendo las artes de pesca, el número de artes de pesca, particularmente el número de calazos, las coordenadas geográficas, profundidad, las especies de peces con sus características de tamaño, condición reproductiva y algunos elementos de alimentación, aparte de la carnada. Estamos haciendo una serie de perfiles de salinidad, temperatura, profundidad, que eso nos da la densidad, para tener perfiles completos de la columna de agua, en donde están las marcas de peces de los pescadores. Para eso también estamos tratando de caracterizar el fondo donde se están pescando estos peces, con unas cámaras con luces programables, para obtener algunas imágenes del fondo donde habitan estos peces. estamos para el objetivo de ver el elemento, la pregunta de conectividad entre la Virgen y Puerto Rico. Estamos usando tejidos del Queen Snapper, del cartucho, y corriendo pruebas de DNA para ver si hay una posible conectividad genética entre estas aprobaciones. Como ven, lo que tengo a la izquierda es un CTD, básicamente lo llaman un profiler, es un instrumento que nosotros enviamos hacia profundidades que pueden llegar a más de 1000 metros. Nos mide temperatura cada medio segundo, salinidad con estas dos a una profundidad específica y un sensor de presión. En base a la combinación de temperatura y salinidad podemos determinar la densidad y ver cómo se ordenan las masas de agua en base a su densidad en la columna de agua donde los pescadores pescan. Lo de la derecha son las luces programables, las podemos tirar apagadas y ellas prenden allá abajo a un tiempo determinado. La próxima. Entonces, vamos, yo primero quería entrar a lo más fundamental en términos oceanográficos, que era cómo es la columna de agua donde están pescando los pescadores en este momento, en esta región. Pues nosotros tenemos que la columna de agua en el Caribe Norte está caracterizada por una estratificación permanente. O sea, esto es una masa de agua que no, básicamente, no se mezcla, sino que está ordenada y provienen de diferentes sitios en base a su densidad. Por ejemplo, tenemos en los primeros 70 metros, que fluctúa entre 40 y 70, quizás hasta un poco más metros, lo que llaman el Caribbean Mixed Surface Water, básicamente es una columna es una masa de agua mezclada por el viento, por la turbulencia, y que mantiene unas características bien homogéneas de temperatura y de salinidad. Abajo de ella tiene un agua que es lo que se conoce como el subtropical underwater, que es un agua que se produce básicamente en el mar de los Sargazos, en el Atlántico Central. Es un agua superficial, unas áreas de bien alto viento, donde el agua de mar básicamente se evapora el agua dulce, dejando la sal abajo. Esa agua entonces adquiere una densidad y se hunde. Al hundirse, pues pasa a través de un giro gigantesco que hay en el Atlántico Norte, y entra al Caribe a través de unos pasajes que yo les voy a mostrar ahora. Básicamente, en la columna de agua, la masa de agua que más nos interesa es esta. Es el agua del mar de los Sargazos, que vino a una profundidad un poco mayor que la que acabo de nombrar, y que se caracteriza por una temperatura de agua todavía más baja, o sea, más fría y más densa que esta capa superficial. Más abajo de ella, ya hablando ya por las 400 brazas y las 500 brazas, son aguas que vienen de la Antártida y del Ártico. Son aguas sumamente frías y ricas en nutrientes. De hecho, si ustedes se fijan, básicamente entre la superficie y los 1000 metros hay un gradiente de más de 20 grados de grados centígrados de temperatura. Y estas características nosotros las podemos encontrar en Puerto Rico tan cerca como menos de 1 milla mar afuera, en las áreas, por ejemplo, de Patilla. Lo que da lugar a Puerto Rico a un área potencial de lo que se conoce como OTEC, Ocean Thermal Energy Conversion, que le da el potencial, hay un gradiente suficientemente grande de temperatura como para convertir esta diferencial de temperatura en energía. La próxima. Aquí es lo que estaba hablando. Este es un sistema, este es lo que llaman el anticiclón subtropical del Atlántico Norte. Es un sistema súper enorme de grande, tiene un giro anticiclónico y fuerza todo el Caribe Norte está influenciado, regulado por este proceso oceanográfico. O sea, esto es lo que mueve el agua en todo nuestro sistema del Caribe Norte. Y entonces esta agua, el giro hace que esta agua se esfuerce a través de los canales, a través de esta zona de aquí, particularmente el área de Grenada y de Santa Lucía, como el flujo es básicamente del este, pues entra por estos canales de la isla y penetra en el Caribe. Este sistema general gigantesco es un área extremadamente, es básicamente un desierto oceanográfico. Es un área donde hay una estratificación permanente, hay bien pocos nutrientes, el agua es bien clara, es relativamente tibia, caliente. Es un sistema que se conoce como un sistema convergente, o sea que es un sistema donde no hay upwelling, donde no suben los nutrientes, sino que el agua se mantiene estratificada y extremadamente pobre de nutrientes de arriba. Así que lo que estoy tratando de decir con esto es que a nosotros aquí en el Caribe no nos entra un agua extremadamente productiva, nos entra un agua pobre de nutrientes, pobre en plancton, pobre en todo. O sea, básicamente nuestras pesquerías no están enriquecidas por un agua que viene rica en nutrientes, todo lo contrario, pero hay excepciones. Hay procesos, tanto de vórtice ciclónico aquí adentro, que pudieran estar entrando en el Caribe, y eso es otra media hora, pero lo hay. Vamos a la próxima. Ok, estos son los datos reales que yo he cogido con ustedes, los pescadores. Hemos trabajado en Añasco, Bajo de Sico, la Corona del Sur, Palguera, Playa Santa, no me recuerdo, eso es Caja de Muertos y San Juan. Fuera del morro, debo decir, el San Juan. Aquí vemos claramente la capa mixta, ¿ok? Capa mixta, esta capa mixta va a variar en temperatura hasta unos 5 grados, posiblemente entre unos 25.5, 26 grados hasta 30 grados se ve una acá arriba en diferentes partes del tiempo. Obviamente eso está influenciado por la temperatura de la atmósfera. La profundidad de esta capa mixta varía entre 40 y 70 metros de acuerdo a la velocidad del viento. Mientras más viento, más profunda es la capa porque aumenta la turbulencia. No tiene nada que ver con la temperatura, tiene que ver con el viento, ¿ok? Entonces vemos un área que es lo que lo conocemos en términos de temperatura, lo que conocemos como el termoclino. Esta es un área donde hay un cambio bien rápido de temperatura con profundidad que llega como hasta los 150, 170 metros, y luego hay un bajo, sigue reduciéndose la temperatura, pero aún con un slope un poquito más pequeño. O sea, hay una pequeña disminución de la velocidad de disminución, pero básicamente la temperatura sigue reduciéndose con profundidad. La próxima. En cuanto a la salinidad, es un proceso bien interesante. Aquí vemos de nuevo la capa mixta. Claro que aquí, como vemos, mucha variabilidad, porque la salinidad varía rápidamente con la lluvia, escorrentías. Todo esto afecta las variaciones en salinidad acá arriba en la capa mixta. Claro que, como les digo, es una masa de agua que se está mezclando todo el tiempo. Se mezcla. Llueve en la superficie, esta agua en superficie llega acá abajo. ¿Por qué? Porque el agua está mezclándose continuamente. Por eso vemos que hay una variación tan grande de superficie. Como vemos, según aumentamos profundidad, la variabilidad cada vez es menor y menor y menor. Y todos los estudios lo demuestran, que la variabilidad de estos factores conservativos son la temperatura y la salinidad. Donde más ocurre la variación son en los primeros 1200 metros. Después de ahí, es sumamente consistente en términos de temperatura y de salinidad. Como vemos, hay un máximo asociado aquí a lo que se conoce como el subtropical underwater. Este es el máximo de esa masa de agua que les hablé, donde hay alta evaporación en el mar de los Sargazos, y el agua entonces al estar más densa se hunde y viene a parar aquí y muestra este pico de salinidad. Que es importante este punto aquí, por otras razones que les voy a explicar más adelante. En la próxima. Como vemos, esta es la curva de densidad y se ve la capa mixta y la densidad, que es un resultado de la interacción de la temperatura y la salinidad. Como ven, aumenta la densidad porque ya de aquí para abajo, de los 120 metros para abajo, que alteramos valía de salinidad, todo es una reducción en temperatura. Mientras más fría el agua, más densa, así que la densidad va aumentando hasta por ahí para abajo, hasta que llega, bueno, hasta los 5000 metros del fondo del mar Caribe. La próxima. Ok, esto es un estudio que hacen Seijo y Ellis al sur de San Tomás, básicamente cerca del MCD, unos transectos que se hicieron entre el sur de entre el suroeste de San Tomás y Santa Cruz. Y básicamente muestra exactamente lo mismo que yo le estaba aquí. Aquí está la salinidad, aquí está la densidad, aquí está la temperatura. Pero el propósito de esta gráfica es enseñarle esta gráfica aquí. Esta es la gráfica de clorofila. Ok, ¿por qué es importante esta gráfica? Esta gráfica es importante, número uno, porque demuestra, aunque esto es una clorofila relativa, aquí no hay un número, pero el hecho de que haya uniformidad aquí y uniformidad acá, quiere decir que me dice a mí inmediatamente de que estamos bien cerca aquí del límite de detección. O sea, estamos hablando de agua bien poco productiva. O sea, esto es básicamente un indicador de fitoplancton. ¿Ok? Fitoplancton es el alga principal que mueve toda la productividad en la columna de agua. ¿Ok? ¿Por qué hay un máximo de clorofila a 130 metros? Si aquí ya no hay fitoplancton produciendo nada, aquí esto está oscuro aquí. Ese fitoplancton, este pico de fitoplancton, este pico de clorofila, se produjo acá arriba. ¿Por qué está aquí? Está aquí porque las partículas estas partículas que se aglomeran, que se acumulan aquí, son menos densas que la masa de agua que está aquí abajo. Por ende, se acumulan aquí. Llegan hasta ahí como si fuera un falso piso. Este concepto, oceanográficamente se conoce como el falso ventos. El falso vento. O sea, que la partícula no baja más porque el agua que está abajo es más densa que ella. Por eso no baja más y se acumulan ahí. Esto es una fuente de comida. Esto es una fuente de comida próxima. Para posible, déjame hacer quiero hacer un pequeño recuento de donde estamos hasta ahora. Número uno, hay una estratificación vertical bien fuerte, con pinoclinos permanentes o pinoclinos de cambio de densidad y condiciones altamente oligotróficas, altamente pobres en nutrientes. Las variaciones en estabilidad y temperatura están básicamente asociadas con los primeros 1200 metros, van abajo de los 1000 metros, las condiciones son básicamente constantes en temperatura y salinidad. La temperatura del agua en el surface mixed layer, o sea, en la columna, en la parte de arriba, está asociada con la temporada, cambio de temperatura en el ambiente, y la variedad de salinidad está influenciada tanto por la lluvia como por, en algunas ocasiones del año, lentes de agua del Amazonas y del Orinoco que llegan hasta Puerto Rico. La variabilidad vertical en la salinidad, y al igual que el máximo de clorofila, se ha demostrado que aumenta hacia el beril. O sea, esto fue lo que el estudio que se me olvidó decirles esto en la gráfica anterior, que ese máximo de clorofila, vieron que había unos desplazamientos. La figura anterior. Que hay cierta variabilidad aquí. Pues notan que esta variabilidad está bien relacionada a cuán cerca se obtienen las muestras del beril, del final de la plataforma. Lo que quiere decir que la batimetría juega un papel importante en esta variación de clorofila, aunque les debo señalar que no es mucha. Adelante. O sea, el concepto es consistente. Y básicamente eso es lo que le quería decir, que la variabilidad está afectada de alguna forma por los procesos de batimetría principales. La próxima. La próxima. Ok, yo lo que estoy tratando, una de las cosas que estoy tratando de ver, posiblemente hasta para mi propio interés, y para poder decirlo a ustedes y discutirlo y tratar de ayudar a los pescadores a entender lo que ellos están haciendo es cuáles son las fuentes de variabilidad en cuanto a esto. Vemos que hay variabilidad asociada a la velocidad del viento, pues hay variabilidad asociada a diferentes plumachos que se mueven hacia el área, hay una interacción de corriente, tanto como las mareas como por la batimetría, que es el proceso que les acabo de decir, dentro del área del océano norte central. Están los diferentes vórtices que pueden introducir variabilidad en cuanto a nutrientes en el área. También otra fuente de variabilidad en cuanto a las condiciones oceanográficas que afectan estas masas de agua son las olas internas. Y sumamente importante, posiblemente toda esta gráfica es para presentarles esta fuente de variabilidad en términos biológicos, es las posibles migraciones de plancton y el patchiness de plancton que pudieran estar relacionadas a esos máximos de clorofila que les enseñé ahorita. La próxima. Este camaroncito se conoce como es un eufácido. Ok. ¿Cuál es la importancia de ¿cuál es la importancia de este animal? Bueno, posiblemente este animal se alimenta, por lo menos muchos de ellos, se alimentan de fitoplancton. Y entonces son un enlace entre esa productividad que había allá arriba en la columna de agua y posiblemente organismos que están asociados a la cadena alimenticia del cartucho y de la unidad de mundo. Es muy posible que estos animales tienen capacidad de migrar hasta 200 metros en un día. Pueden estar subiendo al área de máximo de clorofila, alimentándose y bajando a metabolizar ese alimento en áreas más frías donde los costos de metabolismo son mucho más bajos para ellos. Estos animales son posiblemente uno de los principales elementos de alimentación de los calamares y de otros peces que son zooplanctívoros, que también son posiblemente fuente de alimento de tanto del cartucho como de la muniama y de todo eso, y todos los peces depredadores de las aguas profundas. La próxima. Así es que no tan solo, esa no es la única fuente de alimentación, hay otra fuente de alimentación. La próxima, por favor. Número 1, la sedimentación de material orgánico con sus bacterias y todo lo que llaman los microbios de Macrelia loop, que está producido en el surface leaf layer, o sea, arriba donde hay productividad primaria. Transporte advectivo, o sea, horizontal de material orgánico y peces que vienen de estas masas de agua que se introducen en el Caribe, que vienen del Atlántico Norte. Básicamente del subtropical underwater y del sargasso seawater, que fueron las masas de agua que les dije que están asociadas al área donde se pescan estas poblaciones en el range de 200 a 400 metros. Ok, lo que les acababa de nombrar, básicamente las migraciones verticales de plancton del área de máximo de clorofila y hacia abajo, hacia el sargasso seawater mass, que es donde se pescan estas poblaciones. Y también la contribución béntica. O sea, se habla de que estos peces en alguna medida pudieran estar alimentándose de componentes del fondo, tanto de camarones como inclusive algunos componentes bénticos que quizás Stacy pueda hablarle a ustedes sobre esto. Se habla de que estos peces se alimentan de algunos tipos de tunicados o algo en el fondo que todavía no sabemos exactamente qué es lo que es, pero que hay un componente béntico que sirve de alimentación a estos peces, particularmente los peces pequeños. Adelante. Y hay una población local de zooplancton y fitoplancton que conocemos, que básicamente desconocemos, porque es muy difícil llegar a esas profundidades, hacer esos arrastres asociados a las estructuras donde se pescan estos peces. La próxima. Eso es una foto que yo tomé con él, básicamente como 100 brazas, 120 brazas, que se tomó con un ROV que yo bajé allá abajo. Como ven, hay una vida allá abajo, estamos hablando de un arrecife de coral allá abajo. O sea, en algunos sitios hay mucho coral, no tan solo de este tipo de coral, que es lo que llamamos hidrocoral, o un coral que no es simbiótico, es un coral blanco, pero también hay coral negro, hay gorgonáceo, hay esponja, o sea, no es una piedra lisa, muerta, sino que hay una vida allá abajo, hay una arrecife allá abajo, en muchos de estos sitios. La próxima. Bueno, pues déjenme hablarles un poco sobre cuán importante es esta pesca en Puerto Rico en el momento y posiblemente en el resto, comparado con otras islas, San Tomás, San John y San Croix. Yo he clasificado estos peces de agua profunda como deep sea demersal, aunque pues, podemos argumentar si el cartucho realmente es un pez demersal o no, ¿sabes? Pero pues, ven cómo Puerto Rico tiene el porcentaje de esto es solamente peces, ok, no incluye langosta ni carrucho, solamente peces. Como ve, el porciento de los peces de agua profunda, el pargo mero de agua profunda, representan el 26.4% de la captura total de peces en Puerto Rico. Sin embargo, pues el porciento es mucho más bajo tanto en San Juan como en las Islas Vírgenes, como en San Juan, San Tomás o en San Croix. Esto pues, como hemos oído aquí hablar hoy, esto puede cambiar y posiblemente tiene el potencial de cambiar. ¿A qué se debe esto? Bueno, quizás ha habido un interés principal en Puerto Rico asociado a estas capturas. Quizás hay un aspecto sociocultural, socioeconómico asociado a el tipo de pez que prefieren comercializar en todas estas diferentes islas próximas. Pero realmente, de lo que estamos hablando es que en Puerto Rico el área de 200 a 400 metros de profundidad, o de cero, perdóname, aquí las vemos desde 50 metros, porque yo lo quería poner desde el punto de vista mesofótico, pero de 300 a 400 metros ven como que la diferencia de Puerto Rico, el área de Puerto Rico es muchísimo mayor que esta área esta es la isla Vírgenes combinada, San Tomás, San John y Santa Cruz. Vemos que la diferencia es bastante marcada en cuanto al área total en metros cuadrados. La próxima. Lo vamos a ver aquí, lo vamos a ver en esta gráfica. Esta gráfica es interesante porque pues, presenta una serie de las áreas de pesca de los pescadores. Y pues, básicamente, posiblemente una de las áreas de pesca más productivas, que es la parte de la costa oeste, está influenciada por una serie de una montaña, básicamente una cadena de montañas que hay que conectan a Puerto Rico bajo el agua, ¿no? De forma submarina, conectan a Puerto Rico con la República Dominicana, que se conoce como el Great Southern Puerto Rican Fault. O sea, es una falla que básicamente es una extensión de básicamente un pináculo de montaña corrida que unen las dos islas. Y pues aquí tenemos la zona y vemos como esta zona de entre 200 y 400 metros pues es bastante extensa en esta zona oeste de Puerto Rico. También el área casi llega hasta Rincón. Aquí vemos en los rabos de Aguadilla, pues los rabos también hay una área extensa. Pero el resto de la isla, fíjense que lo que hay es un margen bien finito. Los pescadores de la costa norte y aún más los de la costa sur pueden dar fe de esto, de que básicamente lo que estamos hablando es de un precipicio por ahí para abajo. Hay anomalías, hay subterrazas, hay subtaludes, hay todo eso, pero básicamente el área horizontal de pesca aquí es escaso, igual que la costa norte. La próxima. Aquí vemos en el área al norte de Culebra, extendiéndose al norte de San Tomás, San John, como hay un área extensa de 50, pero básicamente cuando llega ya a los 100 metros, empieza a ser bien estrechita de nuevo, pero sin embargo aquí hay un área bastante interesante donde aparentemente hay una zona bien interesante de pesca que posiblemente pudiera tener un potencial bien importante de pesca. La próxima. En el área azul, vuelve al anterior, por favor, y disculpa. En el área azul, como vemos, es bien angosta ese proceso, esa distribución de profundidades para la pesca de peces de agua profunda. Bien limitada, bien angosta, hay que realmente saber dónde uno va a tirar una cala ahí para poder pescar. La próxima. Al sur de Santa Cruz, vemos como esta área el área del suroeste de Santa Cruz, hay un área extensa de pesca. Nosotros no hemos verificado esta área, no sabemos lo que hay aquí. En el futuro próximo pensamos por lo menos llevar un ROV y tirarlo como hasta 120, 130 metros, 140 metros, a ver qué hay aquí. Pero este es un área que también tiene el potencial por la distribución de profundidades en esta zona. El resto de la isla, de nuevo, es un área bien angosta, esta zona de 200 a 400 metros. La próxima. La próxima. Entonces, yo quería traerles un resumen de lo que nosotros tenemos hasta ahora. Hasta ahora, 10 salidas. 10 salidas con 3 pescadores diferentes, uno de la costa norte, uno de la costa oeste y uno de la costa sur. Ok, estas son las especies que hemos capturado. Como ven, lo que predomina es el cartucho. Hemos cogido 117 peces con un total de libras de 178 libras para un promedio de libras de 1.52 libras por pez. Lo que hay hasta ahora, en 117 peces. La muniama del hondo, tenemos 45, el segundo pez más abundante, 1.21 promedio de libras. Hemos cogido 54 libras. Mucho más, los tiburones mucho más abundantes de lo que yo jamás me imaginaba, particularmente Spiny Fish. Este es el que le llaman tiburón espuela o misma de espuela, bien abundante y es una pesadilla para los pescadores, aunque me dicen que este pez tiene importancia comercial en Florida, etcétera, etcétera. Whatever. Se cogen a esta profundidad, de 800 a 1200 pies que estamos pescando, se han cogido ya 16 chillos. Hay otros peces por ahí para abajo, incluyendo las negritas que a veces se cuelan. El total en estas 10 salidas ha sido 251 libras para un promedio de pesca por día de 25.1 libras por salida. Yo no tan solo estoy considerando las salidas, porque hay pescadores que pescan 4 horas, 5 horas y otros que pescan 7. Otros que pescan 8. Hay unos que pescan con 2 personas a bordo, otros pescan solo. Algunos pescan con boya, otros sin boya. El promedio de libras por calazo, 2 libras, 2.0 libras. Eso es hasta ahora. Todo puede cambiar, como te digo, es una muestra bien pequeña, small sample size. Puede cambiar con 2 o 3 pescas buenas, puede cambiar. Y pues, yo solamente estoy apuntando, pesando y midiendo todos los peces que me tiran para el lado. Y esa es la que hay hasta ahora. Sigue para adelante. Una parte bien interesante de esta pesca ha sido todas estas especies que vienen asociadas a esta pesquería, incluyendo juveniles de peces, por ejemplo, de guasa, este es el juvenil de la guasa, que se coge a esas profundidades. Este pez está asociado a los fondos fangosos. Este pez también se coge con el cartucho, que es un puffer. Y los tiburones, que ya llevamos como por lo menos 6, 7 especies de tiburones asociados a esta pesquería. La próxima. Hasta ahora, digo, yo no sé si puedo decir que estos son conclusiones, pero vamos a decir que son observaciones preliminares. Número 1, que esta pesquería de barcos de agua profunda o de peces de agua profunda en el ámbito de los 200 a 400 metros de profundidad está asociada con una masa de agua que es la tercera masa de agua más densa que hay desde la superficie, que es el sargasso seawater mass, también se conoce como North Atlantic Central Water Mass. Las características de la columna de agua, tanto físicas como biológicas, son bastante estables y están dominadas por una estratificación permanente y condiciones oligotróficas. Condiciones oligotróficas son condiciones de pobres nutrientes en la columna de agua, aguas claras, poco productivas. La productividad aparenta estar fuertemente basada en una cadena alimenticia del plancton, pero también por aparentemente un componente bético importante que pudiera estar asociado al mismo arrecife que se forma allá abajo, ¿sabes? Así que eso, pues, necesitamos mucha más información en el futuro sobre hábitos alimenticios. Posiblemente Stacy pueda traer bastante luz sobre eso, pero definitivamente que estos peces no viven en un vacío, son peces de arrecife, ¿ok? Son peces de arrecife, no son... el pez usted lo ve y por de verlo nada más sabe que es un pez de arrecife, y el arrecife está allá abajo. Nosotros sugerimos, o sea, como sugerencia, observación desde el punto de vista planctónico, es que posiblemente el patchiness del zooplancton y micronécton asociado a estos camarones pudieran ser un factor principalísimo en términos de la productividad, la estacionalidad y la distribución espacial del cartucho y otros depredadores altos en esta masa de agua. siguiendo, por ejemplo, lo que yo pudiera decir que es el concepto de la pirámide invertida. O sea que cuando si ustedes tienen, esto también, ese concepto aplica para los tiburones también. O sea que si ustedes ponen, digamos, un cardumen de cartuchos de 10, 12, 15 libras en un área general donde ustedes lo están pescando, y usted hace un estudio alrededor a ver cuánta comida hay ahí para esos cartuchos, la comida que hay y los recursos alimenticios que hay no justifican, o sea, no son suficientes para mantener estos peces. Estos peces tienen que comer aquí en una agregación y se mueven y comen allá en otra agregación y se mueven y comen allá en otra agregación. O sea, no puedes explicar la abundancia y la productividad de estos peces basado en la productividad promedio de un área, porque estos peces no comen en áreas de productividad promedio. Estos peces comen donde hay agregaciones, igual que las ballenas, igual que los tiburones. No se conforman con un calamar, tienen que comerse 20 libras de calamar. ¿Ok? Ese es el concepto de las pirámides invertidas. El pez no se puede, posiblemente los cartuchos pequeños, como una vez yo hablé con Nelson y hace mucho sentido, posiblemente los cartuchos pequeños puedan quedarse dentro de un área localizada, regionalizada, y ellos se alimentan del fondo y pican aquí, pican allá, esperan las corrientes, comen pececitos, como los que le va a enseñar a Stacy, que hay cientos de especies de pececitos, muchos de ellos son así de grandes, son pececitos pequeñitos, ¿verdad? Son estados larvales y porlarvales. Eso alimenta a los peces pequeños, pero los cartuchos de 10 y de 12 libras no los va a alimentar. O sea, los cartuchos de 10 y 12 libras tienen que buscar la comida donde haya mucha, porque son peces que comen mucho, ¿sabes? Por eso es el concepto de la pirámide invertida. Ok, pues yo diría, me parece que la situación de la diferencia en la importancia de los peces de estos peces de agua profunda entre Puerto Rico y las Islas Vírgenes está muy influenciada por la distribución del hábitat, que es mucho más alta en Puerto Rico que en las Islas Vírgenes, entre otras cosas, incluyendo todas las historias de la ciguatera y todo lo demás que lo discutimos en mi presentación anterior. Adelante, yo creo que esa es la última. Bueno, pues nada, gracias por la atención. Nuevamente, este es un estudio que está comenzando. Estamos abiertos para cualquier pescador que esté interesado en participar en el estudio. De hecho, esta presentación aquí en gran medida es para solicitarles ayuda a ustedes, ya que esto es un estudio por definición colaborativo, que mira, nos ayuden a producir más información sobre estas pesquerías, tanto para el conocimiento general, para el mejor manejo de las especies, como para la propia información de ustedes en cuanto a qué factores pudieran estar afectando la pesquería en un plazo más distante. Gracias.
Excelente presentación. Y tengo unos comentarios en cuanto a las pequeñas capturas que se ven con los pescadores. Tal vez hay que tomar en consideración la época del año y el área en donde pescaron, porque eso influye mucho. Y en cuanto a la comida, tienes toda la... en mi experiencia a través de los años, cuando uno coge las mayores cantidades de pesca de cartuchos, los cartuchos vienen llenos, los buches vienen llenos de comida. Y yo me acuerdo que si tú logras, y a mí me pasó, si tú logras conseguir el track de la comida, tú puedes hacer unas pescas formidables durante una semana, 2 semanas, hasta que tú pierdas el track. Y eso me pasó a mí muchos años, que yo tuve 2 semanas haciendo unas pescas increíbles de sobre 300, 400 libras diarias. Y como le seguí el track, los encontraba a veces en la agregación de cartuchos, lo encontraba aquí hoy, tal vez media milla, una milla más hacia adelante, volvía más adelante, la conseguía, hasta que le perdí el rastro a la comida. Cuando le perdí el rastro a la comida, se acabó. No volví a conseguir el cartucho, pues tuve que volver a pescar de la forma regular que lo hago. Tienes mucha razón en cuanto a eso. Voy a hacer otro comentario más, gracias a la presentación tuya. A veces nosotros vamos a un cimonte y cogemos 300 libras.
con unas condiciones específicas. Vamos el otro día con las mismas condiciones, con las mismas variables, exactamente todo lo mismo, y cogemos 5 libras. Entonces empezamos con las especulaciones. Que los peces están dejados. Entonces, quiere decir que le estamos dando la inteligencia a los peces. Los peces están dejados. Decimos, pues los peces se fueron para la profundidad. No sabemos. Los peces dejaron de comer porque están llenos. Los peces los cogimos todos. ¿Ah? Entonces, realmente nos lleva a decir que nosotros sabemos bien poco. Pues como sabemos bien poco, pues hay que seguir investigando para nosotros realmente saber y salir de las especulaciones, de los comentarios, de las hipótesis y saber dónde estamos parados. Así que hace falta ese tipo de estudios.
Mira, Paulo, una de las cosas, en términos de lo que es la variabilidad en cuanto a la definición del plancton, una de las cosas que son indicadores de plancton, por ejemplo, son la abundancia de coral negro. ¿Por qué? Porque el coral negro se alimenta de plancton. Tú ves que en todas esas paredes, en todas las paredes estas, donde hay relieve de verdad, relieve batimétrico, esas paredes tienen coral negro. ¿Por qué? Porque donde hay un relieve, donde hay una pared, donde hay una montaña submarina, la masa de agua da contra esa pared y entonces el flujo se acelera. Al acelerarse el flujo es mayor la cantidad de plancton que pasa por un sitio dado, porque básicamente estás acelerando el paso de la corriente por ahí, hay más. Por eso es que estas especies de peces, por ejemplo, con el cartucho, es una de dos cosas, o son las dos. Porque la forma del pez, cuando tú ves la forma de ese pez, tú sabes que es un pez que no se encueva, es un pez de media agua, tiene un rabo grande, parece un torpedo. Una de dos cosas, o el pez necesita ser suficientemente rápido, nada, súper veloz, es como si fuera un pelo de arrecife, para poder capturar una presa que tiene que ser en la columna del agua, porque no es una presa que vive encuevada. O que es un pez que está aerodinámicamente diseñado para aguantar una corriente. O sea, la corriente dándole, como el pez es un torpedo, puede mantenerse en contra de la corriente con un esfuerzo mínimo de nadar. Esas cosas, o sea, que un pez, para mí, el cartucho es un pez adaptado a vivir en corriente, ¿sabes? Porque come en corriente. Come calamares, come plancton, come todos los peces que vienen a comerse los calamares, los peces que vienen a comerse el plancton. O sea, es un pez diseñado estructuralmente, diseñado para corriente. Entonces, lo que yo le estaba diciendo a un compañero ahorita, el cartucho vive en la oscuridad. Si vive en la oscuridad porque tiene un ojo tan grande, el pez espada vive en la oscuridad, ¿verdad? Y si vive en la oscuridad porque tiene un ojo tan grande. ¿Por qué? Porque se alimentan de cosas que tienen su propio brillo, que producen su propia luz. ¿Y qué produce su propia luz? Los calamares. Los calamares tienen células que producen luz y brillan debajo del agua y brillan en la oscuridad para ellos encontrarse y poderse reproducir. Y hay calamares grandes y hay calamares pequeños y hay calamares gigantes. Y para cada tamaño de esos calamares hay un depredador y el cartucho es uno de ellos. Digo, esos son mis 5 chavos.
¿Qué opinión tú tienes acerca de la luz? Porque llegó un momento que todos los pescadores de cara querían en el sutilillo, en el arte, colocarle una luz. Entonces yo me pongo a pensar, si tú compras un carro, el carro te da una serie de especificaciones. El consumo es bajo, el consumo es alta, la protección. Tú compras ese tipo de bombilla y no te dice en lo más mínimo cuál es la eficiencia, la productividad, en qué tanto te va a mejorar la pesca. Ninguno de esas luces. Entonces, la pregunta mía hacia ti es, ¿tú crees que esas luces de profundidad ayudan a aumentar las capturas?
Sí, ayudan, porque es que estos peces son visuales. Es lo irónico, que son peces que viven en la oscuridad, pero son depredadores visuales. Explícamelo tú. O sea, si tú vives en un cuarto oscuro, ¿para qué tú necesitas ojos? Bueno, hay una razón, y es porque se dirigen son visuales. Tienen un ojo bien grande para poder verte mejor. O sea, eso son depredadores de cosas visuales que emiten su propia luz allá abajo. Y para mí, que uno de los elementos principales tiene que ser los calamares. Los calamares que producen su propia luz.
O sea, que
Por eso que estos cialumen, todos los pescadores de pez de espada usan un cialum o varios cialumes en la cara. Todos lo usan. Todos los pescadores de cartucho, hasta donde yo he podido ver, todos usan cialum, todos. No cialum, las bombillitas esas que prenden a blanca, porque los cartuchos la ven. O sea, los cartuchos ven, puede el cartucho estar allá lejos y ve esa bombillita y se va a dirigir hacia allá porque sabe Dios si quizás cree que es un calamar.
O sea, que responden al estímulo visual.
Responden al estímulo visual.
¿Al estímulo olfativo?
También, sí, también, definitivo. También, pero o sea, el pez, ¿sabe? Tiene un ojo grande, por eso yo digo oculatus, porque tiene un ojo enorme de grande para su tamaño y llama la atención rápido que el pez es un depredador visual, irónicamente en un cuarto oscuro es un depredador visual.
Gracias, Renny. Tenemos que seguir adelantando la agenda. Vamos a dar paso ahora con Stacy, si no hay alguna otra pregunta. Javier.
Oye, por lo menos a base de mi experiencia, ¿verdad? De lo que Renny estaba comentando en cuestión de las luces. Durante los años, pues yo he usado ciertas luces, ¿verdad? Yo uso una arriba, más o menos a una braza de donde comienza el primer anzuelo, y donde uso la potrada, uso otra luz. Lo que sí entiendo que dice él, ¿verdad? Hay ciertas luces que te van a llamar más la atención, pero lo que he notado con el tiempo es que a ellos les encantan los movimientos bruscos, las vibraciones y las luces que más llaman la atención, para mi entender, son los colores rojos, intermitentes. ¿Sabes? Por lo menos eso es a base de mi experiencia. He usado todos los colores, pero no sé por qué razón las luces, cuando varían de color y los colores son más opacos, llaman más la atención de esa especie, junto a las vibraciones. Eso es lo único que tenía que decir.
Gracias, Puerto. Was last comment, we have Julian.
Will McGrath for the record. Here's a question for Dr. Renee. I don't know if you have the answer. I was watching when you were showing the slide with the sargassum sea. And we've been having such great impacts with the sargassum seaweed right now. I think more than ever I've ever seen. Do you think that this is impacting this fishery at all, as far as the juveniles, as far as the food? It's just something that comes to my mind, and I plan to bring it up at the council meeting in the next couple of weeks, because I see what's taking place. I saw some videos that are very disturbing. So, and we're just looking at the Virgin Islands, and what I see so much of our juvenile habitat has been being affected, because once it hits the shoreline, it dies and kills everything within the area. We talk so much about the lionfish being, one of the biggest predators eating our juvenile fish, but here it is now, we're being impacted by this sargassum seaweed so bad that it's playing its toll also. So I just was wondering, since you had that slide up there, is it impacting any part of this fishery or anything that you may know? Thank you.
Well, Julian, sargassum is a two-edged sword. In once in coastal areas, it can be a real pest. It can cause mortality of juvenile fish, corals. It's really a menace to marine life in the shallow water. In the deep sea, it's actually very highly productive, because the sargassum doesn't depend on water, on the drinking water nutrients, which are usually typically nitrogen, because sargassum has the capacity to use a molecular nitrogen from the atmosphere, and that's what explains its productivity amongst a sea that is completely oligotrophic. So that's why you have so high availability of sargassum in the open ocean, and whereas that productivity would have been unexplainable based on the available nutrients in the water. for these fisheries, when sargassum dies, it goes to the bottom, so it adds on significant amounts to the organic matter pool, which eventually gets to the bottom and increases the organic matter, which is used by shrimps and crabs and echinoderms, and potential food for these fishes that live actually in a desert down there. So for the coastal areas, it can be very, very bad in many aspects. Has consequences that sometimes are extreme, like we're seeing in this recent year. Not only in Virgin Islands, Puerto Rico as well. But in these open ocean areas, you know, it's about one of the sole centers of high productivity, you know, and that and associated with these sargassum nets are a huge food web that includes tunas, marlins, wahoo, mahi-mahi, all pelagics are associated with the sargassum mats because the flying fish lay their eggs attached to the sargassum. And that's where the whole food web begins.
Another quick follow-up, and that's the information I was looking for. So it's on the record, so everyone can hear. It's not only damaging, but it's actually does a lot of good for the fishery. So I wanted that on the record. Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you. We have to go now to Stacy for her presentation. Please, Stacy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Stacy Williams from Coastal Survey Solutions, and I'll be presenting on the characterization of prey diversity of cartucho here in Puerto Rico. This is with my this work was done with my two colleagues and friends, Carlos Prada and Diana Beltran. They're both at the University of Rhode Island. Next. So as many of you know, queen snapper fishery is becoming an increasingly important fishery in the USVI and in Puerto Rico. We don't know much of cartucho, but what we do know is that it has an extensive distribution all the way up to North Carolina and down to Brazil. We've spoken about the depth distribution, and as Joel mentioned, they could be up to, he's seen them at 80 brasas. So they could be seen or observed at 130 meters and all the way down to, reported down to 539 meters. We reported that on the Okeanos Explorer. But it's also assumed that they follow the silk snapper, is that they have an ontogenetic relationship with depth. So the juveniles can be seen in shallower waters and then they migrate to deeper waters, but that is yet to be actually observed with cartucho or queen snapper. From Rosario et al.'s 2006 report, they observed peaks in spawning during October and November, and they showed that the females matured at 23 centimeters and males at 31 centimeters in fork length. Rennie and some of his reports have also associated the distribution of queen snappers with areas with high topographic relief, so higher areas with a lot of structure. So, but there, like I mentioned, is a lot of things that we don't still know, and a lot of people are collecting data, like Kate Overly and Virginia Sherbet, and also Rennie Garcia on their life history, habitat preferences, and what they actually eat. Next. So this project was to characterize the diet of the queen snapper. The objective was to summarize the demographic information of the fish that we sampled, and then to characterize and quantify the diversity of the preys and see if there was any type of patterns between the sexes of fish, the size of fish, and the locations where the fish were caught. Next. So we worked closely with two fishermen, Nelson Crespo, thank you Nelson, and Luis Roman. They helped us greatly through this project. Also, Wilson Santiago helped out, and Virginia Sherbet allowed us to collect 20 stomach samples from her samples, so that we thank her. And what we did when we collected the fish is that we photographed the fish, we weighed the fish, we measured the fork length, tender length, and total length of the fish. We collected tissue samples, and the tissue samples were preserved for DNA analysis. We then removed the stomach and intestines and any other food items that were in the fish's mouth, and we placed them in whirly pack bags, and everything was labeled with an identification date and the location where the fish were collected. We removed the gonads and we took photos of the gonads and weighed the gonads. We also removed the eyes and around the left eye and foil. And we also removed the otoliths. So a lot of these fish were just chopped up. We tried to use as much samples as possible from each fish. So all the material was placed in a freezer that was at -20 degrees centigrade to preserve anything valuable for these samples. Stomach samples were sent off to the University of Rhode Island, and then we sent off gonads and eyes and otoliths to Virginia. And also, I have to mention that Graciela and Naomi helped in identifying the sex through photos of the different fish species. So, next. So, in total, we collected 157 samples of queens, and this was between November of 2019 to July of 2020. There were 7 different locations in this map, and this is all on the west coast of Puerto Rico. So these sites are not specific sites. There are some GPS points that we did have, but we didn't want to relay that on the map. Because I know how sensitive sites are to fishermen, but this just gives you a general idea of where the fish were collected. So the depths ranged where the fish were fished between 256 meters at Bajo Medio, which is right there in the middle, to 402 meters at Site 3. This is like the site that was closer to the coast of Puerto Rico. As I'll show you in the next slide, the total amount of fish varied between the actual sampling time and the site. You can see that like most of the fish were caught at Bajo Medio and also close to Pinchinchos. So just to keep that in mind. Next. So to give you some results, this is the fork length of the fish in our sampling location, and you can kind of see it skews towards the left. So showing that we sampled mostly smaller fish. However, we did have some really pretty big, large fish. The fork length ranged from 220 millimeters to 808 millimeters. And you can see these are the means of the standard length, fork length, and total length to the right. So next. So this is just graphs showing the average fork length between the different sites and then during the different sampling times. And you can see Site 6 is close to Pinchinchos. So you can see that Site 6 and south of Pinchincho and actually Pinchincho were actually the sites where we collected the larger fish. And you can see to the right of the graph, this shows the average fork length, and you can see that the larger fish were collected during July, and November is when we actually received smaller fish. And these are all statistically significant between the size range, between the sites, and between the sampling time. Next. When we did a relationship, we found that there was a strong positive relationship between fork length and weight. Next. And when we looked at the gonads, out of all the samples, Graciela and Noemi were able to identify the sexes of 110 gonads. So out of our sample, 69% were males and 31% were females. The two left pictures, top and bottom, are actually females, and you can see the top photo shows a gravid female. The same with the pictures to the right, these are both males, and you can see a male that is also gravid to the right. Females had slightly, they were larger in size than the males, and they have a tendency for snappers, the females tend to be larger than males, so these results are similar to past results in other studies. So we looked at the Gotosomatic Index, and this is just the gonad weight divided by like the fish weight, and this is can indicate when a fish is reproductively ready, when it's ready to spawn. And what we found was that when the fish sampled at site 6, which is the site close to Pinchichos at that time, you can see that there's an indication that those fish are ready, that they were ready to spawn. Also, you can see when we're looking at the different times, that July was a time when the GSI was high and there was a peak. So this also indicates that during this time, the fish are ready to spawn. And I'll go over some of these conclusions later on. Next. So the second part of this research was to see exactly what queen snappers are actually eating, and to see if there was any patterns of what they were eating between like the sexes, the locations, and that. So next. So as I mentioned, we froze the stomachs and then we shipped them overnight to Carlos, Indiana, and they processed the stomach samples and intestines and any other undigested items that we collected from the fish mouth in their lab. And there was a total of 146 samples, stomach samples. So as many of you know, you guys are all fishermen, when you're reeling up or pulling up queen snapper, a lot of times they regurgitate their stomachs, so they could come up with empty stomachs. So we did two different types of approaches, and I'm not going to go into detail on how the genetics were actually done. At the last slide, there's Carlos, Indiana's email. If you want to email them for any questions, go for it. But there were two different approaches that we did when looking to identify the different prey species. So there were undigested items, so any food item that was kind of in whole, that was located in their mouth. They took tissue samples from those undigested items and ran analyses. So that was the first approach. The second approach was, like I mentioned, a lot of times the fish regurgitate their stomach contents, but there's liquid that still stays in their stomach. So what they did was they removed that liquid from their stomach, and then they mixed it up, kind of like in a blender, and then they sampled that liquid and tried to identify through the DNA the different prey species. So those are two different approaches. So I'm gonna show you the results of the two different approaches. So the first approach was the undigested items. And this, they use primers that can identify invertebrates. So squids or shrimp and fish. So with the samples that we had, we were able to identify 7 invertebrates. So there were 2 arthropods, 2 shrimps species, 4 mollusks, those are the squids. So there are 4 different species of squids that we were able to identify, and 1 isopod. And with this method, we were able to identify 16 different species of fish in the undigested materials. Next. So this is a list of species that we were able to identify. This just shows you, this table shows you what prey species were more common. So this number 9 shows you the number of stomachs that we were able to identify this squid in. So this squid is also used as a bait, and that could be a source of contamination, but doesn't not necessarily mean they're not eating it, because there's a lot of fish, just like the herring, which are large fish, seros, tunas, that are also used as bait fish. But like Rennie mentioned, these queen snappers are big, so doesn't mean that they're not eating them. They could be eating the juveniles of these fish. But we also have to mention that these fish are used as bait and could have been a contaminant in our samples. So as you can see in like the more common species with this approach, you see that there's the saber-tooth lanternfish, and you're going to see the lanternfish show up a lot in this presentation. Squids and shrimp with this approach. These were the more common species in the queen snapper stomachs. Next. So the second approach was when they removed the liquid of the stomachs and then they mixed it all up and took samples of the stomach liquid. And the primers that they used for this were only for fish, because the primer is more accurate in identifying the different species. So you're going to only see fish in these results, but it doesn't mean that they weren't eating other things, as you saw the previous approach. So with this approach, we were able to identify 43 different fish species that the queen snapper are actually eating. Next. And this is just, it's confusing, but these are all the species. And then these little marks are where they show up in the different stomachs. So this is just a visual of what you see on your computer. And then the next slide, I'll show you a table. You could next. So this next slide shows all the different species. Again, it's similar to that table, but this is a figure. So this is the number of stomachs. So the species that was the most common in queen snapper stomachs was a lanternfish. It's a short-headed lanternfish. And all these fish that are to the right are the ones that are the most common. So you can see they're mostly lanternfish. You have the pearly lanternfish, you have the dragonfish, another species of lanternfish. Bristlemouths are also two species are very common in the queen snapper stomachs. Next. And looking at the different orders, and this is just to show you that most of these, and I'll go this in depth, that these orders are mesopelagic fishes. So these are the fishes that are from 1,000 meters to shallower waters. And the stomoforms are, well, the scombriforms are the ones that are, a lot of them were used in bait. Well, we did find six families of fishes that, that are bait fish, but we found a total of 9, so 3 of them are also are prey of queen snapper. Go ahead. So as I mentioned before, like in the order, the majority of the fish that we observed are mesopelagic fish. So these are the fish that reside that are in the pelagic from 1,000 meters to shallow. But we also did find benthic pelagic fish. So these are the fish that reside closer to the actual bottom, to the benthos. So when we're looking at the transfer of energy, and Rennie was describing this really well in his talk, is this migration from zooplankton and up to, you know, the shallow where there's that peak of chlorophyll. So that area is a very productive area. These mesopelagic fish do the same thing. So we're talking with queen snapper is that they're following these mesopelagic fish. So Cartucho acts as like a link between the really unproductive deep area to this productive shallow zone, as Rennie showed in his graphs. And you can see that in this picture right here, where 54% of the fish that we found are actually mesopelagic. So they made this migration from the deep to that really productive zone, following the zooplankton, and then zooplankton follow the phytoplankton, and you know, this whole trophic structure. And you can see that 29% are fish that go between, that they could be mesopelagic, but, and also some of them are bathypelagic, so they hang out at the bottom. And then 4% are reef associated, and this is most likely the ones that are also used as bait, but not necessarily, that doesn't mean that they're eating the juveniles, those fish. So here's the fish, that the lanternfish that is the most common one that we were finding. So we had all this other information about the location and sex, and we wanted to see if the prey varied between the different locations, and that could maybe contribute to where the fish were collected. And we did find that the prey composition did significantly differ between sites. So what we found were like at Pinchincho site, the prey were totally different. That those species were totally different from, say, Bajo Medio. So we found that it was all dependent on the location is where we were able to identify the prey. Oh, can you go back? Sorry. And I'll go back into more of this, but you can see in Pinchincho right here, this is where we found the highest prey richness. So we found more species of prey in Pinchincho in this area. Next. So just at Pinchincho, so there was a total of 61 species total of 61 prey species that we were able to identify in the queen snapper stomachs. And 46 prey species, 46 of those species were actually identified at Pinchincho. That's a lot of species at Pinchincho. And the ones that were the more common ones were the bristlemouth fish, the lantern, and the 3 species of lanternfish. You can see that in 20 stomach samples, the bristlemouth fish was actually observed. So just in Pinchincho alone, we found most of the prey species there. Next. And Pinchincho, if Nelson knows and other people know that fish there, I was on the Okeanos Explorer as a co-science lead. And this area is really impressive structurally. There are a lot of overhangs in this area. And the currents are so strong, and this is karst geomorphology, that these currents kind of carve these overhangs in the rocks. And with these overhangs comes a lot of biodiversity of sponges, corals, of fish, of invertebrates. And it was just a really impressive sight. So I can believe that there's a lot of prey species of queen snapper in this area. And just like the shallow reefs, you know, we always associate high biodiversity with structural complexity of the bottom. Is the same for the deep sea, that, you know, in areas where it's flat, you don't find so many organisms, but areas where you have some topographical relief, that's where you find high biodiversity of animals. Next. So when we're looking at the prey and versus size, are the larger fish eating different things than the smaller fish? And we looked at two size ranges, so the smaller fish and then the larger fish. And you see that prey richness, so the number of different prey items found in smaller fish does not vary that much from the larger fish. There's 40 species and 39 species. But then when we look at the actual species itself, the composition, we found that it was very different between the smaller fish and the larger fish. So the smaller fish are eating different prey items than the larger fish. And these are the more common ones in the smaller fish and the common species in the larger fish. Next. So in conclusions, we found, like I showed you before, a strong positive relationship between weight and the length of the fish. So this is very similar to Rosario's et al. 2006 report, where they showed that the snappers exhibit isometric growth, so all their body parts grow the same size. What Rosario and them found and reported was that spawning times of queen snapper were in October and November. And actually in our study, we found that it was in July. And we have some reports from Nelson and other people, other fishers, that also comment that they found gravid individuals during July and August. So that should maybe be reconsidered when looking into the species that during the late summer, that might be a spawning time for queen snapper. For doing any type of genetic work, we suggest that if you're working with deep sea fishes, that you use the meta barcode methodology. So you extract the liquid from their stomachs and run the DNA analysis with that, because that will give you a more robust species list of what they're eating. So for queen snapper alone, we found a total of 61 species of their prey items, and these 61 species belong to 18 orders, 31 families, and 38 genera. So that is pretty high. Next. As you see that the queen snappers are largely carnivores, they are prey on fish, and this is very similar to their sister species. There's been reports in Hawaii where the Antilles in Hawaii, they eat fish that are in the Mesopelagic zone also. So the queen snappers in the Caribbean show very similar behaviors to those in Hawaii. And these mesopelagic fish, as I mentioned, they do this migration to the shallower, more reproductive zones to follow the zooplanktons. So we believe that the queens are a link between those shallow, highly productive environments to the deep, mostly unproductive areas. We found that also prey composition varied between location, sex, and possibly age. Age still has to be, we're still waiting for some of the odorless results, so we'll see about that. And we also, and I could share a report, whoever is interested, but we stress that definitely collaboration working with fishers is needed, especially for queen snapper, because their knowledge, there was a couple times where I messaged Nelson like, hey, Nelson, we're getting these species, and you know, he helped us, oh, that's used for bait, and so that knowledge, and especially of the environment, is very useful when we're describing the life history or habitats of fish. So I think that's it. Next. So this project was funded by the council, also Pew, and the Florida Wildlife Federation, and a big thanks again to Luis Roman and Nelson Crespo, also Graciela and Noami. They helped with the gonad, sexing the gonads, Ori and Wilson, also Virginia, and all the other people that helped us dissect all these fish. And our emails are listed below, so if you have any specific questions about the genetic analysis, you can contact Deanna and Carlos. And if you want to contact me, I can send you the report. So, and that's it.
Thank you very, very much for an excellent presentation. And we have Pauco. Go ahead.
Sí. Agradezco de mi parte de los pescadores la valiosa información que nos ha brindado y que un por ciento bien alto coincide con nuestras experiencias personales. Ahora, para yo sentirme más seguro, entiendo que de acuerdo a las expresiones de ustedes dos, básicamente hay dos picos de desove. Uno que puede ser en verano y otro que puede ser en invierno. Eso
sí, es correcto. Sí, de muestras y muestras. Sí.
En la otra inquietud, de ese total de piezas capturadas, ¿qué por ciento por lo menos ha desovado una sola vez? Por ejemplo, el de la langosta. La langosta pues tiene una medida de 3,5 pulgadas porque se ha encontrado que por lo menos ya ha desovado una vez. Y eso mantiene una estabilidad dentro del recurso, dentro de los cartuchos. Se sabe con contundencia de las capturas y de las muestras de los individuos cuántos han desovado por lo menos una vez para que hagan un balance en la pesquería.
Voy a hablar en inglés porque es question very different. So I have, maybe Rennie could comment on this, or Graciela. I don't know exactly if it has been determined the size, what is a reproductive individual of Cartucho, because that could also contribute to what we actually observed. Also, it doesn't mean that they were not spawning. They might have spawned before we collected them, because the gonads, some of the gonads were really, really empty. I mean, so I don't know really if there's maybe Rennie or
maybe somebody
online knows that has a better idea.
Porque puede ser que sea sexualmente maduro, pero eso no significa que ha desovado.
I don't recall the exact activity of the big snapper.
No, Rosario, in the work that you all did back in 2006, said that for females to be. So from that study, it's about 12 inches for females, the average length at maturity. So Jesus Rivera, who's working with Virginia Crevet, it's online, and he's actually working around this, so he's going to tell us a little bit about the reproductive behavior of the queens.
Adelante, Jesús. Buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan?
Sí.
Sí, adelante.
Okay. Nada, Bauco, esto funciona, la reproducción funciona de esta manera. Se tiene que hacer un muestreo todos los meses una cantidad de peces que puede rondar entre 30, 50, 100 individuos, dependiendo del tamaño de los individuos, y se va tomando la gónada, y esa gónada se puede pesar. En el caso de los palgos no tiene mucho sentido porque agregan mucha grasa. En las fotos que presentó Stacy, he visto que tienen un poco de grasa las gónadas, sobre eso afecta el índice gonadosomático. Si hablo muy rápido, pues me lo dicen para los que van a translate. Luego, pues tenemos la histología, que es lo mejor la mejor alternativa que tenemos. Y la histología no le importa cuánto pesa la gónada, cómo se ve por fuera, es lo que está dentro. En el caso del peje puerco y otros palgos, tal vez tiene una gónada gigantesca y tú dices, esta gónada está a punto de desovar. Pero cuando lo miras bajo el microscopio, es un huevo que está 2 o 3 pasos antes de desovar. Por eso es que es tan importante la histología y cada vez se usa menos el índice gonadosomático. Ahora, contestando a tu pregunta de cómo se hace, cómo sabemos si el pez se ha reproducido una vez o no, pues eso se llama la curva del L50. Y el L50 es que tú buscas en toda tu data por tamaño, también lo puedes hacer por edad, y vas clasificando de 1 pulgada a 2 pulgadas, cuál proporción yo tengo de peces, cuán porcentaje de mis peces son maduros o inmaduros. Y ahí tú vas creando esa data. Va a llegar un punto en que tú vas a tener el 50% de tus peces maduros y el 50% de tus peces inmaduros. Como expliqué en lo de peje puerco, la madurez histológicamente es un poco tediosa porque un pez en desarrollo que ya no es inmaduro, para la madurez sexual se considera maduro. Entonces, ahí vamos a la otra gráfica que se construye. Se hace una gráfica de estas etapas de madurez por mes. Y entonces ahí es que tú ves dentro de los peces maduros cuál es mi porcentaje de los que están en desarrollo, los porcentajes de los que están en inglés spawning capable, o sea, que están disponibles para reproducirse. Eso tiene una subdivisión que se llama actively spawning, que es donde tú ves los huevos altamente hidratados que están a punto de salir. Y luego de eso hay 2 clasificaciones más que pueden ser que la hueva tú ves esa hueva de ese pez gigantesca pero vacía. Y eso quiere decir que ya hubo el desove. Y eso lo sabemos con la histología. Se han hecho muchos intentos de hacerlo visual. Tienes que tener muchísima experiencia para dar con el clavo visualmente. Entonces, pues, espero que le haya contestado la pregunta y nada, cualquier cosa, pues, como estamos cortos de tiempo, lo pueden llamar o enviar un email. Wilson tiene mi información. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Solamente porque hay una pregunta en la mesa, Jesús. Si tienen información del tamaño del 50% reproductivo del cartucho, ¿cuál es el tamaño que el cartucho está maduro sexualmente?
Marcos? There's some work that had been done before by the Recreational. They found in the Mesopelagic and they found that females at 14 centimeters are 14 inches are really sexually mature, and males at 11 are also sexually mature. So I want to give you an indication. That doesn't need to be true for everything, but it's for every area that you have. Or if you have that in the picture, we can share with you.
Perfect. And the question is because Pauco wants to know that and the rest of the fishermen, and I want to highlight that this is a species that being studied now. For sure, those precise numbers are going to change over time, maybe with future studies, but we have a very good ballpark with the reference that Miguel gave us from the literature. And we are not talking about a huge animal that is already starting to reproduce. This is basically what is really important here. Gracias.
So, Pauco, to answer your question, the work that has been done here with microscopic examination of the gonad related to size and maturity at 12 inches. That was Aida Rosario, who had, you know, an incredible experience under her wings, and Noemi Peña. There is going to be a difference among areas because it was different for the islands, the Lesser Antilles. Stacy and the group found 18, the average size was 18 inches. So most likely, most of those had already had at least one reproduction. So the point is that yes, we all have to, you know, if we can put all of the data that have been collected already and identify, as you said this morning, the gaps. What age, what size are we missing that we need to put into the equation to make sure that we know exactly when they reproduce. Stacy presented a graph which showed that there was a difference in the areas where they're feeding, and that there is a difference between the sizes of the fish at the different areas. So most likely, as you all said this morning again, you know, they're following the food. They are following the food because they needed to grow. So, you know, you have all that information. That needs to be turned into the science that the people who do the stock assessment need to complete their assessment so that we have an idea of really how well the fishery is doing. We all think that the queen snapper doesn't have a problem, that it behaves more like a temperate species than it does the tropical species, that it probably grows extremely fast, but it would be dependent on the food. So if the currents, if the water masses that are coming in do not come in with the amount of food that will create that trophic relationship for the queen snappers to grow, then you will have low landings. If you have low landings and the science center sees that they're down, most likely there is a problem with the fishery. So that's why we need to know all of these pieces of the puzzle to determine the variability that you see in your landings. So 2 weeks of fishing at 200 pounds a day or whatever, because it was tracking the food versus 2 pounds in one calazo in another place and 1 day, you know, it gives you the two extremes. So we need to fill in the blanks of why under the same conditions you harvest hundreds of pounds 1 day and nothing the next day. So there is something that we're missing in there that we need to plug into the equation to really have a good assessment of this. So,
yeah. The other thing is the fisherman a long time ago asked me whether the big ones were females and the small guys were males. And what would we do about it? I said, well, don't talk too much about it because that means that the big ones are the females, all of them are females, so therefore you should not take the big face. I thought you what's there, not in my way, so that's another thing, you know, to add to what Graciela is talking about, the variance, the geographical areas, the variance in the size of species that you can, there is some difference in terms of when they mature, when they're male, and when they mature, when they're female. You don't find that many
Cuando se madura
size that are males.
cuando son hembras y no se encuentran muchos de tamaño
Thank you. And I just want to keep going forward. And I think we put in context the importance of science and the importance of making studies, the importance of including different experts from different disciplines of the biology and ecology and so on to understand this. And the importance of the fisherman.
Sí, yo perfecto. Hay algo pues, que escuché de parte de la compañera y pues me llamó mucho la atención en cuanto a que puede ser que esta especie pues puede ser que migre, ponga sus huevos en lugares secos, en lugares llanos y una vez pues llegan ya pues, a cierta medida, baja la profundidad, porque yo pues dado la experiencia de que la mayoría pues que se encuentra en lugares secos pues ya no 80, 100, 120 brazas, pues tienden a ser pues más pequeños. La mayoría, todos, bueno, todos, la mayoría son pequeños, pero en las 180 adelante o 160 en adelante, pues ahí es que se pesca el cartucho grande.
So there are reports, I don't think it's known definitely for queen snapper, but they're assuming they are acting like the silk snappers, where they do go to the shallows to spawn, and then the small, the juvenile fish that migrate to deeper waters. So they have that connection from shallow to deep. But I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong, if there are new studies of the queen snapper that they still haven't identified if they exactly, they're just assuming they're acting like the silk snappers. So.
Si you have the answer, porque el chillo yo lo he visto continuamente, pues el grande con el pequeño casi siempre están juntos, pero el cartucho no, casi no, el cartucho pues hay una gran diferencia, ¿no?
Remember that this is what I want to say is that remember this discussion, we are scratching on the top. I'm gonna say it in Spanish. Estamos tocando eso bien someramente, pero recuerda que la pendiente donde se pesca y el hábitat donde se pesca los silk snapper tiene una característica, y donde se pesca los cartuchos tiene una característica que un área bien grande con otro tipo de relieve, y todo eso puede incidir de la manera que los juveniles y los peces se distribuyen. Así que hay que utilizar a los pescadores, a los científicos de la mano para lograr esa información que ahora mismo realmente no se tiene a precisión. Gracias.
We have a comment here from Virginia that they aged over 500 queen snappers from Puerto Rico. Apparently, it behaves more like a slow-growing species than a fast-growing species. So that's another.
Yes, and I want to make a few comments that I'm collecting on my phone with people that are trying to help us. Number one is that there is a selectivity on the gear addressing El Pauco originally request the information that the majority of the fish captured with the hooks and the taco and the gear used in Puerto Rico and the deep water snapper in around the Caribbean, they are the adult size. If we use the 12 inches as measurement, right? It's very rare to catch quantity or good amount of fish undersized using that method. That's point number one. And point number two is that I think there is a Kate overlay is on the line, and maybe she has some information. I'd like to take the opportunity to hear what she has to say about this discussion before we keep going. Hey, are you there?
Kate had to restart her computer. It froze up. So if you can give her a couple minutes, if someone else wanted to speak.
Okay, and I want the group, Rennie, I'm going with you, but I wanted to remind the group that we need to be focusing on the discussion and try to take a product out of this meeting, more than just learning, which is great on the deep water snapper. Keep taking notes, please, because on the end, we're gonna put a slide with some generic recommendations, what we capture on the meeting, for you guys to revise and to later on to transfer to the council as a recommendation or considerations to be evaluated by the council. Okay? Anybody who wants to turn now? Nelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Stacy, quisiera preguntarle, en todas las especies que se evidenciaron que tenían los cartuchos en los estómagos, aparte pues, de los peces, los camarones, etc., ¿se pudieron identificar, por ejemplo, corales, esponjas, tal vez pedazos de alga en los estómagos de los cartuchos?
So the primers that they use are not for that specific, like, so the liquid, the only primer that was used was for fish. So it would not identify, say, a coral or algae or anything like that. And the other approach was when there was like chunks of food that they can actually remove tissue from to then process. So that list that we showed, it could be many more species like algae, corals, or other invertebrates like sea urchins or something like that. It's just the approach that we used only would identify fish. So that, yeah, that's a limitation of this study.
Y un comentario rápido que yo quisiera hacer en cuanto al tamaño de los cartuchos. El pescador comercial con el tiempo ha aprendido que la pesca es dinero. Y nosotros tenemos unas áreas que le llamamos los nursery, que tratamos de evitarla porque primero no es costo efectivo para el pescador salir a pescar y empezar a coger los cartuchos pequeños. Primero porque te consume tiempo y te consume carnada que al día de hoy está muy cara. Y nosotros dejamos esas áreas tranquilas y dedicamos a buscar pesqueros que por lo menos sea capturar especies que sean viables para el mercado y que nosotros podamos tener una buena ganancia durante el día. Eso es bien importante que lo tengan en mente.
Rennie? Stacy, have you heard about eagle?
That's what I was going to say. Por eso fue que le pregunté.
Did you get too close to the answer of that? Because it has happened to us that in many instances we have had almost the material in hand, but for one reason or another, it escapes again, you know, and we still don't know what the heck that is, you know.
What does it look like?
I don't know,
Like something like that.
it looks like an amphibian, it's something from the bottom.
No, we didn't see any.
Anyway, I just wanted to make another quick comment. If you want to go ahead and elaborate on that, but I want to make a comment regarding the what we, you know, scientists regard as ontogenetic distributions, and that is that in many species of fish, particularly snappers, they do go deeper as they age. So that is very in line with what you were saying about finding the big ones up down deep. For example, Bermudian snapper, the sugo. You can find the schools of Bermudian snapper in 80 feet of water. And then you can fish the adults, you know, these are like this big, and then, you know, 4 or 5 inches long, and then you get the big adults, you know, 600, 700, 800 feet. Okay, so that goes throughout. We see the blackfin snapper diving at 45 meters. That is 150 feet, you know, 160. We already see them. The schools of juveniles and adults. More recently, with the use of an ROV, we're seeing schools of hundreds of snappers, the size of 2-3 inches long, which we believe are either sealed or blackfin snapper aggregated in 80, 70, and 80 meters of water. That's about 200 feet of water. So that's about a third of the depth which they dwell as adults. So that component is probably, you know, in line also with snapper. We haven't seen them yet, and we probably, you know, we might not see them. But for other species of deep water snappers, the ontogenetic trend is effective. You know, it applies. So most surely for queen snapper, same thing kind of prevails. You know, you see the juveniles and the juveniles in shallower water, and the deep water is more exclusively for adults or for big fish. Seal snapper, you know that you get a seal snapper at 1,000 feet. You know, that's usually a big adult fish. So.
So two things regarding the eagle. One thing about regarding the eagle. When you talk about the 2,000 that you think are part of their trophic cascade, they form swarms, and usually when bigger fish eat them, I mean they make them into a bolus. Would that be what we're looking at in terms of, you know, the queens?
No te entiendo.
Remember in Rhode Island, the the swarms of euphausids of shrimp, they form swarms, and swarms that actually feed whales. The cruel. Que si,
Quítate la máscara esa, puedes entender.
que si los eufásidos que tú presentaste pueden convertirse en una bola de estos camarones, porque es lo que realmente pasa cuando se están alimentando una ballena, que son animales que se alimentan de ellos, y que esa congregación de esos eufásidos hacen un bolus, hacen este higo que están viendo, porque tú te puedes alimentar, o sea, estamos hablando de lo que come la ballena. Hay que un animal puede pasar por ahí, medir esta cantidad de animales y crear ese bolus para alimentarse.
A mí lo que me dicen los pescadores es que el higo es algo como algo del fondo, algo que ellos comen del fondo, que es un material como si fuera una esponja. Y eso no es muy compatible con un crustáceo, porque el crustáceo se ve que tiene el exoesqueleto, y no es muy compatible con la descripción que dan los pescadores del higo.
Nelson and okay, I'm sorry, have a Kate. One second, please. Kate?
Hey, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Hopefully. Awesome. So I had two comments I just wanted to throw out there. I lost sound, I think, right before I had a chance to say anything. But through my thesis work, we did see that queen snapper actually exhibit extremely slow growth. So, I mean, I would be happy to present that information also at, another time to the fishers so they can kind of see the results from our fishery independent survey and what we discovered in the thesis. But I also wanted to touch on the ontogenetic shifts that have come up a few times. We did look at that. We had looked at that in terms of both fork length and age. So we aged our samples from our fishery independent survey and obviously have our length measurements. So we do not see the stereotypical ontogenetic shift. So what we have actually seen is that young and small fish are actually seen throughout the depth range. We do tend to see fish at larger fish at the deeper depth. But outside of that, that could be due to a variety of different reasons. Whether the fish are, maybe the larger fish are fished out in the shallower water, or they're in the deeper waters because of certain prey species. But again, we don't necessarily see the stereotypical ontogenetic shift that we're talking about for some of these other species with queen snapper. So I just wanted to clarify that with our research.
Thank you, Kate. It's very appropriate for Nelson to make a comment that you just made to me, but I think the group will be interested.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding your comment, Franny, about the size of the fish, we have nurseries, and we can go right now that go from 160 fathoms up to 240 fathoms. And we can go right now and catch tiny cartouches like this with circle hooks. So when on September, if you want, when we go out, we can only 1 or 2 cars because I don't want to lose time. We can go there so you can, take a look at it.
That is really interesting, and it may be completely different from the pattern that we have seen for other species. I mean, I don't know for cartucho, I was not certain. Thank you for the information because because the juveniles. Well, the fact is that we are seeing juveniles of vermilion, blackfin, and silk snapper in shallow areas. In big schools with the ROV.
That's consistent with the fishermen what I heard when you was talking. They're in agreement with you for those species, but queen snapper we really don't know. Right? And Graciela.
So Michelle can present us a comment here that the eagle that they are collecting appears to be a pelagic tunicat, but that wouldn't show up in the stomach content with the
No. Well, yeah, it was purple, but I think it was mostly fish. Yeah.
And let's follow up with Pauco and Joel. And then I want to hear the recommendations from the group of experts on the table about the next steps in terms of council revision, discussion, and next steps later on. Pauco.
Dos comentarios tocante a los cartuchos pequeños. Resulta esta situación. Nosotros tenemos una marca que se llama la marca de los cartuchos chiquitos. Y todos son chiquitos. Y vamos a las diferentes épocas del año y son chiquitos. Muere un pescador de Puerto Real. Yo voy a darle el lamento a la viuda, ¿verdad? Y la viuda me dice, mi esposo tiene muy buena relación contigo y te va a regalar sus puntos de pesca. Los puntos de pesca nuestros son las cuentas de banco. Son las cuentas de banco. Eso no se le da a todo el mundo. Eso fue una bendición para mi persona, ¿verdad? Cabo engaño. Voy a una marca que él le llama la marca de los cartuchos enanos. Y cuando voy, es exactamente la misma marca que nosotros le llamamos los cartuchos chiquitos. O sea que este hecho es un hecho real, contundente, me dijo. Y es una realidad. Lo otro es, nosotros pues tenemos cierta curiosidad cuando pescamos esas especies tan profundas. Oye, y yo hemos dado muestras al laboratorio pesquero para que nos digan qué es eso, pero de allá para acá no hay respuesta. Pero ¿qué pasa? Que hay una doctora que se llama Michelle Chávez Pierre, qué sé yo qué, y ella es curiosa, y entonces nosotros, acá como se ríe, nosotros le damos las cosas raras como de la especie que le pusieron el nombre mío. Entonces vengo yo y le doy eso. Mire, hay una correlación directa entre esa cosa que nosotros encontramos y la abundancia de peces. Dice, pero dígame cómo es eso. Yo, mire, es como un racimillete de uva cubierto con una mucosidad. Digo, no, eso está raro, ¿verdad? Los 8 se ríen porque es la verdad. Le dimos esa muestra y ella, yo no sé cuántas cosas hizo por allá, pero la identificó. Y mencionó esos nombres raros científicos que no los puedo mencionar porque un disparate lo que voy a decir. Pero ella sabe que pueden, como colegas de ustedes, pueden decirle qué es eso, porque vuelvo y repito, donde hay ese higo, hay abundancia de peces.
Gracias, Pauco. Y para mí es súper emocionante lo que voy a decir ahora. Anecdotal information needs science. Lo que Pauco acaba de decir por experiencia de un pescador, en donde él salió independientemente de su pesca, a pescar en un sitio, lo caracterizó con su conocimiento de pesca. Y otro pescador, por otro lado, independiente de él, vuelve y lo hace y lo reconfirma como eso es lo más cercano a una ciencia espontánea desde la industria, ¿verdad? Así que ese tipo de información, ese tipo de experiencia no se puede perder. Y yo hago un llamado a los científicos que abran la mente, abran su corazón y su tiempo y su paciencia para compartir e integrar a los pescadores al desarrollo de la ciencia y conocimiento de la pesquería. Y perdona que haya dicho eso de nuevo porque creo en eso y tengo que aprovechar la oportunidad. Así que, Joel.
Ahorita vuelvo pues al tema quizás de nuevo en cuanto a lo de la profundidad, por el asunto pues que en la mayoría pues y todo el tema del chillo pues del cartucho que se pesca a poca profundidad, porque ese cartucho puede de libra y media a 2, no llega a 2, pero que abunda mucho en la poca profundidad. pero sin embargo, pues cuando se toca pues, el asunto pues, de el cartucho grande, pues en profundidades pues, profundas, pues ahí habita. Lo menciono porque pues, a la hora de dar la vela, pues la mayoría de los pescadores lo que prefieren o lo que nos vamos es lo profundo, porque sabemos, pues, como decían Nelson ahorita, pues, que el banco, en cuanto pues la pesca de peje pequeño o peje pues, que no tenga buen tamaño, pues para nosotros es una pérdida. Vamos a hablar claro, es una pérdida. Pero lo toco pues en relación a las velas. Porque cuando pues, se hace pues la vela, pues del chillo como tal, se debería pues, por lo menos, por lo que pues aclararle a los pescadores, miren, a tanta profundidad no traten de no pescar pues a tanta profundidad, porque pues el cartucho que van a conseguir ahí va a estar ligado con el chillo y va a ser un cartucho pequeño. Por lo menos pues eso. Quería pues traerlo a colación pues, porque creo pues, que había una relación importante.
Muchas gracias. Yo quisiera aprovechar la oportunidad porque Wilson Santiago me comunicó que tiene información relevante para la discusión. Vamos a permitir que él participe o presente.
Muchas gracias, Marco. Cuando pueda. Para los que no me conocen y los que están en línea, mi nombre es Wilson Santiago, soy el oficial de enlace de pesquerías en Puerto Rico. Hoy les vengo a hablar sobre la pesca de barcos de profundidad con las NASA aquí en Puerto Rico. ¿Sí? Puede pasar. Hice una entrevista alrededor de la isla, entrevisté a cuatro pescadores que pude identificar en poco tiempo. Tres de ellos son del área oeste y uno de ellos pesca entre el área norte y el noreste. En la información que pude sacar, la profundidad en que estos pescadores ponen sus nazas varía de entre 70 a 140 brazas, ¿okay? que pueden en esa área y de esas profundidades se pescan alinegra y chillo, la mayoría. Entre los cuatro pescadores, varios de ellos tienen 30, fluctúan entre 30 a 80 nazas que tiene cada uno. Sí tengo un conocimiento por los compañeros pesqueros del Sur León en el área oeste, que hay pescadores que tienen 120, pero ya son diferentes nazas los utilizan para langosta y también para barcos de profundidad. ¿Okay? Como mencioné, las especies capturadas son los chillos y la alinegra. En una de las entrevistas que hice en el área al pescador Ricardo Miranda, que mencioné el pescador que pesca entre el norte y el este, mencionó que en una ocasión a 110 brazas la NASA pescó 2 cartuchos, 2 Queen Snappers. ¿Okay? Al momento yo no tengo más récord y los compañeros también del DRNA, los agentes pesqueros tampoco tienen récord de pesca de cartuchos en NASAs. Todo esto comenzó por unas palabras que nos llegaron de unos pescadores que hay en el área norte y este que están utilizando NASAs para la pesca de cartuchos. En el momento intenté averiguar algo más allá y no encontré ninguna información. ¿Ok? Nada, si más adelante se encuentra alguna información de que hay pescadores que están realizando este tipo de pesca de esta especie, pues se lo estaré haciendo llegar. Entonces, ya sí, claro. Aquí, como ven, es la NASA que ellos utilizan. Las medidas de esa NASA son de 4x4 y 18 pulgadas de altas.
Esto es de un pescador de Rincón, se llama Henry Vargas Altieri, que él me pudo proveer esta foto. Bueno, fui a la casa a sacarle esta foto. Está en la otra. Como ven por aquí, en la parte de atrás de la NASA, tiene una puerta de escape que por ahí es que pescan cuando lo sacan del agua. Pasa la otra, por favor. Y como ven aquí, pues tenemos el nacillo, que es el panel de escape. Okay, este panel de escape, pues como es por ley para la pesca, las nazas de peces, pues es 8x8. Y aquí le puse un video que el pescador de Henry Vargas Altieri de Rincón me hizo llegar de él pescando alinegra. Como ven aquí, la puerta de escape. Quería mencionar también los pesos de estas especies que se pescan, de la alinegra o el chillo, pueden ser de entre 1 a 3 libras más o menos. Por ahí, no, como le llamamos el pescado de plato, no he visto unas pescas más grandes. Y nada, y hasta esto por el momento, mientras siga llegando más información, si llega, pues se lo estaré haciendo llegar. Gracias. Graciela, adelante.
¿Cuál es la medida? Esa es 1,5 hexagonal, medida de la malla.
Sí, correcto.
¿Sí? Correcto. Y estas no son específicas para cartuchos, son para chillos y otros pescados de profundidad.
Sí, ese pescador se especializa en pescar langosta, el arrayado, el snapper y el chillo y alinegra. Ya lo otro ese es su target. Ya lo otro que cae en la NASA, como ven también hay un cangrejo ahí, pues ya serían un bycatch, pero también se utiliza.
Yo quiero felicitar a Wilson por su esfuerzo, porque ha adelantado mucho de nuestra discusión, porque hasta ahora, hasta poder leerlo y documentarlo por él, no lo sabíamos, ¿verdad? Por ejemplo, yo no sabía que era posible, y confirmado por un pescador que sé con una persona seria, que cogió de manera incidental 2 queen snappers, o sea, que se metieron a la NASA. Ya esa discusión se acabó. Mismo que no sea muy efectivo para coger, es posible coger queen snapper con NASA. Esa es la información importante de lo que hago Wilson. Y de ahí a que haya una industria pescando queen snapper con NASA, es otra cosa. Entonces vamos a tener que entrar en la discusión como grupo, qué recomendación vamos a hacer, que lo más conveniente para la industria hacia el futuro, en cuanto a la NASA, para esos pargos de profundidad, entiéndase cartucho y muriama, no necesariamente chillo de ojo amarillo y negrita, porque eso todos ya sabemos que ya sucede y lleva años sucediendo en Puerto Rico, pero ustedes dirán en el futuro de nuestra discusión. Pero creo que lo que acaba de presentar es súper importante. Muchísimas gracias.
Gracias a ti, Marco. Sí, y escuchando a los pescadores aquí hablando ahorita, y también el conocimiento que tengo como agente pesquero del departamento, sí, los cartuchos se pescan en estas profundidades donde los pescadores de NASA, de barrios de profundidad, ponen sus NASA. Sí, es una industria que es posible. En realidad, yo lo que llevo trabajando es la primera vez que un pescador me dice a mí que se le entró dos cartuchos, unos cartuchos dentro de las NASA de barrio de profundidad. Es una industria que se puede seguir más adelante y veremos a ver. Tenga más información,
estamos a tiempo para atenderlo, así que gracias.
So, Mr. Chair, you have I think one more comment in the chat. And this is from Ricardo Lopez from the DNR. And he wants to ask Stacy and Lenny if they found any evidence that these species, the queen snapper, are being negatively impacted in its habitat, food, reproduction, or growth.
I don't know if I think the habitat in general, when I was on the Okeanos Explorer, we found a lot of trash on the bottom of the seafloor of 1,000 meters, we found trash. I don't know if that is negatively affecting the queen snapper, but that's the only thing I could think of that.
No, en verdad yo no he visto nada que yo pudiera categóricamente decirte que es un impacto negativo. O sea, yo sí pienso que en términos del hábitat, pues hay unas grandes diferencias en cuanto a la distribución de esos hábitats alrededor de Puerto Rico e Islas Vírgenes. Hay muchas más plataformas horizontales en la parte oeste, y mientras que la parte norte y la parte sur pues son básicamente unas pendientes abruptas, en donde no sé si la calidad del hábitat sea diferente en alguna medida a la calidad del hábitat en el área oeste, donde las plataformas son más horizontales, son más abundantes, pero en términos de que hayan factores que estén impactando negativamente la distribución de estas especies, pues no podría decir nada sobre eso.
Gracias, Reni. You have Kate online also, so if Kate has any comments here.
Kate?
Hey, yeah. So part of the thesis work that I did was comparing growth and age and mortality rates of queen snapper between Puerto Rico and the Gulf of Mexico. We have a lot of samples from the Gulf. I can't necessarily speak directly to that question, but kind of as a close comparison, we did see differences in growth and maximum age. Preliminarily, we haven't published the manuscript yet from my thesis, but we did see a maximum age of 63 in the Gulf of Mexico versus 45 in Puerto Rico. So it might just be differences in the population structure. I wouldn't necessarily say that it's due to any sort of negative impact per se, but that's what I can kind of say in terms of the growth and the aging data that we have. For habitat, that's kind of why we started the fishery independent survey and why it's so important that we're working with the fishers in Puerto Rico and hopefully beyond in the future. But we really need extensive time series data. So we need to have a long time series to be able to analyze what we're seeing and what's changing in terms of habitat throughout the years. Because obviously we can always take information from fishers, but it's really helpful to have, say, that video data each year to kind of start documenting what's going on and any potential changes that occur in the future. And then in terms of reproduction, I think Virginia, I think she's still on the line, or Jesus might be able to speak a little bit more to that. That's not quite my forte, but in terms of the other two, that's what I have.
On that regard, don't jump away yet, okay? I just to inform the group, what you're describing with the queen snapper and your preliminary data or your data about queen snapper is this very similar to what happened with other snappers in terms of maximum age and growth and so on between here and the Gulf or Miami or Florida. And do you want to make any comment on that? Just to put on the right perspective, that is not something strange to queen snapper. That's also true for other species of snapper that can be because of genetic, because of food availability, and all the other things that you just mentioned.
Yeah, absolutely. That's actually kind of what pushed us to do the comparison between the Gulf and the Caribbean, particularly for stock assessment. Queen snapper is obviously data poor, and it could potentially use data, say, from the Gulf of Mexico, but we do see differences between populations due to several factors, some of which you just mentioned. So it is critically important that we address these life history questions with fish populations from the Caribbean to see if there are in fact differences, because that would affect management strategies, and we wouldn't necessarily want to use data from the Gulf for, you know, for a Caribbean assessment. And this is a great way to kind of get and address that type of question.
Thank you for putting that in context and asking the fishermen to pay attention that how important is your collaboration for us to have local data to manage our fishery that have special and unique characteristics that need local information. And anybody else who want to participate? Hearing now, Graciela, can you please, Nelson, Julian, and myself, we made a list of key things that we discussed today for you guys to evaluate what can survive to your eyes as a recommendation for the council to consider. Do you want to speak now before we show the recommendations for you to consider?
Lo que yo quisiera señalar es que yo he recogido unas inquietudes y tengo unas inquietudes particulares que quisiera traerlas sobre la mesa para que eventualmente, en la medida que se pueda, se le da seguimiento.
Entendido. Vamos a hacer una cosa, Bob, para poder servir un objetivo. Hicimos un listado, dar una leída al listado y complementa con lo tuyo. Si falta algo, puede ser. Let's make 5 minutes break to organize the document and for the people to go to the bathroom and so on. And we'll be back in 5 minutes.
Matter of fact,
This one is not for my
I know.
Are you going to take him out?
I do it on occasion. I can do it.
Do you have the rig?
No, I don't. Yes, yes. I only have like 16 job hace falta un I never really look at what I want to edge, you know. No, no, no. I don't do much. I down is my own. I like fish.
Yes, please. And those suggestion was revised preliminarily by Julian, by Nelson, by Baruch, myself. I didn't went around the whole table because it will not never finish. But now everybody has the opportunity to revise and maybe change some language in there. And remember, this is just suggestions and recommendation to the council to address and to visit those issues with a specific instruction or a guidance to the council. Number one, prohibit trap fishing for Unit 2, Queen Snapper and Cardinal for all sectors using traps. Prohibit trap fishing for Unit 2, Queen Snapper and Cardinal Snapper for all sectors. Based on each island consideration, basically addressing island-based management. Any comment from anybody about number one? Carlos.
Well, like I reported earlier, St. Croix does use fish traps for deep water fishing. And where I reported that in 2017, 40 pounds was caught of queen snapper, and in 2022, 61 pounds was caught. But I'm sure that they were not fishing at the 1,200 foot level. I think the maximum was anywhere between 600 and 800 feet. But they were catching queen snappers. Not too sure about number one for St. Croix, because I mentioned earlier.
Let me stop you for a second. Be mindful that on the language under this, there say based on each island consideration. Okay. That is giving, once it comes to the council, obviously, then you deal with each island base, right? Concept. Graciela?
Okay, so what's the rationale for prohibiting the use of traps in the EZ for queen snapper? I mean, I can't come up with a couple of.
Yes,
but I'm
gonna try to be the voice because I want to speed up the process. If there is something, please let me know. Number one, we are loaded with information about habitat, very sensitive habitat. Was just presented by Randy some pictures of sensitive habitat that those traps can damage. If you're using traps at that depth, they have to be very heavy traps. If they are not used with a buoy, they are used with a grappler to recuperate the trap that will damage the bottom. And there is a chance of losing those traps and tumble on the bottom. This is what I heard from the fisherman. There's a habitat damage consideration. And also I heard from the fishermen that using traps will add another stressor between in case of Puerto Rico, between snapper unit fishermen that right now just do hook and line. Now we're gonna have hook and line fishermen against trap fishermen. They're gonna add another layer or problem to our location, and also respecting the tradition of here in Puerto Rico and the evolution of those gears, having the weight with the attachment, with some consideration, and the new recommendation made by Pauco that we are revising and in the process of adopting on the council with the authorization of the buoy gear for the water snapper. So some problems that we already discussed that are on the way. And for all those reasons, and because there is others, we should pursue this in an open section of the council and to present to the council for their consideration.
Mr. Chair, Maria Lopez Casa.
Maria?
Hi, this is Maria Lopez. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I have a question with respect to recommendation number one. So what you were, so we're all suggesting is to prohibit trap fishing just for those snappers. Is that correct?
The recommendation is for now, yes. This is
okay,
what
so,
I recommend.
Right, but then based on what we have heard before, the traps has been mostly used to fish for other species such as silk and blackfin, right?
Correct. Mostly between 300 to 600 feet, more or less.
Okay, so part of your rationale will be based on using traps at a certain depth, right? So that means that queen snapper and cardinal snapper are in deeper waters. I don't remember the number exactly right now. You're not going to be able to use traps at that depth. And I'm saying this because there's not a definition of fish trap for a specific species, right? So that means that the fish trap that is used for silk in other species or other snappers or deep water fish that are shallower waters is going to be the same. So something like that will mean like and obviously fish traps are non-discriminatory. So if you capture queen snapper and cardinal snapper, that means that they will have to be returned to the water. Just bringing this up just for things to consider, because of course we can evaluate absolutely everything, but we need to consider also that there may be other things to include in if this is what you guys want. So this will be just based on the depth then.
Based on the data that we received, Daryl from St. Thomas asked me to put the depth limitation there, not deeper than so and so to not allow the traps. And I left as an open statement for this kind of consideration to be addressed at the council. But I want to highlight that when we convert the information that Wilson has, that other fishermen on the table gave to me, we are talking about 800 something feet, the deepest areas where those traps have been interacting with queen snapper, which is the transition zone between silk, black king snapper, and the smaller queen snapper on the drop-off.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well, from the group, if you think that you have a recommendation specific about any of the topic, do so. Don't leave it open. So the council then can look at it. As Maria said, then we can look at the rationale, whether it can be done or not. If the group believes that prohibited trap fishing for unit 2 for all sectors is a way to go, and then with the recommendation that you have, that's your recommendation. If you want to also include the depth or anything else, do so. And then it will be the matter of the responsibility of the council to discuss all this with the other. And then the staff has to look at the information that we have, whether this south with the regulations that we have. So don't be shy in recommending from this group. That's why we call this a special group. But anything is happening based on your experience and based on what you have heard. So the other thing is prohibited any style of trap fishing for recreational fishing in the EEC, they don't have the rationale. Right now, I receive, once in a while, I receive calls, and they keep asking me, why the hell the Fishery Management Council keep allowing fishing with traps? So there's a lot of people that want to ban traps altogether from the AEC, actually from the entire Southeast region. This is the only place where you get out of start. So the point is that be sure that what you have here, have the consensus of the group, and with you, Marcos, and wait for the record, you can vote by consensus. If there's any of you that are opposed to it, be a member of the DAP or not, say so, and then you say, this is my right, now why are you? Okay, then you go to my right.
Okay, thank you, Miguel, and that's very helpful. And if that's the case, I would like to add, do you have a specific depth recommendation? Julian or Darren?
Well, I mean, what sticks out here, and this is Darrell's concern, and I agree with him. What is sticking out here is that word trap. So we're trying to figure out a different language in which you would say these are the allowable gears to fish it, queen snapper, and let queen snapper be the focus instead of trap being the focus. Because we are trap fishermen, and that's how we are seen. And listening to what Miguel just said about everybody always, after the traps, do it a different way around and say, well, the allowable gears to catch queen snappers. And then what you want, it's in snapper unit 2, it needs to say snapper unit 2, queen and cardinal snappers. This will be the allowable gears for fishing them. Well, that's a, so if anybody can help me with the wording. So it's gonna be, the snapper unit 2.
Shall be just fish, yeah, shall be just fish with this kind of gear.
That would focus on that queen snapper, which should be.
Yeah.
Traps actually.
Yeah. Sounds better.
Or snapper unit 2.
R.
For all sectors. We're careful with that, because all sectors mean that you put 25.
We didn't say all sectors because we're gonna come to that section after, so for queen and snapper unit 2, queen and cardinal snapper, that gear should, what should it get? All of them. Come on, guys, you get one of them. Buoy gear should be the buoy gear. Okay, and then you remove all sectors.
Electrical, nothing real, all kind of light should be allowable, just not trying. You try to eliminate trap that we don't want it to be.
Okay, they are mentioned to use hook and line, allow here hook and line. Question to Maria, hook and line, will we do the manual bandit?
It's not, this is Maria, it's not the same. Buoy gear it's part of a group of gears under the hook and line. So if you say that, you will only allow harvest with just buoy gear and not with other gears that are included under the hook and line.
That's what the group like from that to list the three gear that can be used. That's it.
Correct.
So that way you already have the essence of what you want to say, let it start working. Let me also tell you, when you talk to a lawyer, they usually look for what you prohibit, and that's it. And you cannot fish with trap, that's it. But in this case, you want to be all inclusive of both things, like Darren said, not to focus on the trap itself because we confuse the public and other people. So probably recommendation from the group will be to allow gear for a snapper unit, the allowable gear for a snapper unit should be determined by the staff, accepting the traps. That's what you want. Yes. Determined by staff. And it shall not include traps. It shall not include traps.
Yes.
Marcos, if I may.
The spirit of the recommendation is clear on the record, and it's going to be clear. It's clear to the staff to help the group. Maria.
Yes, I just added to the chat the proposed language for the gear types authorized for reef fish under each one of the FMPs. And as you can see, for the commercial fishery, the gear types allowed are automatic reel and commercial, bandit gear, buoy gear, hand line, long line, rod and reel, trap, pot, and spear. And for the recreational fishery is deep net, hand line, rod and reel, slurp gun, spear, trap, and pot. So this is what we are going to be working with.
We want to even try.
We want to eliminate trap, spear fish, and long line. Yes, for the snapper unit 2. That's the easy.
You can't go down there.
Maria, so we have to make sure that we're separating the snapper unit 2 from any of the other.
Right. So
and they
absolutely.
They don't want traps or pots.
Okay, so yeah, let me clarify that. So the way, excuse me, baby, I'll be there soon. The way that this works right now, we do not have a divided the reef fish fishery between deep water fish or shallow water fish, etc. So it will be important for when this action gets developed to take that into consideration, that there's going to be certain gears that only going to be allowed for certain fisheries, right? So as you said, this is not something that would apply to all reef fish. So that's another change that will have to be evaluated.
So bottom line, no traps or spots for commercial or recreational fisheries for snapper unit 2.
Correct, yes.
Thank you.
Yes, the staff have the language.
So that includes traps and. Okay.
Yes.
And you're just giving the staff but it's only for snapper unit 2, only for snapper unit 2, recreational, commercial, no traps or spots. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to.
Marcos?
Yes.
Sorry, I don't think it should say that the allowable gear should be determined by staff, because staff doesn't determine that. This is the council's decision. I think it should say that so your recommendation will be basically to ask the council to evaluate or to revise the authorized gear for snapper unit 2, so that it excludes traps and pods for both commercial and recreational sectors.
We go back to the recommend to the council that you wanted to.
The staff what we was going to do, Maria, is to write down the language based on the rationale we are discussing. Who are determining that and requesting that is the group. We are saying that we don't want for the snapper unit 2 the traps and pods. We don't, and I heard too, spear fishing, spears, and long lining. Anybody in opposition to eliminate those gears for a snapper unit 2 from this group? There is no opposition. That's basically the people, what people are requesting. That's a little more clear now, Maria.
I think the record is clear in terms of what you guys want to do. It's just I pointed that out because in terms of what is reading on the screen, it's not exactly what it reads, but that's okay as long as you guys understand what you are requesting the council.
Thank you, Maria. I just want to keep going because we're gonna run out of time. It's just a number one. Everybody is in agreement. Anybody in opposition? Hearing none, that's number one, done. Let's go for number 2, the record is clear. Number 2. Prohibit the style of trap fishing and recreational fish for recreational fishers in the EEZ. The rationale. The rationale that I heard from the people, I'm sorry to speak so much, but I want to speed up, is that this should be a commercial fishing gear because they tend to catch a lot of fish for sale for those purposes. It's a danger maneuver. It's gonna damage the bottom. The recreationals don't have the expertise to manage and to know where to drop the traps. It's a very expensive, it's create a lot of problems for if we allow recreational fishermen. And also it add to the problem of the legal sale for the poachers of the illegal fishermen that are using recreational boats to go fishing. That's the rationale that I heard. Graciela.
So prohibit any style of traps and pods again, right?
Yes.
For the recreational fishers. So one thing is that you already have in the books bag limit for the recreational. So go ahead, Julian.
So that's what I was gonna say, due to the fact that we already have the recreational bag limits in place, that alone should be enough to go to justify the reasons why we're putting forward to not prohibit any traps for the recreational fishers in the east. Also because it otherwise gonna create, based on that, a lot of discards for no reason. Carlos?
Recreational bag limit are specific to a certain amount of species. If you have a trap, you can catch grunts, doctor fish, or reef fish.
So in the island-based FMP, you've done away with the number of species that you've said, and the recreational bag limit as well, because we're not managing species anymore in the EEC. So do you want to maintain the possibility of fishing with other species in the EEC that might bring deepwater species that when they would have to be discarded?
My opinion on number two is that a fish trap is a commercial method of fishing, bottom line, and should not be allowed for recreational.
Are you are in agreement, Carlos, then? Yes, thank you. Maria, do you have anything that we are leaving open that is a problem for the future on this?
This is Maria. I had a suggestion. If this is meaning to be a provision and trap spot for reef fish as well as lobster or anything else, my suggestion will be, instead of said, prohibit the use of traps and pots for fishing for all species or any species by the recreational sector. And then you can clean it up from there. I wrote it in the chat.
Okay, we are changing the language. I see everybody saying yes with the half here on the table. And everybody are in agreement with what he just said. Can you repeat to Maria, to the high? It's already in there. Okay.
So it's.
We are ready for number 3, guys. Number 3. Explore or consider adoption of deep water snapper permit to be on the easy or to the easy. Compatible to the local government permit or other available aspects that might be compatible. What this intend to do is to adopt a permit, deep water snapper permit on the EEZ and other compatible measurements that can follow up that measurement. Miguel?
Yeah, here you have two topics, so just stick to one. If you want to have a permit in the DEC for both people fishing in the areas, that's why you want to put a period after. Because compatible regulations, if you have a lousy compatible regulation in the government, you don't want to copy that in the DEC. Right now, when we heard this morning, that might be the case.
Let's do this then. Let's put a period on easy and put them past the other language below, and we discuss apart to see if we eliminate it or not. Compatible regulations with the local government.
Marcos, just drop that one.
Oh, you guys want to drop that one? Okay, just erase that part. Okay. Everybody in agreement with that change? Carlos?
I'm just suggesting instead of the word explore, use develop a deep water permit condition EEZ. Well, you're specific on this permit for the whole EEZ or just specific for deep water family?
For deep water snapper on the whole EEZ.
For that specific species.
Correct.
Nothing into.
Correct.
Develop a permit for.
Maria, do you want to leave deep water snapper open or just add Unit 2 there?
Marcos,
Just a quick question, just remove the word adoption.
This committee is not approved, you work. And that's why you stick to it. The council, then we can discuss it at the August meeting whether you want to have other species.
Okay.
But if you concentrate your effort today, or the deep water is not approved with the department, mostly not, that would do it. Then the issue of compatible regulation, how that will come up.
Maria, wait.
Oh, just real quick. Yeah, so just a question. So are you, this is a, you want to develop the council to develop a deep water snapper permit for, remember the EC now is 3 ECs, right? So is this gonna be for all the islands, just for Puerto Rico, or do you want the council to explore the 3 islands? That's something that would apply, or just for 1 island? A little bit, and I'm saying this because a little bit more clarity will be better when you're giving your recommendations to the council. Thanks.
I'm hearing around the table for all islands, Graciela.
And in addition to that, we also wanted to order staff review the permit for the recreational sector. Because there are 2 different things, but if you don't have a bag limit for the species that
I
are
think this deep water, this is my opinion now. It's not the proof. I don't want to misrepresent here. I think the recreationals already have a bag limit and they are already regulated, right? If you restrict the gear, you're gonna be in very good position. And this is pretty much a permit for commercial use. And this is what the group are seeking, is my understanding.
Yeah, but Graciela, she has a point. What do you want to do with it? Because you're not saying it, but this is where you are allocating the resources between the 2 sectors. So in the case of the commercial fish, which are the #1 user of this particular species, you want to have that permit. That's one. But then the question is, and this is the question is, how you would like to treat the recreational fishermen? You want a recreational fishing permit? You want a recreational fishing license? Or you want, I mean, you don't want to do it all because of the fish. You have to say you have the bag in. So once you have that clear, then
I think this is a recommendation for the council and whatever language that allow that to be developed, but I want to hear from the rest of the people.
I mean, point out, I mean, you're always saying the bag limit will be there, but how do they report that bag limit? How do you know that they're, harvesting 5 fish per day, every day for 365 days? It ends up being quite a bit of a.
Well, we're hoping that we have a recreational license implemented very soon. So that's the key to collecting the recreational information. Puerto Rico already have so many permits that are given to the fishers, but then you have so many recreational fishers that are catching. I'm pretty sure maybe more than what the fishers are actually catching, the commercial guys. So from what I understand from Winston earlier today, some of these deep water snappers are caught more by the recreational charter boats. So with the bag limit in place and make it mandatory reporting, then you can see what's happening. And I still agree that we should have permits because it's a fishery, especially in St. Thomas, St. John, that we are trying to develop to give like new fishers coming into fishery an option and something that can protect them in making an investment, because going into this fishery is a very big investment. And if they know that there's only going to be a certain amount of permits that is going to be given out for this fishery, then it might encourage them in going into this fishery. So, that's one of my points. And then just to clarify there on the statement, it should say deep water snapper unit number 2. So we always got to remember to put in the units because we have different units, so we know exactly what we're talking about.
But the question, go ahead.
The other thing is not confuse permit with license. Okay.
Yes.
In the case of the commercial fishing, you may have a recreational fishing. I mean, a commercial fishing license that allows you to fish commercially. That's all. But the permit will allow you to also give you have a commercial fishing license to have a permit to fish for a particular species. In this case, so the question is, do you want to leave the recreational sector alone at this time? Remember, if you don't establish the permit for recreational fishing now, you can wait until you have the regulation. That's up to you. What we like to do. But in this case, listen, guys. 10 years ago, we were talking about Recreational fishing license. We spent $3 million, one company did it, we still waiting. 3 governors went by, and we still don't have recreational fishing license. So, yeah. Anyway, that one, you know, because we have more time, but just stay for the group, what is it that you would like to talk about?
I think it's probably for this group, that's a commercial fishing group mostly, to recommend what they wish addressing commercial fishing. And for sure, when this gets to the council will, if they want to do something with recreational fishermen, they will request for discussion.
That's the thing you can say. For the commercial sector, this is what we would like to see. We recommend to the council to explore the recreational sector to apply whatever.
You guys want to do the develop the water snapper to pyramid, is it for commercial sector? Everybody is in agreement of that?
From what I'm hearing is some of the guys are saying to include the permit for both commercial and recreational. And the rest of the guys here, fishers, advisors, if you guys agree with that, let's put that word in. This is our opportunity to start something.
In agreement, everybody? Anybody in opposition to the idea?
I have a question on the permit. Well, I guess I'll wait for the council because I don't know what we're trying to create is a limited entry program or just an open-ended permit that you can apply no matter how many people apply. We'll discuss that or something.
We're gonna discuss that with more information later.
Yeah, no, but in this case, you're talking about a permit. They are talking about limited entry. Because the first step to have a limited entry to have a permit. You can't go people all that. We don't have to go on that. Qualification is very important. I know this is my reading of the group. Because you got a permit issue for commercial fishing license to unit 2. Yeah.
Damaris?
Yes, I just wanted to mention for the record that originally our agency and the Fisheries Research Lab recommendation was to eliminate the permit. That was the recommendation we made to the board, and what we got back was different. So we are evaluating what we'll do, or at least what would be the position from the secretary about this. We are in that process of consulting with the secretary. But just to mention that the position from the director of the Fisheries Research Lab, and Kaido was excused for his participation in the afternoon, is that it shouldn't be a permit, that should be open and then work with a closure of the species. Just for the record, that is the position of the director of the Fisheries Research Lab, and we're still evaluating.
Okay, so that's another position of the multa, that's not married to the secretary, that is different.
Right.
The question with this guy is talking about, you're very stupid to open a fishery that you know is not enough. You don't have enough carrying capacity to sustain a fishery that is twice or 3 times what you have. So when you say that you want to open a fishery, just to know how many fishes are out there, I don't have any word for it. Just okay, you know how fishery, you know what they're doing, you know how many trips a year they do, you know it's not enough. And all of a sudden, if you want to have more data, you open it to everybody in this product, and you will jeopardize the livelihood of people because the price will go down. The people will probably want to say you got pocket in your mind. I mean, in your pocket, you 3 times, but the youngsters, people like Joel, they will be penalized. So it's important that this group convey to the council the realities of life out there. And when you're talking about this permit, you want a permit for commercial fishes. You want the country to consider it. Remember, the country only deals at the EEC level. So you have another fisherman, 5 of them fishing the EEC, that's the only thing that you can deal with. And the local government will have to deal with the other 98, 95. But that's what is important, that the language that you have here, and remember, we have a recommendation, report, like the 3 chairs following the report by the chair and the council. It's important that you have this concept very clear. Recapitulate, I believe that you would like to see permit for commercial fishers, unit 2 in the EEZ for all the 3 items. Right, correct. And then in the case of the data sector, you already said the secretary should be something keep in mind by the council. You time working with the appropriate mechanism.
We need to put there on the language the 3 items. Develop deep water snapper unit 2 permit for all EEZ or 3 items. Maria, can you guide me on the better language for that?
Develop deep water snapper for all these. I mean, for the EEC of all 3 islands. That's fine. So we decided that they want to explore commercial and recreational then. One thing I want to add.
That St. Thomas
Okay.
President just add to it, and it will be discussed at the council level. We don't need to get technical here.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is that for the upcoming council meeting, we will be discussing federal permits. We will be bringing back to the table the discussion on federal permits. So if anybody has ideas that they wanted to share with the council, that will be a great opportunity to do so. And just as a reminder, what was explored in the past before it was tabled, waiting for the land-based FMPs, was a commercial federal permit for the deepwater snapper in Puerto Rico, and there was also exploring something for the spiny lobster that then St. Thomas decided not to move forward with. And this was obviously in the very, very beginning of the scoping process. So we will be sharing all those documents with you prior to the council meeting, and we will be entertaining, of course, ideas on how to move forward with this.
Thank you very much. And one very short comment to Damaris. Damaris, just be mindful that this language addresses EEC. It's good for you to be here to see what is the intention of the groups that also fish on the Puerto Rican waters. And thank you for your comments. And I'm very aware of what's going on. But this is for the EEC. We are not recommending for the state. We will never do that. And everybody is in agreement to leave the language like this to take to the council for discussion. Any opposition to the language from number 3? Okay, the record is clear. We want to keep the way it is. Number 4, identify data gaps that fill data. I'm sorry, the repetition there. Data gaps for the future stock assessment, including the wind industry. The intent here is that we want to know what is missing at minimum as data for a stock assessment, and whatever is missing should be done as quick as possible. And the way this group understands is the quickest way is including the fishermen and capacitating them to provide information. And this is what this number 4 is done, correct, Nelson?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, Kevin McCarthy from the Southeast Fisheries Science Center is putting us in contact with Scott Leach, who's the branch chief of the observer programs, for which we haven't had one in the US Caribbean that I can remember. So it would be basically one way of obtaining a lot of information right away. But this would mean that the commercial fishers would have to collaborate with the observer who's on board to go get all the measurements and everything else that needs to be done. So that's one avenue that we have not explored. We have the projects that are ongoing, Kate's, Rennie's, Stacy's, but nothing in the sense of what it's done in the other areas. So our observer program for the big fish is already established for the grouper and snappers in the Gulf of Mexico, for example. We understand the differences in the sizes of the vessels in the area. So it would be, and this is what we're trying to do, a cooperative research grant, this is a pilot, to see how that can be done in the US Caribbean. So that won't happen today, so I don't have any more news.
And besides of that, Graciela, apart from the industry, there is some data, there is the ideal data and some data that is low hanging fruit, right? I think this recommendation go very close to data that are simpler to acquire through the industry, just if they decide to collaborate. And number 4, in a big measurement, is addressing that aspect. Go ahead. Before I say something, I want also to highlight there is other Jesus, Virginia, and other Michelle Schrader and other people that have information, and this collaboration between the scientists to fill the data gaps have to be the beginning of the coordination between industry, scientists, and management. Go ahead.
Doing my graduate record. So exactly, Kevin McCarty gave a presentation at the last council meeting where he identified several species and provided to us areas of where data was missing. And I know we have some upcoming cedar stock assessments, and I think what needs to be done is the upcoming ones are the ones that we should focus on, and the most important ones. Not that all of them are not important; every one of them are important. But those that we're going to be looking at here very shortly, we must try to fill those gaps. And when we go into do these meetings, they have the information, even though that we are sitting in the room with them, they have the information in order for them to complete that stock assessment. So that information that was provided to us at the last council meeting was very, very important. And between all the scientists and the Southeast region and everybody who's working on this, get the fishers involved and let's fill those gaps so we can have a productive stock assessment. That we stop wasting money saying that was not enough information. Uncertainty becomes a big factor in the equation when it's presented to the SSC. Let's try to eliminate that uncertainty as much as possible and fill the gaps.
On the part of filling the gaps, and I share with Nelson and Julian, there is scientists that have data already collected, but not processing. One way to look this around is to recommend Kevin and the people that have access to design a program to get information is what do you have X person and what do you need to get this information processed and available for stock assessment? Because otherwise you have to go to the ocean again to collect the data that is already been collected but not processed. This is something that we need to address. Now, let me not keep going around because we're gonna deviate.
Mr. Chair, I have a small suggestion, a little tweak to that recommendation. I can paste it and you can just.
Go.
Okay. So it will be. Identify and address data gaps for future stock assessment on deep water fish species that will be from the fishing industry. That was a suggestion by Maria Lopez.
Everybody's in agreement? Yes.
Okay.
Yes, perfect. Hearing no comments against it, we go for number 5. Revise the water snapper ACL under the new alternatives that include industry participation. The request here and the rationale is that the industry want to participate, filling the data gaps, filling new methods and participating to new meetings to address and to put on the table all the information available once is the time to revise the ACL.
Is it the intention also? And just add deep water snapper unit 2. Anybody want to add any comments to those lines and to the rationale I exposed? Hearing now, we can go to number.
Marcos?
Yes, go ahead, Maria.
Sorry, not very clear. So I would say revise. So you're not talking about new alternatives. You want to revise it with new information provided by the industry. Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, let's change the language like that. Please help us to change the language to.
Instead of under new alternative, revise unit 2 ACL with new information or with new information provided by the fishing industry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. To the broad meaning of that. Everybody is in agreement with the language? Anybody in opposition? Hearing none, keep moving. Number 6, for Puerto Rico, coordinate special meeting with local fishermen and scientists to determine the amount of available population that can be harvested by a specific number of fishermen. Find out about the increased number of new and fraudulent permits in Puerto Rico. And I will make a recommendation to the last line to put apart as number 7. Find number 7. Okay. First, for Puerto Rico, coordinate a special meeting with local fishermen scientists to determine the amount of this is something that already Damaris on lunchtime told me that she is coordinating. And any change on the language?
So Marcos, Maria.
Go ahead.
So what you're saying there is to follow up with Puerto Rico then, because if they're already going to be doing it, we're not requesting the council to plan this, you're requesting the council to follow up with Puerto Rico, is that correct?
That's correct.
Maybe we could add something.
Coordinated, facilitate.
Yes. Or support.
Sorry again?
Support is a good word, Maria.
Yeah, I think what you want to say is that you want the council to support Puerto Rico DNR efforts in coordinating, and then you can leave the rest.
Yes, I agree with that.
And then if after for Puerto Rico, I will put just like a hyphen or a comma because it's not part of the sentence. So what you want to say is basically the council to support the DNR in coordinating special meeting with local fishers and science to determine how that can be harvested. I mean, that needs a little bit of fixing, but I think that's something that can be done later. I think the rationale is, the idea is clear.
Okay, perfect. Anybody is in opposition to the language? I actually, we just received a comment, and I would like the language to include and to invite USVI leaders or DAP, to invite USVI DAP chairs or industry representatives to this meeting. This is a request from Julia and from Darrell to learn about the process and to keep the coordination around the jurisdiction. Any opposition to the language? Hearing none, we're gonna go to number 7. The 7, and I want to hear carefully, to read carefully, find out about the increased number of new or fraudulent permits in Puerto Rico. The reason we are using a strong word is because this is what we hear on the streets, right? On the docks. And we don't know if they are fraudulent or not. Nobody knows what is going on. We want to find out. It's not that we are not pointing a finger to anybody. We just want to find out what is going on. Anybody is in disagreement with that language or a comment?
I think you might erase just the new part of the sentence. You know what I'm saying? Just saying about find out about the number of fraudulent permits in Puerto Rico.
Okay. The difference before you erase, the thing is that the new permit can be because it's an artifact of the internal decision of the DNR that they decide to emit new permits because there's others that was moved away. There's nothing, it's an internal decision of the DNR, but you want to find out why and how. And the fraudulent is that if somebody get a paper and reproduce a paper or something different than that. We want to make the distinction. Go ahead.
Trying to, understand,
Mike, please.
Oh, sorry. Try to understand, it should be, for my opinion, in a different sentence, trying to find out about the increased number of new, but again, trying to find out or investigate the situation with the fraudulent permits. So I should just put separately in two sentences.
Marcos, you joined because there are two topics.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because we need news.
And what you need is
find out the other one.
what you need to report on the next council meeting on this meeting of the new members, fishery, and then maybe a report. Say truth. The problem then.
Thank you.
Please leader the language, just recommend the language you want to see on the screen.
I mean, it could be like find out about the increased numbers of new
permits.
Yeah, like provider permits or providing new permits. Yeah. And the same situation with the fraudulent permits. Like find out or investigate about fraudulent permits in Puerto Rico.
Support the DNR efforts.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Could it be a potential fraudulent? Because there is another possibility of maybe mistakes by mistake from the permits.
Okay, that language, I like it. Okay. Everybody's in agreement, number 7 and number 8 that are the way it's written. I'm gonna give to Carlos and to next. I'm seeing you guys. I feel like a diver and I have 2 sharks swimming on the side of my ass.
Marcos?
Go ahead, Maria.
Yeah, sorry, I have my hand up, but I don't know if you guys can see it. So are you trying to support the DNR investigation on number 7 too, or this is something that you want the council to task DAP members or staff or somebody to find out what's the situation is? If there's a situation can be good or bad, about new permits. What is the purpose of number 7?
Actually, I think that should say there request the DNR an investigation because we're not going to support an internal investigation on DNR. That solve the problem, Maria?
For the number 8, yes, but for number 7, it's not clear what you want, what you are trying to accomplish. You want to find out if there's anything wrong. If that is the case, but who's going to do this? Because you have to, think also about if you're tasking, it's a recommendation for a task to the council and how they're going to do that.
Marcos, point of order, we are not recommending the council to do nothing.
Okay. Okay.
We are asking the DNR to give us a report on the next council meeting on December to the new permit that they are giving for this fishery. Second, we would like to know if this is any truth that there are some falsified documentation for that permit. Those are the 2 things that you want from the DNR.
Please help with the language, Miguel, please.
Let's request to the DNR the report for the next council meeting or the ground council meeting on the new permits for this. That's number 7. That's number 7. Then number 8, somebody already mentioned what we do. We have to, the chair should send a letter to the Department of Natural Resources inquiring about the possibility of having classified permits for this fishery in Puerto Rico. And that way we send the letter, sign right there. We get it from the DAPs.
Everybody's in agreement?
So basically, 6 and 7 don't go together, right? They just walk together by the hand.
Yes. Yes. And Carlos, then Nelson?
Maybe I'm just looking at that wrong, maybe that language will correct it, I just didn't know what authority the council has to question fraudulent permit.
Yeah, we didn't want to question the fraudulent permit emission or whatever, we want to know what's going on, because that will have implication on future council, right? We want to know from the DNR what is going on, what this group as a commercial fishermen are saying, and are worried with. And this is basically what this comes from. And okay, next, we are number 9. No, that I think have to be raised. Yeah. Data improvement with total landings attached to biological data and the mandatory report. Graciela want me to give the rationale that the fisherman gave first, or yes? The reason is that what Joel Yes? Okay.
Let me ask Maria. Maria, can you hear us?
We can hear you now and see you.
Okay. What the fisherman wants to see to strengthen and to speed up the possibility of the future to really know what is going on with the fishing, besides of providing just the landings for this special group that have the benefit of having the permit, they should provide biological parameters aside to it. For example, just I'm going to go with the simpler one. The numbers of Cartucho and Muriyama on the mix. We have total landings and the numbers of Cartuchos on that landing. If you have 4 Cartuchos, there's 100 pounds is one thing. If you have 50 Cartuchos in 100 pounds is another thing, right? There is different ways of doing this. Some other layers are more complicated biological data attached to the landings, but this is what they are requesting, guidance and to explore this opportunity to have better, more information provided by the fishermen. Gracias.
So regarding the and Nelson and Pauco, please correct me if I'm mistaken, and every other of you. If the electronic reporting efforts that were conducted were specifically targeting the deepwater snapper fishers, because I thought that at that point, more than anything else, for those with the permit to collect the data electronically at the same time, and we're still missing all that data from the total land use. Do you remember the electronic reporting?
We are getting close to the time that we have to tell the translator to fetch. This is one extra hour that we have to pay. But here, what you would like to do is to improve the data collection system to collect landing data along with biological information. Make it mandatory. When you order, just supply that data to the government.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's it.
Okay. Everybody's in agreement? Yes. Yes. Perfect. Next, if the permit holder does not provide the request information, the special deep water snapper permit will be canceled.
Okay, you cannot say that because you don't have any authority, neither at the federal government or the local government. So.
Should be canceled.
We can put it at the criteria.
Let's do 9. Okay, group the data collection system. Improve data collection system. Improve the data collection system for the collection of total landings and biological information. Entonces, el ADIE, el patrón de ahí, el ADIE pone. Data reporting should be mandatory for all permit holders. Failure to submit data may trigger cancellation of your permit. That way, that language is your report to the council and to the local government. Again, this is something for the local government to consider. They already have it in the different regulations for vigilance and Puerto Rico. Here, you're not telling anybody to do this because by Facebook, you're telling them this is the key. To collect the main data, couple that with biological information, and you also would like to see the mandatory reporting for this species.
Everybody's in agreement with the number 10? Wilson?
I want to add something. The data reporting for the water feature, they have the permit in local waters in Puerto Rico, is mandatory. Every year, the fisheries statistic program certificate all the features they have the permit, and if they didn't report, they cancel the permit.
Yeah, but we are talking about the DEC, remember? And this is one case where the federal government should adopt compatible regulation that is working. Remember, compatible regulation is too much strict. This is a very good point to get to the attention.
And besides being a good recommendation for the EC, it just reaffirmed the same steps that you guys are taking. Is in future conversation and coordination. Yes, I think we finished with the recommendation unless anybody else has something to do for us to go to other business. There is anybody online that wants to say something? Maria?
Just really quick on number 10, I think you should just clarify this is for all federal permit holders when this is developed. If permits are developed, just when it says for all federal permit holders, and then you can put in parentheses when developed, because we don't have permits right now. So this will be a recommendation as to when the permits are developed, then that will be one of the conditions desired by the DAPs.
Thank you, Maria.
Uh-huh.
And I think we are ready for the other business. If I don't hear anything else from the group, thank you very much for being nice to the chair, to everybody. And Miguel?
You're about to finish? No.
Yes, we have other business, just to see if there is anything on other business.
No.
Que ya había dicho que
We got the business.
Okay.
I do want to take this opportunity to thank all of you. The idea came from the DAP members, which are Julian and others, and we really excellent example of what we can do when we're together. We'd like to thank you and all of the people around the table, the newcomers to the table, Joanne, and others. And I hope this is the beginning of a conversation. Thank you very much. And it's always a pleasure to see all of you for many years. I have a lot of respect for this guy. 10 years of fishery here, with sense of humor, and it's always going to help other people. So thank you very much. And whenever you have a need to talk to us, just call us. And I would like also to thank Damaris because it's important to have somebody at that level to sitting with us to lead this thing. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And I thank you everybody for a very productive meeting. Since the beginning, we have everybody with the same mindset to do something forward. And this is, I think, is a good recommendation for the council to consider. I'm going to close the meeting. Thank you for all the virtual participants. Before that, Julian?
I just want to say thank you myself because when I reached out to Miguel Nelson and myself and Schuster requesting to have this meeting, it was highly recommended and agreed upon. And, you know, I must say thank you to all the staff, both the Caribbean fishery management staff and all the federal staff that has helped us in this process. It wasn't easy, but every time we requested some information, it was provided in a timely manner. And that's what helps to make a meeting productive. And we must continue to move in this fashion if we want to accomplish everything that we need to, both for the fishery and for the fishers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all online. Meeting is adjourned. Go home. Bye-bye. Yeah.